The Keeper by H. Beam Piper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. The Keeper by H. Beam Piper. Evil men had stolen his treasure, and Rod set out with his deer rifle and his great dog Brave to catch the thieves before they could reach the star folk. That the men had negatron pistols meant little. Rod was the keeper. When he heard the deer crash through the brush and scuffling the dead leaves, he stopped and stood motionless in the path. He watched them bolt down the slope from the right and cross in front of him, wishing he had the rifle, and when the last whitetail vanished in the gray-brown woods, he drove the spike of the ice staff into the stiffening ground and took both hands to shift the weight of the pack. If he'd had the rifle, he could have shot only one of them. As it was, they were unfrightened, and he knew where to find them in the morning. Ahead, to the west and north, low clouds massed. The white front of the Ice Father loomed clear and sharp between them and the blue of the distant forests. It would snow tonight. If it stopped at daybreak, he would have good tracking, and in any case it would be easier to get the carcasses home over snow. He wrenched loose the ice staff and started forward again, following the path that wound between and among and over the irregular mounds and hillocks. It was still an hour's walk to Keeper's house, and the daylight was fading rapidly. Sometimes, when he was not so weary and in so much haste, he would loiter here, wondering about the ancient buildings and the long-vanished people who had raised them. There had been no woods at all then. Nothing but great houses like mountains piling up toward the sky, and the valley where he meant to hunt tomorrow had been an arm of the sea that was now a 3-day foot journey away. Some said the cities had been destroyed and the people killed in wars. Big wars, not squabbles like the fights between sealing companies from different villages. He didn't think so himself. It was more likely that they had all left their homes and gone away in starships when the Ice Father had been born and started pushing down out of the north. There had been many starships then. When he had been a boy, the old men had talked about a long ago time when there had been hundreds of them visible in the sky, every morning and evening. But that had been long ago indeed. Starships came but seldom to this world now. This world was old and lonely and poor, like poor lonely old Rod, the keeper. He felt angry to find himself thinking like that. Never pity yourself, Rod. Be proud. That was what his father had always taught him. Be proud, for you are the keeper's son, and when I am gone, you will be the keeper after me. But in your pride be humble, for what you will keep is the crown. The thought of the crown, never entirely absent from his mind, wakened the anxiety that always slept lightly, if at all. He had been away all day, and there were so many things that could happen. The path seemed longer after that, the landmarks farther apart. Finally, he came out of the edge of the steep bank and looked down across the brook to the familiar low, windowless walls and sharp-ridged roof of Keeper's house. And when he came at last to the door and pulled the latch-string, he heard the dogs inside, the soft, coughing bark of Brave, and the anxious little whimper of Bold, and he knew that there was nothing wrong in Keeper's house. The room inside was lighted by a fist-sized chunk of lumicon hung in a net bag of thongs from the rafter over the table. It was old, cast off by some rich Southron as past its best brilliance. It had been old when he had bought it from Jorn Nasvik, the trader, and that had been years ago. Now its light was as dim and yellow as firelight. He'd have to replace it soon, But this trip, he had needed new cartridges for the big rifle. A man could live in darkness more easily than he could live without cartridges. The big black dogs were rising from their bed of deerskins on the stone slab that covered the crypt in the far corner. They did not come to meet him, but stayed in their place of trust, greeting him with anxious, eager little sounds. "Good boys," he said. "Good dog, Brave. Good dog, Bold. Old keeper's home again. Hungry?" They recognized that word and whined. He hung up the ice staff on the pegs by the door, then squatted and got his arms out of the pack straps. "Just a little now. Wait a little," he told the dogs. "Keeper'll get something for you." He unhooked the net bag that held the lumicon and went to the ladder, climbing to the loft between the stone ceiling and the steep snow-shed roof. He cut down 2 big chunks of smoked wild ox beef. The dogs liked that better than smoked venison, and climbed down. He tossed one chunk up against the ceiling, at the same time shouting, "Bold! Catch!" Bold leapt forward, sinking his teeth into the meat as it was still falling, shaking and mauling it. Brave, still on the crypt slab, was quivering with hunger and eagerness, but he remained in place until the second chunk was tossed and he was ordered to take it. Then he too lapped and caught it, savaging it in mimicry of a kill. For a while he stood watching them growl and snarl and tear their meat, great beasts whose shoulders came above his own waist. While they lived to guard it, the crown was safe. Then he crossed to the hearth, scraped away the covering ashes, piled on kindling and logs, and fanned the fire alight. He lifted the pack to the table and unlaced the deerskin cover. Cartridges in plastic boxes of 20, long and thick, shot for the duck gun, and powder and lead and cartridge primers, fills for the firelighter, salt, needles, a new file, and the deerskin bag of trade tokens. He emptied them on the table and counted them. Tokens, and half tokens, and 5 tokens, and even 1 10 token. There were always less in the bag after each trip to the village. The Southrons paid less and less each year for furs and skins, and asked more and more for what they had to sell. He put away the things he had brought from the village and was considering whether to open the crypt now and replace the bag of tokens when the dogs stiffened, looking at the door. They got to their feet, neck hairs bristling as the knocking began. He tossed the token bag onto the mantel and went to the door. The dogs followed and standing ready as he opened it. The snow had started, and now the ground was white except under the evergreens. 3 men stood outside the door, and over their shoulders he could see an airboat grounded in the clearing in front of his house. "You are honored, Roud Keeper," one of them began. "Here are strangers who have come to talk to you, strangers from the stars." He recognized the speaker. In sealskin boots and deerskin trousers and hooded overshirt like his own, Vahar Farg's son, one of the village people. His father was dead, and his woman was the daughter of Gorth's sledmaker, and he was a house dweller with his woman's father. A worthless youth, lazy and stupid and said to be a coward. Still, guests were guests, even when brought by the likes of Vahar Farg's son. He looked again at the airboat and remembered seeing it that day, made fast to the top deck of Joran Nazvik's trading ship, the Isa. "Enter and be welcome. The house is yours, and all in it that is mine to give." He turned to the dogs. "Brave, Bold, go watch." Obediently, they trotted over to the crypt and lay down. He stood aside. Vahar entered, standing aside also, as though he were the host, inviting his companions in. They wore heavy garments of woven cloth and boots of tanned leather with hard heels and stiff soles. And as they came in, each unbuckled and laid aside a belt with a holstered negatron pistol. One was stocky and broad-shouldered with red hair. The other was slender, dark-haired and dark-eyed, with a face as smooth as a woman's. Everybody in the village had wondered about them. They were not of your Nazvik's crew, but passengers on the Isa. These are Empire people from the far stars, Vahar informed him, naming their names, long names which meant nothing. Certainly they were not names the Southrons from the warm seas bore. And this is Rod the Keeper, with whom your honors wish to speak. Keeper's house is honored. I'm sorry that I have not food prepared. If you can excuse me while I make some ready. You think these noblemen from the stars would eat your swill? Vahar hooted. Crazy old fool. These are... The slim man pivoted on his heel. His open hand caught Vahar just below the ear and knocked him sprawling. It must have been some kind of trick blow. That or else the slim stranger was stronger than he looked. Hold your miserable tongue, he told Vahar, who was getting to his feet. We are guests of Rod the Keeper, and we'll not have him salted in his own house by a cur like you. The man with red hair turned. I am ashamed. We should not have brought this into your house. We should have left it outside. He spoke the Northland language well. It will honor us to share your food, Keeper. Yes, and see here, the younger man said. We didn't know you'd be alone. Let us help you. Dranego's a fine cook, and I'm not bad myself. He started to protest, then let them have their way. After all, a guest's women helped the woman of the house, and as there was no woman in Keeper's house, it was not unfitting for them to help him. Your friend's name is Dranego? He asked. I'm sorry, but I didn't catch yours. I don't wonder. Fool-mouthed it so badly, I couldn't understand it myself. It's Salvador. They fell to work with him, laying out eating tools. There were just enough to go around, and hunting for dishes, of which there were not. Salvador saved that situation by going out and bringing some in from the airboat. He must have realized that the lumicon over the table was the only light beside the fire in the house, for he was carrying a globe of the luminous plastic with him when he came in, grumbling about how dark it had gotten outside. It was new and brilliant, and the light hurt Rod's eyes at first. Are you truly from the stars? He asked, after the food was on the table and they had begun to eat. Neither I nor any in the village have seen anybody from the stars before. The big man with the red hair nodded. Yes, we are from Dremna. Why, Dremna was the great world, at the middle of everything. Dremna was the empire. People from Dremna came to the cities of Oster and fabulous Antark, as Southron traders from the warm seas came to the village of Norfolk. He stammered something about that. Yes, you see, Dranego began, I don't know the word for it in your language, but we're people whose work it is to learn things, not from other people or from books, but new things that nobody else knows. We came here to learn about the long ago times on this world, like the great city that was here and is now mounds of stone and earth. Then, when we go back to Dremna, we will tell other people what we have found out. Vahar, Farg's son, having eaten his fill, was fidgeting on his stool, looking contemptuously at the strangers and their host. He thought they were fools to waste time learning about people who had died long ago. So he thought the keeper was a fool to guard a worthless old piece of junk. Rod hesitated for a moment, then said, I have a very ancient thing here in this house. It was worn long ago by great kings. Their names and the names of their people are lost, but the crown remains. It was left to me as a trust by my father, who was keeper before me, and to whom it was left by his father, who was keeper in his time. Have you heard of it? Dranego nodded. We have heard of it. First of all, on Dremna, he said, the Empire has a space navy base and observatories and relay stations on this planet. Space Navy officers who have been here brought back the story. They heard it from traders from the warm seas, who must have gotten it from people like your Nazvik. Would you show it to us, Keeper? It was to see the crown that we came here." Rod got to his feet and saw as he unhooked the lumicon that he was trembling. "Yes, of course, it is an honor. It is an ancient and wonderful thing, but I never thought that it was known on Dremna." He hastened across to the crypt. The dogs looked up as he approached. They knew that he wanted to lift the cover, but they were comfortable and had to be coaxed to leave it. He laid aside the deerskins. The stone slab was heavy, and he had to strain to tilt it up. He leaned it against the wall, then picked up the lumicon and went down the steps into the little room below, opening the wooden chest and getting out the bundle wrapped in bearskin. He brought it up again and carried it to the table, from which Draeke and Salvador were clearing the dishes. "Here it is," he said, untying the thongs. "I do not know how old it is. It was old even before the Ice Father was born." That was too much for Har. "See, I told you he's crazy," he cried. "The Ice Father has been here forever. Gorth Sledmaker said so," he added, as though that settled it. "Gorth Sledmaker's a fool. He thinks the world began in the time of his grandfather." He had the thongs untied and spread the bearskin, revealing the blackened leather box, flat on the bottom and domed at the top. "How long ago do you think it was that the Ice Father was born?" he asked Salvador and Draeke. "Not more than 2,000 years, Draeke said. The glaciation hadn't started in the time of the Third Empire. There was no record of this planet during the Fourth, but by the beginnings of the Fifth Empire, less than 1,000 years ago, things here were very much as they are now." "There are other worlds which have Ice Fathers," Salvador explained. "They are all worlds having one pole or the other in open water surrounded by land. When the polar sea is warmed by water from the tropics, snow falls on the lands around, and more falls in winter than melts in summer, and so is an Ice Father formed. Then, when the polar sea is all frozen, no more snow falls, and the Ice Father melts faster than it grows, and finally vanishes. And then, when warm water comes to the polar sea again, more snow falls, and it starts over again. On a world like this, it takes 15 or 20,000 years from one Ice Father to the next." "I've never heard that there had been another Ice Father before this one. But then I only know the stories told by the old men when I was a boy. I suppose that was before the first people came in starships to this world." The two men of Dremna looked at each other oddly, and he wondered, as he unfastened the brass catches on the box, if he had said something foolish. And then he had the box open and lifted out the crown. He was glad now that Salvador had brought in the new lumicon, as he put the box aside and set the crown on the black bearskin. The golden circlet and the 4 arches of gold above it were clean and bright, and the jewels were splendid in the light. Salvador and Draeke were looking at it wide-eyed. Vahar Farg's son was open-mouthed. "Great universe! Will you look at that diamond on the top?" Salvador was saying. "That's not the work of any galactic art period," Draeke declared. "That thing goes back to the pre-interstellar era." And for a while he talked excitedly to Salvador. "Tell me, Keeper," Salvador said at length, "how much do you know about the crown? Where did it come from? Who made it? Who were the first keepers?" He shook his head. "I only know what my father told me when I was a boy. Now I am an old man, and some things I have forgotten. But my father was Rod's son, who was the son of Yorn, the son of Rod, the son of Ruch. He went back 6 more generations, then faltered and stopped. Beyond that, the names have been lost. But I do know that for a long time the crown was in a city to the north of here, and before that it was brought across the sea from another country, and the name of that country was Bryn." Draeke frowned, as though he had never heard the name before. Bryn. Salvador's eyes widened. Bryn. Draeke, do you think that might have been Britain? Draeke straightened, staring. It might be. Britain was a great nation once, the last nation to join the Terran Federation in the 3rd century pre-interstellar, and they had a king, and a crown with a great diamond. The story of where it was made, Rand offered, or who made it, has been lost. I suppose the first people brought it to this world when they came in starships. It's more wonderful than that, Keeper, Salvador said. It was made on this world before the first starship was built. This world is Terra, the mother world. Didn't you know that, Keeper? This is the world where man was born. He hadn't known that. Of course, there had to be a world like that, but a great world in the middle of everything like Dremna? Not this old, forgotten world. It is true, Keeper, Draeke told him. He hesitated slightly, then cleared his throat. Keeper, you're young no longer, and someday you must die, as your father and his father did. Who will care for the crown then? Who indeed? His woman had died long ago, and she had given him no sons, and the daughters she had given him had gone their own ways with men of their own choosing, and he didn't know what had become of any of them. And the village people? They would start picking the crown apart to sell the jewels one by one before the ashes of his pyre stopped smoking. Let us have it, Keeper, Salvador said. We will take it to Dremna, where armed men will guard it day and night, and it will be a trust upon the government of the Empire forever. He recoiled in horror. Man, you don't know what you are saying, he cried. This is the crown, and I am the keeper. I cannot part with it as long as there is life in me. And when there is not? What? Will it be laid on your pyre so that it may end with you? Draeke asked. Do you think we'd throw it away as soon as we got tired of looking at it? Salvador exclaimed. To show you how we'll value this, we'll give you... How much is 1,000 imperials in trade tokens, Draeke? I guess about 20,000. We'll give you 20,000 government trade tokens, Salvador said. If it costs us that much, you'll believe we'll take care of it, won't you? Rod rose stiffly. It is a wrong thing, he said, to enter a man's house and eat at his table and then insult him. Draeke rose also, and Salvador with him. We had no mind to insult you, Keeper, or offer you a bribe to betray your trust. We only offer to help you fulfill it so that the crown will be safe after all of us are dead. Well, we won't talk any more about it now. We're going in your Nazvik's ship tomorrow. He's trading in the country to the west, but before he returns to the warm seas, he'll stop at Long Valley Town. And we'll fly over to see you. In the meantime, think about this. Ask yourself if you would not be doing a better thing for the crown by selling it to us. They wanted to leave the dishes and the new Lumicon, and he permitted it, to show that he was not offended by their offer to buy the crown. He knew that it was something very important to them, and he admitted grudgingly that they could care for it better than he. At least they would not keep it in a hole under a hut in the wilderness, guarded only by dogs. But they were not keepers, and he was. To them, the crown would be but one of many important things. To him, it was everything. He could not imagine life without it. He lay for a long time among his bedrobes, unable to sleep, thinking of the crown and the visitors. Finally, to escape those thoughts, he began planning tomorrow morning's hunt. He would start out as soon as the snow stopped and go down among the scrub pines. He would take Brave with him and leave Bold on guard at home. Brave was more obedient and a better hunter. Bold would jump for the deer that had been shot, but Brave always tried to catch or turn the ones that were still running. He needed meat badly, and he needed more deerskins to make new clothes. He was thinking of the new overshirt he meant to make as he fell asleep. It was past noon when he and Brave turned back toward Keeper's house. The deer had gone farther than he had expected, but he had found them and killed 4. The carcasses were cleaned and hung from trees, out of reach of foxes and wolves, and he would take Brave back to the house and leave him on guard and return with Bold and the sled to bring in the meat. He was thinking cheerfully on the fresh meat when he came out onto the path of the village, a mile from Keeper's house. Then he stopped short, looking at the tracks. 3 men? No, 4, had come from the direction of the village since the snow had stopped. One had been wearing sealskin boots of the sort worn by all Northfolk. The others had worn Southron boots with ribbed plastic soles. That puzzled him. None of the village people wore Southron boots, and as he had been leaving in the early morning, he had seen your Nazvik's ship, the Isa, lift out from the village and pass overhead, vanishing in the west. Possibly these were deserters? In any case, they were not good people. He slipped the heavy rifle from its snow cover, checked the chamber, and hung the empty cover around his neck like a scarf. He didn't like the looks of it. He liked it even less when he saw that the man in sealskin boots had stopped to examine the tracks he and Brave had made on leaving, and had then circled the house and come back to be joined by his plastic-soled companions. Then they had all put down their packs and their ice staffs and advanced toward the door of the house. They had stopped there for a moment, and then they had entered, come out again, gotten their packs and ice staffs, and gone away up the slope to the north. "Wait, Brave," he said. "Watch." Then he advanced, careful not to step on any of the tracks until he reached the doorstep where it could not be avoided. "Bold," he called loudly. "Bold." Silence. No welcoming whimper, no padding of feet inside. He pulled the latch string with his left hand and pushed the door open with his foot, the rifle ready. There was no need for that. What welcomed him within was a sickening stench of burnt flesh and hair. The new lumicon lighted the room brilliantly. His first glance was enough. The slab that had covered the crypt was thrown aside, along with a pile of deerskins, and between it and the door was a shapeless black heap that, in a dimmer light, would not have been instantly recognizable as the body of Bold. Fighting down an impulse to rush in, he stood in the door looking about and reading the story of what had happened. The 4 men had entered, knowing they would find Bold alone. The one in the lead had had a negatron pistol drawn, and when Bold had leaped at them, he had been blasted. The blast had caught the dog from in front. The chest cavity was literally exploded, and the neck and head burned and smashed unrecognizably. Even the brass studs on the leather collar had been melted. That and the ribbed sole prints outside meant the same thing. Southrons. Every Southron who came into the Northland, even the common crewmen on the trading ships, carried some kind of an energy weapon. They were good only for fighting. One look at the body of Bold showed what they did to meat and skins. He entered then, laying his rifle on the table, and got down the lumicon and went over to the crypt. After a while he returned, hung up the light again, and dropped onto a stool. He was staring at the violated crypt and tugging with one hand at the corner of his beard, trying desperately to think. The thieves had known exactly where the crown was kept and how it was guarded. After killing Bold, they had gone straight to it, taken it, and gone away. 3 men in plastic-soled Southron boots and 1 man in soft boots of sealskins, each with a pack and an ice staff, and 2 of them with rifles. Vaharfarg's son and 3 deserters from the crew of Yorn Nazvik's ship. It hadn't been Dranigo and Salvadro. They could have left the ship in their airboat, come back, flying low, while he'd been hunting. But they would have grounded near the house. They would not have carried packs, and they would have brought nobody with them. He thought he knew what had happened. Vaharfarg's son had seen the crown, and he had heard the 2 starfolk offer more trade tokens for it than everything in the village was worth. But he was a coward. He would never dare to face the keeper's rifle and the teeth of Brave and Bold alone. So, since none of the village folk would have part in so shameful a crime against the moral code of the Northland, he had talked 3 of your Nazvik's airmen into deserting and joining him. And he had heard Draeke say that the Isa would return to Long Valley town after the trading voyage to the west. Long Valley was on the other side of this tongue of the Ice Father. It was a good 15 days' foot journey around, but by climbing and crossing, they could easily be there in time to meet Yorn Nazvik's ship and the 2 starfolk. Well, or BarryHaworth's son could take 3 Southruns, Rod the Keeper could follow. Their tracks led up the slope beside the brook, always bearing to the left in the direction of the Ice Father. After an hour, he found where they had stopped and unslung their packs and rested long enough to smoke a cigarette. He read the story they had left in the snow and then continued. Brave, trotting behind him, pulling the sled. A few snowflakes began dancing in the air, and he quickened his steps. He knew generally where the thieves were going, but he wanted their tracks unobliterated in front of him. The snow fell thicker and thicker, and it was growing dark, and he was tiring. Even Brave was stumbling occasionally before Rod stopped in a hollow among the pines to build his tiny fire and eat and feed the dog. They bedded down together, covered by the same sleeping robes. When he woke, the world was still black and white and gray in the early dawn light, and the robe that covered him and Brave was powdered with snow, and the pine branches above him were loaded and sagging. The snow had completely obliterated the tracks of the 4 thieves, and it was still falling. When the sled was packed and the dog harnessed to it, they set out, keeping close to the flank of the Ice Father on their left. It stopped snowing toward midday, and a little after he heard a shot far ahead, and then 2 more, one upon the other. The first shot would be the rifle of BarryHaworth's son. It was a single loader like his own. The other 2 were from one of the light Southron rifles, which fired a dozen shots one after another. They had shot at, something like a deer, he supposed. It was sensible. It would save their dried meat for the trip across the back of the Ice Father, and it showed that they still didn't know he was following them. He found their tracks some hours later. Toward dusk, he came to a steep building mound. It had fared better than most of the houses of the ancient people. It rose to 20 times a man's height, and on the southeast side, it was almost perpendicular. The other side sloped, and he was able to climb to the top, and far away ahead of him, he saw a tiny spark appear and grow. The fire could not be more than 2 hours ahead. He built no fire that evening, but shared a slab of pemmican with Brave, and they huddled together under the bearskin robe. The dog fell asleep at once. For a long time, Rod sat awake, thinking. At first, he considered resting for a while and then pressing forward and attacking them as they slept. He had to kill all of them to regain the crown. That he had taken for granted from the first. He knew what would happen if the government police came into this. They would take 1 Southrun's word against the word of 10 Northfolk, and the thieves would simply claim the crown as theirs and accuse him of trying to steal it. And Draeke and Salvador, they seemed like good men, but they might see this as the only way to get the crown for themselves. He would have to settle the affair for himself before the men reached Long Valley town. If he could do it here, it would save him and Brave the toil and danger of climbing the Ice Father. But could he? They had 2 rifles, 1 an autoloader, and they had in all likelihood 3 negatron pistols. After the single shot of the big rifle was fired, he had only a knife and a hatchet and the spiked and pickaxed ice staff. And Brave, one of the thieves would kill him before he and Brave killed all of them. And then the crown would be lost. He dropped into sleep, still thinking of what to do. He climbed the mound of the ancient building again in the morning and looked long and carefully at the face of the Ice Father. It would take the thieves the whole day to reach the place where the 2 tongues of the glacier split apart, the easiest spot to climb. They would not try to climb that evening. Bahar, who knew the most about it, would be the last to advise such a risk. He was sure that by going up at the nearest point, he could get to the top of the Ice Father before dark, drag Brave up after him. It would be a fearful climb, and he would have most of a day's journey after that to reach the head of the long ravine up which the thieves would come. But when they came up, he could be there waiting for them. He knew what the old rifle could do to an inch, and there were places where the thieves would be coming up where he could stay out of blaster range and pick them off, even with a single loader. He knew about negatron pistols, too. They shot little bullets of energy. They were very fast and did not drop like a real bullet, so that no judgment of range was needed. But the energy died quickly. The negatrons lived only long enough to go 500 paces and no more. At 800, he could hit a man easily. He almost felt himself pitying Vahar Farg's son and his companions. When he reached the tumble of rocks it had been dragged along with and pushed out from the Ice Father, he stopped and made up a pack: sleeping robes, all his cartridges, as much pemmican as he could carry, and the bag of trade tokens. If the chase took him to Long Valley Town, he would need money. He also coiled about his waist a long rawhide climbing rope and left the sled harness on Brave, simply detaching the traces. At first, they walked easily on the sloping ice. Then, as it grew steeper, he fastened the rope to the dog's harness and advanced a little at a time, dragging Brave up after him. Soon he was forced to snub the rope with his ice staff and chop steps with his hatchet. Toward noon, at least he thought it was noon, it began snowing again, and the valley below was blotted out in a swirl of white. They came to a narrow ledge where they could rest, with a wall of ice rising sheerly above them. He would have to climb that alone, and then pull Brave up with a rope. He started working his way up the perpendicular face, clinging by the pick of his ice staff, chopping footholds with the hatchet. The pack and the slung rifle on his back pulled at him and threatened to drag him down. At length he dragged himself over the edge and drove the ice staff in. "Up, Brave!" he called, tugging on the rope. "Good dog, Brave! Come up!" Brave tried to jump and slip back. He tried again, and this time Rub snubbed the rope and held him. Below, the dog pawed frantically until he found a paw hold on one of the chopped-out steps. Rod hauled on the rope and made another snub. It seemed like hours. It probably was. His arms were aching, and he had lost all sense of time or of the cold or of the danger of the narrow ledge. He forgot all about the crown and the men who had stolen it. He even forgot how he'd come up here, or that he had ever been anywhere else. All that mattered was to get Brave up on the ledge beside him. Finally, Brave came up and got first his forepaws and then his body over the edge. He lay still, panting proudly, while Rod hugged him and told him over and over that he was a good dog. They rested for a long time, and Rod got a slab of pemmican from the pack and divided it with Brave. It was while they rested in the snow, munching, that he heard the sound for the first time. It was faint and far away. It sounded like thunder, or like an avalanche beginning, and that puzzled him, for this was not the time of year for either. As he listened, he heard it again. This time he recognized it. Negatron pistols. It frightened him. He wondered if the thieves had met a band of hunters. No, if they were fighting Northfolk, there would be the reports of firearms too. Or might they be fighting amongst themselves? Remembering the melted brass studs on Bold's collar, he became more frightened at the thought of what a negatron blast could do to the crown. The noise stopped, then started again, and he got to his feet, calling to Brave. They were on a wide ledge that slanted upward toward the north. It would take him closer to the top, and closer to where Vahar and his companions would come up. Together they started up, Rod probing cautiously ahead of him with the ice staff for hidden crevices. After a while, he came to a wide gap in the ice beside him, slanting toward the top, its upper end lost in swirling snow. So he and Brave began climbing, and after a while he could no longer hear the negatron pistols. When it was almost too dark to go further, he suddenly found himself on level snow and here he made camp, digging a hole and lining it with the sleeping robes. The sky was clear when he woke, and a pale yellow light was glowing in the east. For a while he lay huddled with the dog, stiff and miserable, and then he forced himself to his feet. He ate and fed Brave, and then checked his rifle and made his pack. He was sure now that he had a plan that would succeed. He could reach the place where Vahar and the Southrons would come up long before they did, and be waiting for them. In his imagination, he could see them coming up single file, Vahar Farg's son in the lead, and he could imagine himself hidden behind a mound of snow, the ice staff upright to brace his left hand, and the forestock of the rifle resting on his outthrust thumb and the butt against his shoulder. The first bullet would be for Vahar. He could shoot all of them one after another that way. He stopped, looking in chagrined incredulity at the tracks in front of him, the tracks he knew so well, of one man in sealskin boots and 3 men with ribbed plastic soles. Why, it couldn't be. They should be no more than halfway up the long ravine between the 2 tongues of the Ice Father, 10 miles to the north. But here they were, on the back of the Ice Father and crossing to the west ahead of him. They must have climbed the sheer wall of ice only a few miles from where he had dragged himself and Brave to the top. Then he remembered the negatron blasts he had heard. While he had been chopping footholds with a hatchet, they had been smashing tons of ice out of their way. "Well, Brave," he said mildly, "old Keeper wasn't so smart after all, was he? Come on, Brave." The thieves were making good time. He read that from the tracks, straight, evenly spaced, no weary heel dragging. Once or twice he saw where they had stopped for a brief rest. He hoped to see their fire in the evening. He didn't. They wouldn't have enough fuel to make a big one, or keep it burning long. But in the morning, as he was breaking camp, he saw black smoke ahead. A few times he had been in airboats and had looked down on the back of the Ice Father. It had looked flat. Really, it was not. There were long ridges, sheared on one side and sloping gently on the other, where the ice had overridden hills and low mountains, or had cracked and one side had pushed up over the other. And there were deep gullies where the prevailing winds had scooped away loose snow year after year for centuries, and drifts where it had piled, many of them higher than the building mounds of the ancient cities. But from a distance, as from above, they all blended into a featureless white monotony. At last, leaving a tangle of cliffs and ravines, he looked out across a broad stretch of nearly level snow and saw for the first time the men he was following. 4 tiny dots so far that they seemed motionless, strung out in single file. Instantly he crouched behind a swell in the surface and dragged Brave down beside him. One of them, looking back, might see him as he saw them. When they vanished behind a snow hill, he rose and hastened forward to take cover again. He kept at this all day. By alternately resting and running, he found himself gaining on them, and toward evening he was within rifle range. The man in the lead was Vahar Farg's son. Even at that distance he recognized him easily. The others were Southrons, of course. They wore quilted garments of cloth and quilted hoods. The man next to Vahar, in blue, carried a rifle as Vahar did. The man in yellow had only an ice staff, and the man in green at the rear had the crown on his pack, still in the bearskin bundle. He waited, at the end of the day, until he saw the light of their fire. Then he and Brave circled widely around their camp and stopped behind a snow ridge on the other side of an open and level stretch a mile wide. He dug the sleeping hole on the crest of the ridge, making it larger than usual, and piled up a snow breastwork in front of it with an embrasure through which he could look or fire without being seen. Before daybreak he was awake and had his pack made, and when he saw the smoke of the thieves' campfire, he was lying behind his breastwork, rifle resting on its folded cover, muzzle toward the smoke. He lay for a long time watching before he saw the file of tiny dots emerge into the open. They came forward steadily, in the same order as the day before, Vahar in the lead and the man with the crown in the rear. The thieves suspected nothing. They grew larger and larger as they approached, until they were at the range for which he had set his sights. He cuddled the butt of the rifle against his cheek, As the man who carried the crown walked under the blade of the front sight, he squeezed the trigger. The rifle belched pink flame and roared and pounded his shoulder. As the muzzle was still rising, he flipped open the breech and threw out the empty. He inserted a fresh round. There were only 3 of them now. The man with the bearskin bundle was down and motionless. Vahar Farg's son had gotten his rifle unslung and uncovered. The south run with the other rifle was slower. He was only getting off the cover as Vahar, who must have seen the flash, fired hastily. Too hastily. The bullet kicked up snow 20 feet to the left. The third man had drawn his negatron pistol and was trying to use it. Thin hairlines of brilliance were jetting out from his hand, stopping far short of the mark. Rod closed his sights on the man with the auto-loading rifle. As he did, the man with the negatron pistol, realizing the limitations of his weapon, was sweeping it back and forth, aiming at the snow 50 yards in front of him. Rod couldn't see the effect of his second shot. Between him and his target, bluish light blazed and twinkled, and dense clouds of steam rose, but he felt sure that he had missed. He reloaded and watched for movements on the edge of the rising steam. It cleared, slowly. When it did, there was nothing behind it. Even the body of the dead man was gone. He blinked, bewildered. He'd picked that place carefully, and there had been no gully or ravine within running distance. Then he grunted. There hadn't been, but there was now. The negatron pistol again. The thieves were hidden in a pit they had blasted, and they had dragged the body in with them. He crawled back to reassure Brave, who was guarding the pack, and to shift the pack back for some distance. Then he returned to his embrasure in the snow fort and resumed his watch. For a long time nothing happened, and then a head came briefly peeping up out of the pit, a head under a green hood. Rode chuckled mirthlessly into his beard. If he'd been doing that, he'd have traded hoods with the dead man before shoving up his body to draw a fire. This kept up at intervals for about an hour. He was wondering if they would stay in the pit until dark. Then Vahar Farg's son leapt out of the pit and began running across the snow. He had his pack and his rifle. He ran zigzag almost directly to where Rod was lying. Rod laughed, this time in real amusement. The Southrons had chased Vahar out, as a buck will chase his does out in front of him when he thinks there's danger in front. If Vahar wasn't shot, it would be safe for them to come out. If he was, it would be no loss, and the price of the crown would only have to be divided in 2 rather than 3 shares. Vahar came to within 200 yards of Rod's unseen rifle, and then dropped his pack and flung himself down behind it, covering the ridge with his rifle. Minutes passed. Then the Southron in yellow came out and ran forward. He had the bearskin bundle on his pack. He ran to where Vahar lay, added his pack to Vahar's, and lay down behind it. Rod chewed his underlip in vexation. This wasn't the way he wanted it. That fellow had a negatron pistol, and he was close enough to use it effectively. And he was sheltered behind the crown. Rod was afraid to shoot. He didn't miss what he shot at often, but no man alive could say that he never missed. The other Southron, the one in blue with the auto-loading rifle, came out and advanced slowly, his weapon at the ready. Rod tensed himself to jump, aimed carefully, and waited. When the man in blue was 100 yards from the pit, he shot him dead. The rifle was still lifting from the recoil when he sprang to his feet, turned, and ran. Before he was 20 feet away, the place where he had been exploded, the force of the blast almost knocking him down. A steam blew past and ahead of him. Ignoring his pack and ice staff, he ran on, calling to Brave to follow. The dog obeyed instantly. More negatron blasts were thundering and blazing and steaming on the crest of the ridge. He swerved left, ran up another slope, and slid down the declivity beyond into the ravine on the other side. There he paused to eject the empty, make sure that there was no snow in the rifle bore, and reload. The blasting had stopped by then. After a moment, he heard the voice of Vahar Farg's son and guessed that the 2 surviving thieves had advanced to the blasted crest of the other ridge. They'd find the pack and his tracks and Brave's. He wondered whether they'd come hunting for him or turn around and go the other way. He knew what he'd do under the circumstances, but he doubted if Vahar's mind would work that way. The Southrons might. He wouldn't want to be caught between blaster range and rifle range of Raoud. the keeper again. "Come, Brave," he whispered, looking quickly around, then started to run. He lay a trail down this ravine for them to follow. Then get to the top of the ridge beside it, double back and wait for them. Let them pass and shoot the Southron first. By now, Vahar would have a negatron pistol too, taken from the body of the man in blue, but it wasn't a weapon he was accustomed to, and he'd be more than a little afraid of it. The ravine ended against an upthrust face of ice at right angles to the ridge he had just crossed. There was a V-shaped notch between them. He turned into this. It would be a good place to get to the top. He found himself face to face at 15 feet with Vahar Farg's son and the Southron in yellow coming through from the other side. They had their packs. The Southron had the bearskin bundle, and they had drawn negatron pistols in their hands. Swinging up the rifle, he shot the Southron in the chest, making sure he hit him low enough to miss the crown. At the same time, he shouted, "Catch, Brave!" Brave never jumped for the deer or wild ox that had been shot, always for the one still on its feet. He launched himself straight at the throat of Vahar Farg's son and into the muzzle of Vahar's blaster. He died in a blue-white flash. Rod had reversed the heavy rifle as Brave leapt. He threw it, butt on like a seal spear, into Vahar's face. As soon as it was out of his fingers, he was jumping forward, snatching out his knife. His left hand found Vahar's right wrist, and he knew that he was driving the knife into Vahar's body over and over, trying to keep the blaster pointed away from him and away from the body of the dead Southron. At last, the negatron pistol fell from Vahar's fingers, and the arm that had been trying to fend off his knife relaxed. He straightened and tried to stand. He had been kneeling on Vahar's body, he found, and reeled giddily. He got to his feet and stumbled to the other body. Kneeling beside it, he tried for a long time before he was able to detach the bearskin bundle from the dead man's pack. Then he got the pack open and found dried venison. He started to divide it and realized there was no Brave with him to share it. He had just sent Brave to his death. Well, and so? Brave had been a keeper's dog. He had died for the crown, and that had been his duty. If he could have saved the crown by giving his own life, Rod would have died too, but he could not. If Rod died, the crown was lost. The sky was darkening rapidly, and the snow was whitening the body in green. Moving slowly, he started to make camp for the night. It was still snowing when he woke. He started to rise, wondering at first where Brave was, and then he huddled back among the robes, his own and the dead men's, and tried to go to sleep again. Finally, he got up and ate some of his pemmican, gathered his gear, and broke camp. For a moment, and only a moment, he stood looking to the east, in the direction he had come from. Then he turned west and started across the snow toward the edge of the Ice Father. The snow stopped before he reached the edge, and the sun was shining when he found a slanting way down into the valley. Then, out of the north, a black dot appeared in the sky and grew larger, until he saw that it was a government airboat, one of the kind used by the men who measured the growth of the Ice Father. It came curving in and down toward him, and a window slid open and a man put his head out. "Want us to lift you down?" he asked. "We're going to Long Valley Town, if that's where you're going. We can take you the whole way." "Yes, that's where I'm going." He said it as though he were revealing for the first time some discovery he had just made. "For your kindness and help, I thank you." In less time than a man could walk 2 miles with a pack, they were letting down in front of the government house in Long Valley Town. He'd never been in the government house before. The walls were clear glass, the floors were plastic, clean and white. Strips of bright new lumicon ran around every room at the tops of all the walls. There were no fires, but the great rooms were as warm as though it were a midsummer afternoon. Still carrying his pack and his rifle, Rod went to the desk where a Southron in a white shirt sat. "Has your Nazvik ship, the Isa, been here lately?" he asked. "About 6 days ago," the Southron said, without looking up from the papers on his desk. "She's on a trading voyage to the west now, but Nazvik's coming back here before he goes south. Be here in about 10 days. He looked up. "You have business with Nazvik?" Rod shook his head. "Not with your Nazvik, no. My business is with the 2 star folk who are passengers with him, Dronigo and Salvador." The Southron looked displeased. Aren't you getting a little above yourself, old man? Calling the Prince Salvestradrin and the Lord Dranagrastin by their familiar names? He asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Those were the names they gave me. I didn't know they had any others. The Southron started to laugh, then stopped. And if I may ask, what is your name, and what business have you with them? He inquired. Raud told him his name. I have something for them, something they want very badly. If I can find a place to stay here, I will wait until they return. The Southron got to his feet. Wait here for a moment, keeper, he said. I'll be back soon. He left the desk, going into another room. After a while, he came back. This time he was respectful. I was talking to the Lord Dranagraston, whom you know as Dranago, on the radio. He and the Prince Salvestradrin are lifting clear of the Isa in their airboat and coming back here to see you. They should be here in about 3 hours. If in the meantime you wish to bathe and rest, I'll find you a room, and I suppose you'll want something to eat too. He was waiting at the front of the office, looking out the glass wall, when the airboat came in and grounded, and Salvadro and Dranago jumped down and came hurrying up the walk to the doorway. Well, here you are, keeper, Dranago greeted him, clasping his hand. Then he saw the bearskin bundle under Rod's arm. You brought it with you? But didn't you believe that we were coming? Are you going to let us have it? Salvadro was asking. Yes, I will sell it to you for the price you offered. I am not fit to be keeper any longer. I lost it. It was stolen from me the day after I saw you, and I have only yesterday gotten it back. Both my dogs were killed, too. I can no longer keep it safe. Better that you take it with you to Dremna, away from this world where it was made. I have thought before that this world and I are both old and good for nothing anymore. This world may be old, keeper, Dranago said, but it is the mother world, Terra, the world that sent man to the stars, and you, when you lost the crown, you recovered it again. The next time I won't be able to. Too many people will know that the crown is worth stealing, and the next time they'll kill me first. Well, we said we'd give you 20,000 trade tokens for it, Salvadro said. We'll have them for you as soon as you can draw them from your government bank here, or give you a check and let you draw them as you want them. Raud didn't understand that, and Salvadro didn't try to explain. And then we'll fly you home. He shook his head. No, I have no home. The place where you saw me is Keeper's house, and I am not the keeper anymore. I will stay here and find a place to live and pay somebody to take care of me. With 20,000 trade tokens, he could do that. It would buy a house in which he could live, and he could find some woman who had lost her man who would do his work for him. But he must be careful of the money, dig a crypt in the corner of his house for it. He wondered if he could find a pair of good dogs and train them to guard it for him. End of The Keeper by H. Beam Piper.
Everest by Isaac Asimov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Everest by Isaac Asimov. In 1952, they were about ready to give up trying to climb Mount Everest. It was the photographs that kept them going. As photographs go, they weren't much, fuzzy, streaked, and with just dark blobs against the white to be interested in. But those dark blobs were living creatures. The men swore to it. I said, "What the hell? They've been talking about creatures skidding along the Everest glaciers for 40 years. It's about time we did something about it." James Abram Robbins, was the one who pushed me into that position. He was always nuts on mountain climbing, you see. He was the one who knew all about how the Tibetans wouldn't go near Everest because it was the mountain of the gods. He could quote me every mysterious man-like footprint ever reported in the ice, 25,000 feet up. He knew by heart every tall story about the spindly white creatures speeding along the crags just over the last heartbreaking camp which the climbers had managed to establish. It's good to have one enthusiastic creature of the sort at Planetary Survey headquarters. The last photographs put bite into his words, though. After all, you might just barely think they were men. Jimmy said, "Look, boss, the point isn't that they're there. The point is that they move fast. Look at that figure. It's blurred." The camera might have moved. The crag here is sharp enough, and the men swear it was running. Imagine the metabolism it must have to run at that oxygen pressure. Look, boss, would you have believed in deep-sea fish if you'd never heard of them? You have fish which are looking for new niches in the environment which they can exploit, so they go deeper and deeper into the abyss until one day they find they can't return. They've adapted so thoroughly they can live only under tons of pressure. Well, damn it, can't you reverse the picture? Creatures can be forced up a mountain, can't they? They can learn to stick it out in thinner air and colder temperatures. They can live on moss or on occasional birds, just as the deep-sea fish in the last analysis live on the upper fauna that slowly go filtering down. Then, someday, they find they can't go down again. I don't even say they're men. They could be chamois or mountain goats or badgers or anything. I said stubbornly, "The witnesses said they were vaguely man-like, and the reported footprints are certainly man-like." "Or bear-like," said Jimmy. "You can't tell." So that's when I said it. It's about time we did something about it. Jimmy shrugged and said, "They've been trying to climb Mount Everest for 40 years. And he shook his head. "For gosh sake," I said, "all you mountain climbers are nuts, that's for sure. You're not interested in getting to the top. You're just interested in getting to the top in a certain way. It's about time we stopped fooling around with picks, ropes, camps, and all the paraphernalia of the gentleman's club that sends suckers up the slopes every 5 years or so." "What are you getting at?" "They invented the airplane in 1903, you know." "You mean fly over Mount Everest?" He said it in the way an English lord would say, "Shoot a fox," or an angler would say, "Use worms." "Yes," I said, "fly over Mount Everest and let someone down on the top. Why not?" "He won't live long. The fellow you let down, I mean." "Why not?" I asked again. "You drop supplies and oxygen tanks, and the fellow wears a spacesuit. Naturally." It took time to get the Air Force to listen and to agree to send a plane, and by that time Jimmy Robbins had swiveled his mind to the point where he volunteered to be the one to land on Everest's peak. "After all," he said in half a whisper, "I'd be the first man ever to stand there." That's the beginning of the story. The story itself can be told very simply and in far fewer words. The plane waited 2 weeks during the best part of the year, as far as Everest was concerned, that is, for a siege of only moderately nasty flying weather, then took off. They made it. The pilot reported by radio to a listening group exactly what the top of Mount Everest looked like when seen from above, and then he described exactly how Jimmy Robbins looked as his parachute got smaller and smaller. Then another blizzard broke and the plane barely made it back to base, and it was another 2 weeks before the weather was bearable again. And all that time Jimmy was on the roof of the world by himself, and I hated myself for a murderer. The plane went back up 2 weeks later to see if they could spot his body. I don't know what good it would have done if they had, but that's the human race for you. How many dead in the last war? Who can count that high? But money or anything else is no object to the saving of one life or even the recovering of one body. They didn't find his body, but they did find a smoke signal curling up in the thin air and whipping away in the gusts. They let down a grapple, and Jimmy came up, still in his spacesuit, looking like hell, but definitely alive. The PS to the story involves my visit to the hospital last week to see him. He was recovering very slowly. The doctors said shock. They said exhaustion. But Jimmy's eyes said a lot more. I said, "How about it, Jimmy? You haven't talked to the reporters. You haven't talked to the government. All right. How about talking to me?" "I've got nothing to say," he whispered. "Sure you have," I said. "You lived on top of Mount Everest during a 2-week blizzard. You didn't do that by yourself, not with all the supplies we dumped along with you. Who helped you, Jimmy boy?" I guess he knew there was no use trying to bluff. Or maybe he was anxious to get it off his mind. He said, "They're intelligent, boss. They compressed air for me. They set up a little power pack to keep me warm. They sent up the smoke signal when they spotted the airplane coming back." "I see." I didn't want to rush him. It's like we thought. They've adapted to Everest life. They can't come down the slopes. "No, they can't. And we can't go up the slopes. Even if the weather didn't stop us, they would." "They sound like kindly creatures, so why should they object? They helped you." "They have nothing against us. They spoke to me, you know. Telepathy." I frowned. "Well then." "But they don't intend to be interfered with. They're watching us, boss. They've got to. We've got atomic power. We're about to have rocket ships. They're worried about us, and Everest is the only place they can watch us from." I frowned deeper. He was sweating, and his hands were shaking. I said, "Easy, boy. Take it easy. What on earth are these creatures?" And he said, "What do you suppose would be so adapted to thin air and sub-zero cold that Everest would be the only livable place on Earth for them? That's the whole point. They're nothing at all on Earth. They're Martians." And that's it. End of Everest by Isaac Asimov. Recording by BarryHaworth, Brisbane, Australia.
The Mercenaries by H. Beam Piper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. The Mercenaries by H. Beam Piper. Once, wars were won by maneuvering hired fighting men. Now, wars are different, and the hired experts are different. But the human problems remain. Duncan MacLeod hung up the suit he had taken off and sealed his shirt, socks, and underwear in a laundry envelope bearing his name and identity number, tossing this into one of the wire baskets provided for the purpose. Then, naked except for the plastic identity disc around his neck, he went over to the desk, turned in his locker key, and passed into the big room beyond. 4 or 5 young men, probably soldiers on their way to town, were coming through from the other side. Like MacLeod, they wore only the plastic discs they had received in exchange for the metal ones they wore inside the reservation, and they were being searched by attendants who combed through their hair, probed into ears and nostrils, peered into mouths with tiny searchlights, and employed a variety of magnetic and electronic detectors. To this search MacLeod submitted wearily. He'd become quite a connoisseur of security measures in 15 years' research and development work for a dozen different nations. But the Tonto Basin Research Establishment of the Philadelphia Project exceeded anything he had seen before. There were gray-haired veterans of the old Manhattan Project here, men who had worked with Fermi at Chicago or with Oppenheimer at Los Alamos 20 years before, and they swore in amused exasperation when they thought of how the relatively mild regulations of those days had irked them. And yet, The very existence of the Manhattan Project had been kept a secret from all but those engaged in it, and its purpose from most of them. Today, in 1965, there might have been a few wandering tribesmen in Somaliland or Kyrgyz steppes who had never heard of the Western Union's Philadelphia Project, or of the Fourth Comintern's Red Triumph 5-year plan, or of the Islamic Caliphate's Al-Borak undertaking, or the Ibero-American Confederation's Cavour Project, but every literate person in the world knew that the 4 great power blocks were racing desperately to launch the first spaceship to reach the moon and build the lunar fortress that would ensure world supremacy. He turned in the non-magnetic identity disc at the desk on the other side of the search room, received the metal one he wore inside the reservation, and with it the key to his inside locker. He put on the clothes he had left behind when he'd passed out, and filled his pockets with the miscellany of small articles he had not been allowed to carry off the reservation. He knotted the garish necktie affected by the civilian workers, and in particular by members of the McLeod research team to advertise their non-military status, lit his pipe, and walked out into the open gallery beyond. Karen Hillquist was waiting for him there, reclining in one of the metal chairs. She looked cool in the belted white coveralls, with a white turban bound around her yellow hair, and very beautiful. And when he saw her, his heart gave a little bump, like a Geiger responding to an ionizing particle. It always did that, although they'd been together for 12 years and married for 10. Then she saw him and smiled, and he came over, fanning himself with his sun helmet, and dropped into a chair beside her. "Did you call our center for a jeep?" he asked. When she nodded, he continued, "I thought you would, so I didn't bother." For a while they sat silent, looking with bored distaste at the swarm of steel-helmeted Army riflemen and Tommy gunners guarding the transfer platforms and the vehicles gate. A string of trucks had been passed under heavy guard into the clearance compound. They were now unloading supplies onto a platform at the other side of which other trucks were backed, waiting to receive the shipment. 100 feet of bare concrete and 50 armed soldiers separated these from the men and trucks from the outside, preventing contact. "And still, they can't stop leaks," Karen said softly, "and we get blamed for it." McLeod nodded and started to say something when his attention was drawn by a commotion on the driveway. A big Tucker limousine with an OD paint job and the single-starred flag of a brigadier general was approaching, horning impatiently. In the back seat, McLeod could see a heavy-shouldered figure with the face of a bad-tempered Great Dane. General Daniel Nayland, the military commander of Tonto Basin. The inside guards jumped to attention and saluted. The barrier shot up as though rocket-propelled, and the car slid through. The barrier slammed down behind it. On the other side, the guards were hurling themselves into a frenzy of saluting. Karen made a face after the receding car and muttered something in Hindustani. She probably didn't know the literal meaning of what she had called General Nyland, but she understood that it was a term of extreme opprobrium. Her husband contributed. His idea of heaven would be a huge research establishment where he'd be a 5-star general, and Galileo, Newton, Priestley, Dalton, Maxwell, Planck, and Einstein would be tech sergeants. And Marie Curie and Lise Meitner would be whack corporals. Karen added, "He really hates all of us, doesn't he?" "He hates our team," McLeod replied. "In the first place, we're a lot of civilians who aren't subject to his regulations and don't have to salute him. We're working under contract with the Western Union, not with the United States government. And as the United States participates in the Western Union on a treaty basis, our contract has the force of a treaty obligation. It gives us what amounts to extraterritoriality, like Europeans in China during the 19th century. So we have our own transport, for which he must furnish petrol, and our own armed guard, and we fly our own flag over Team Center, and that gripes him as much as anything else." the fact that we're foreigners. So wouldn't he love to make this espionage rap stick on us? And our contract specifically gives the United States the right to take action against us in case we endanger the national security, Karen added. She stuffed her cigarette into the not too recently emptied receiver beside her chair, her blue eyes troubled. You know, some of us could get shot over this if we're not careful. Dunk, does it really have to be one of our own people who? I don't see how it could be anybody else. McLeod said, I don't like the idea any more than you do, but there it is. Well, what are we going to do? Is there nobody whom we can trust? Among the technicians and guards, yes. I can think of a score who are absolutely loyal. But among the team itself, the top researchers, there's nobody I'd take a chance on but Kato Sugihara. Can you even be sure of him? I'd hate to think of him as a traitor, but I have a couple of reasons for eliminating Kato, McLeod said. In the first place, outside nuclonic and binding force physics, there are only 3 things he's interested in: jitterbugging, hand-painted neckties, and Southern-style cooking. If he went over to the Comintern, he wouldn't be able to get any of those. Then he only spends about half his share of the team's profits and turns the rest back into the team fund. He has a credit of about $100,000, which he'd be losing by leaving us. And then there's another thing. Kato's father was killed on Guadalcanal in 1942 when he was only 5. After that, he was brought up in the teachings of Bushido by his grandfather, an old-time samurai. Bushido is open to some criticism, but nobody can show where double-crossing your own gang is good Bushido. And today, Japan is allied with the Western Union, and in any case, he wouldn't help the Comintern. The Japs will forgive Russia for that Mussolini backstab in 1945 after the Irish start building monuments to Cromwell. A light blue Jeep, lettered McLeod Research Team in cherry red, was approaching across a wide concrete apron. McLeod grinned. Here it comes. Fasten your seatbelt when you get in. That's Ahmed driving. Karen looked at her watch. And it's almost time for dinner. You know, I dread the thought of sitting at the table with the others and wondering which of them is betraying us. Only 9 of us instead of 13. And still one is a Judas, McLeod said. I suppose there's always a place for Judas at any table. The McLeod team dined together, apart from their assistants and technicians and students. This was no snobbish attempt at class distinction. Matters of team policy were often discussed at the big round table, and the more confidential details of their work. People who have only their knowledge and their ideas to sell are wary about bandying either loosely, and the 6 men and 3 women who faced each other across the 12-foot diameter of the teakwood table had no other stock in trade. They were 9 people of 9 different nationalities, or they were 9 people of the common extra nationality of science. That Duncan McLeod, their leader, had grown up in the Transvaal, and his wife had been born in the Swedish university town of Uppsala, was typical not only of their own group, but of the hundreds of independent research teams that had sprung up after the Second World War. The scientist adventurer may have been born of the relentless struggle for scientific armament supremacy among nations and the competition for improved techniques among industrial corporations during the late 1950s and early 60s, but he had been begotten when 2 masses of uranium came together at the top of a steel tower in New Mexico in 1945, and because scientific research is preeminently a matter of pooling brains and efforts, the independent scientists had banded together into teams whose leaders acquired power greater than that of any condottiere captain of Renaissance Italy. Duncan McLeod, sitting outwardly relaxed and merry and secretly watchful and bitterly sad, was such a free captain of science. One by one, the others had rallied around him, not because he was a greater physicist than they, But because he was a bolder, more clever, less scrupulous adventurer, better able to guide them through the maze of international power politics and the no less ruthless, if nakedly violent, world of big industry. There was his wife, Karen Hillquist, the young metallurgist, who, before she was 25, had perfected a new hardening process for SKF and an incredibly tough gun steel for the Buffers works. In the few minutes since they had returned to Team Center, she had managed to change her coveralls for a skirt and blouse and do something intriguing with her hair. There was Kato Segahara, looking younger than his 28 years, who had begun to demonstrate the existence of whole orders of structure below the level of nuclear particles. There was Suzanne Maillard, her gray hair upswept from a face that had never been beautiful, but which was alive with something rarer than mere beauty. She possessed, at the brink of 50, a charm and smartness that many women half her age might have envied, and she knew more about cosmic rays than any other person living. And Adam Lewinsky, his black mustache contrasting so oddly with his silver hair, frantically scribbling equations on his doodling pad, as though his racing fingers could never keep pace with his brain, and explaining them, with obvious condescension, to the boyish-looking Japanese beside him. He was one of the greatest living mathematicians of anybody's reckoning, the greatest by his own. And Sir Neville Lawton, the electronics expert, with thinning red-gray hair and meticulously clipped mustache, who always gave the impression of being in evening clothes, even when, as now, he was dressed in faded khaki. And Chaim Ben Hail, the Israeli quantum and wave mechanics man, his heaping dinner plate an affront to the laws of Moses, his white hair a fluffy tangled chaos, laughing at an impassively delivered joke the English knight had made. And Rudolf von Heldenfeld, with a thin-lipped killer's mouth and a frozen face that never betrayed its owner's thoughts. He was the specialist in magnetic currents and electromagnetic fields. And Farida Korgunlu, the Turkish girl whom MacLeod and Karen had found begging in the streets of Istanbul 10 years ago, and who had grown up following the fortunes of the MacLeod team on every continent and in a score of nations. It was doubtful if she had ever had a day's formal schooling in her life, but now she was secretary of the team with a grasp of physics that would have shamed many a professor. She had grown up a beauty, too, with large, dark eyes and jet-black hair and paper-white skin of her race. She and Kato Segahara were very much in love. A good team, the best physics research team in a power-mad, knowledge-hungry world, MacLeod thought, toying with the stem of his wine-glass, of some of their triumphs. The West Australia Atomic Power Plant, the Segovia Plutonium Works, which had got them all titled as grandees of the restored Spanish monarchy, the Seawater Chemical Extraction Plant in Puerto Rico, where they had worked for Associated Enterprises, whose president, Blake Hartley, had later become president of the United States. The hard-won victory over a seemingly insoluble problem in the Belgian Congo uranium mines. He thought, too, of the dangers they had faced together. In a world where soldiers must use the weapons of science and scientists must learn the arts of violence, of the treachery of the Islamic Caliphate, for whom they had once worked, of the intrigues and plots which had surrounded them in Spain, of the many attempted kidnappings and assassinations, of the time of Basra, when they had fought with pistols and Tommy guns and snatched up clubs and flasks of acid to defend their laboratories. A good team, before the rot of treason had touched it. He could almost smell the putrid stench of it, and yet, as he glanced from face to face, he could not guess the traitor, and he had so little time. Kato Shigehara's voice rose to dominate the murmur of conversation around the table. I think I am getting somewhere on my photon-neutrino-electron interchange cycle, he announced, and I think it can be correlated to the collapsed matter research. So? Von Heldenfeld looked up in interest. And not with the problem of what goes on in the hot layer surrounding the Earth? No, Suzanne talked me out of that idea, the Japanese replied. That's just a secondary effect of the effect of cosmic rays and solar radiations on the order of particles existing at that level. But I think I have the key to the problem collapsing matter to plate the hull of the spaceship. That's interesting, Sir Neville Lawton commented. How so? Well, you know what happens when a photon comes in contact with the atomic structure of matter, Cato said. There may be an elastic collision in which the photon merely bounces off. Macroscopically, that's the effect we call reflection of light. Or there may be an inelastic collision when the photon hits an atom and knocks out an electron, the old photoelectric effect. Or the photon may be retained for a while and emitted again relatively unchanged, the effect observed in luminous paint. Or the photon may penetrate, undergo a change to a neutrino, and either remain in the nucleus of the atom or pass through it, depending upon a number of factors. All this, of course, is old stuff. Even the photon-neutrino interchange has been known since the mid-50s, when the gamma-neutrino counter was developed. But now we come to what you have been so good as to christen the Segahara effect, the neutrino picking up a negative charge and, in effect, turning into an electron, and then losing its charge, turning back into a neutrino, and then, as in the case of metal heated to incandescence, being emitted again as a photon. At first we thought this had no connection with the spaceship insulation problem we are under contract to work out, and we agreed to keep this effect a team secret until we could find out if it had commercial possibilities. But now I find it has a direct connection with the collapsed matter problem. When the electron loses its negative charge and reverts to a neutrino, there is a definite accretion of interatomic binding force, and the molecule, or the crystalline lattice, or whatever tends to contract, and when the neutrino becomes a photon, the nucleus of the atom contracts. Chaim Ben Hail was sitting oblivious to everything but his young colleague's words, a slice of the flesh of unclean beast impaled on his fork and halfway to his mouth. Yes, certainly, he exclaimed. That would explain so many things I have wondered about. And of course, there are other forces at work which, in the course of nature, balance that effect. But can the process be controlled? Suzanne Maillard wanted to know. Can you convert electrons to neutrinos and then to photons in sufficient numbers and eliminate other effects that would cause compensating atomic and molecular expansion? Cato grinned like a tomcat contemplating the bones of a fish he has just eaten. Yes, I can. I have. He turned to McLeod. Remember those bullets I got from you? He asked. McLeod nodded. He hand-loaded for his 38 Special, and like all advanced cases of hand-loading fever, he was religiously fanatical about uniformity of bullet weights and dimensions. Unlike most hand-loaders, he had available the instruments to secure such uniformity. Those bullets are as nearly alike as different objects can be, Cato said. They weigh 158 grains, and that means 158.000, practically nothing. The diameter is 0.35903 inches. That's right, I've been subjecting those bullets to different radiation bombardments, and the best results have given me a bullet with a diameter of 0.35892 inches. And the weight is unchanged. In other words, there's been no loss of mass, but the mass had contracted. And that's only been the first test. Well, write up everything you have on it and we'll lay out future experimental work, McLeod said. He glanced around the table. So far, we can't be entirely sure. The shrinkage may be all in the crystalline lattice. The atomic structure may be unchanged. What we need is matter that has really collapsed. I'll do that, Cato said. Barita, I'll have all my data available for you before noon tomorrow. You can make up copies for all team members. Make mine on microfilm for projection, von Heldenfeld said. Mine too, Sir Neville Lawton added. Better make microfilm copies for everybody, Ben Hale suggested. They're handier than typescript. MacLeod rose silently and tiptoed around behind his wife and Rudolf von Heldenfeld to touch Cato Shigehara on the shoulder. Come on outside, Cato, he whispered. I want to talk to you. The Japanese nodded and rose, following him outside onto the roof above the laboratories. They walked over to the edge and stopped at the balustrade. Cato, when you write up your stuff, I want you to falsify everything you can. Put it in such form that the data will be absolutely worthless, but also in such form that nobody, not even team members, will know it has been falsified. Can you do that? Cato's almond-shaped eyes widened. Of course I can, Dunk, he said. But why? I hate to say this, but we have a traitor in the team. One of those people back in the dining room is selling us out to the fourth Comitaran. I know it's not Karen, and I know it's not you, and that's as much as I know now. The Japanese sucked his breath in a sharp hiss. You wouldn't say that unless you were sure, Dunk. No, at about 10 this morning, Dr. Weisenberg, the civilian director, called me into his office. I found him very much upset. He told me that General Nayland is accusing us, by which he meant this team, of furnishing secret information on our sub-project to Common Intern agents. He said that British intelligence agents at Solmensky have learned that the Red Triumph laboratories there were working along lines of research originated at MacLeod Team Center here. They relayed the information to Western Union Central Intelligence, and WU passed it on to the United States Central Intelligence, and now counter-espionage is writing Nyland about it, and he's trying to make us the goat. He would love to get some of us shot, Cato said, and that could happen. They took a long time getting tough about espionage in this country, but when Americans get tough about something, they get tough right. But look here, we handed in our progress reports to Felix Weisberg, and he passed them on to Nyland. Couldn't the leak be right in Nyland's own HQ? That's what I thought at first, MacLeod replied. Just wishful thinking, though. Fact is, I went up to Nyland's HQ and had it out with him. Accused him of just that. I think I threw enough of a scare into him to hold him for a couple of days. I wanted to know just what it was the Coleman intern was supposed to have got from us, but he wouldn't tell me. That, of course, was classified stuff. Well, then Karen and I got our digestive tracts emptied and went into town where I could use a phone that didn't go through a military switchboard, and I put a call through to Alan Hartley, President Hartley's son. He owes us a break after the work we did in Puerto Rico. I told him all I wanted was some information to help clear ourselves, and he told me to wait a half an hour and then call counter-espionage office in Washington and talk to General Hammond. Ha! If Alan Hartley's for us, what are we worried about? Cato asked. I always knew he was the power back of Associated Enterprises, and his father was the front man. I'll bet it's the same with the government. Alan Hartley's for us as long as our nose is clean. If we let it get dirtied, we get it bloodied too. We have to clean it ourselves, MacLeod told him. But here's what Hammond gave me. The Coleman intern knows all about our collapsed matter experiments with zinc, titanium, and nickel. They know about our theoretical work on cosmic rays, including Suzanne's work up to about a month ago. They know about the effects Sir Neville and Hyam discovered 2 months ago. He paused. And they know about the photon-neutrino-electron interchange. Cato responded to this with a gruesome double take that gave his face the fleeting appearance of an ancient samurai war mask. That wasn't included in any report we ever made, he said. You're right, the leak comes from inside the team. It must be Sir Neville, or Suzanne, or Chaim Ben Hillel, or Adam Loeski, or Rudolf von Heldenfeld, or... No, I can't believe it could be Farida. He looked at McLeod pleadingly. You don't think she could have? No, Cato. The team's her whole life, even more than it is mine. She came with us when she was only 12 and grew up with us. She doesn't know any other life than this and wouldn't want any other. It has to be one of the other 5. Well, there's Suzanne, Cato began. She had to clear out of France because of political activities after the collapse of the Fourth Republic and the establishment of the rightist Directoire in 1957. And she works with Choit-Curie. And she was at the University of Louvain in the early 1950s when that place was crawling with commies. And that brings us to Sir Neville, MacLeod added. He dabbles in spiritualism. He and Suzanne do planchette seances. A planchette can be manipulated. Maybe Suzanne produced a communication advising Sir Neville to help the Komintern. Could be. Then how about Lewinsky? He's a Pole who can't go back to Poland, and Poland's a Komintern country, Cato pointed out. Maybe he'd sell us out for amnesty, though why he'd want to go back there the way things are now? His vanity. You know, missionary school native going back to the village wearing real pants to show off to the savages. Used to be a standing joke down where I come from, MacLeod thought for a moment. And Rudolph, he's always had a poor view of the democratic system of government. He might feel more at home with a Komintern. Of course, the Ruskies killed his parents in 1945. So what? Cato retorted. The Americans killed my father in 1942, but I'm not making an issue out of it. That was another war. Japan's a Western Union country now. So's Germany. How about Chaim, by the way? Remember when the Komintern wanted us to come to Russia and do the same work we're doing here? I remember that after we turned them down, somebody tried to kidnap Karen, MacLeod said grimly. I remember a couple of Russians got rather suddenly dead trying it too. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of our roundtable argument when the proposition was considered. Chaim was in favor of accepting. Now that, I would say, indicates either communist sympathies or an over-trusting nature, Cato submitted, and a lot of grade A traitors have been made out of people with trusting natures. MacLeod got out his pipe and lit it. For a long time he stared out across the mountain-ringed vista of sagebrush, dotted at wide intervals with the bulks of research centers and the red roofs of the villages. Cato, I think I know how we're going to find out which one it is, he said. First of all, you write up your data and falsify it so it won't do any damage if it gets into Komintern hands. And then... The next day started in an atmosphere of suppressed excitement and anxiety, which, beginning with MacLeod and Karen and Cato Sugihara, seemed to communicate itself by contagion to everybody in the MacLeod team's laboratories. The top researchers and their immediate assistants and students were the first to catch it. They ascribed the tension under which their leader and his wife and the Japanese labored to the recent developments in the collapsed matter problem. Then there were about a dozen implicitly trusted technicians and guards who had been secretly gathered in MacLeod's office the night before and informed of the crisis that had arisen. Their associates could not miss the fact that they were preoccupied with something unusual. They were a variegated crew, men who had been added to the team in every corner of the world. There was Ahmed Abel El-Rahman, the Arab jeep driver who had joined them in Basra. There was the wiry little Greek whom everybody called Alex Unpronounceable. There was an Italian and 2 Chinese and a cashiered French Air Force officer and a Malay and the son of an English earl who insisted that his name was Bertie Wooster. They had sworn themselves to secrecy, had heard MacLeod's story with a polylingual burst of pious or blasphemous exclamations, and then they had scattered, each to the work assigned him. MacLeod had risen early and submitted to the ordeal of the search to leave the reservation and to go to town again, this time for a conference at the shabby back street cigar store that concealed a counter-espionage center. He had returned just as Farida Korugulu was finishing the microfilm copies of Cato's ingeniously concocted pseudodata. These copies were distributed at noon while the team was lunching, along with carbons of the original typescript. He was the first to leave the table, going directly to the basement where Alex Unpronounceable and the man who had gotten his alias from the works of P.G. Wodehouse were listening in on the telephone calls going in and out through the team center switchboard and making recordings. For 2 hours, MacLeod remained with them. He heard Susan Maillard and some woman who was talking from a number in the Army Married Officers Settlement making arrangements about a party. He heard Rudolf von Heldenfeld make a date with some girl. He listened to a violent altercation between the team chef and somebody at Army Quartermaster's HQ about the quality of a lot of dressed chicken. He listened to a call that came in for Adam Loeski, the mathematician. "This is Joe," the caller said. "I've got to go to town late this afternoon, but I was wondering if you'd have time to meet me at the recreation house at Oppenheimer Village for a game of chess. I'm calling from there now." "Fine, I can make it," Loeski's voice replied. "I'm in the middle of a devil's own mathematical problem. Maybe a game of chess would clear my head. I have a new Queen's Knight gambit I want to try on you anyhow." Bertie Wooster looked up sharply. "Now that's maybe what we're—" The telephone beside MacLeod rang. He scooped it up, named himself into it. It was Ahmed Abed El-Rahman. "Look, Chief, I tail this guy to Oppenheimer Village," the Arab, who had learned English from American movies, answered. "He goes into the wreck joint. I slide in after him, and he ain't in sight. I'm looking around for him. See, when he comes barging out of the Don Ameshi box. Then he grabs a table and a beer. What's next?" "Stay there. Keep an eye on him," MacLeod told him. "If I want you, I'll call." MacLeod hung up and straightened, feeling under his packet for his .38 special. "That's it, boys," he said. "Lewinsky, come on." "Ha!" Alex Unpronounceable had his gun out and was checking the cylinder. He spoke briefly in description of the Polish mathematician's ancestry, physical characteristics, and probable post-mortem destination. Then he put the gun away, and the 3 men left the basement. For minutes that seemed like hours, MacLeod and the Greek waited on the main floor where they could watch both the elevators and the stairway. Bertie Wooster had gone up to alert Cato Sugihara and Karen. Then the door of one of the elevators opened, and Adam Lewinsky emerged with Cato behind him, apparently lost in a bulky scientific journal he was reading. The Greek moved in from one side, and MacLeod stepped in front of the pole. "Hi, Adam," he greeted. "Have you looked into that batch of data yet?" "Oh, yes. Loeski seemed barely able to keep his impatience within the bounds of politeness. "Of course, it's out of my line, but the mathematics seem sound." He started to move away. "You're not going anywhere," MacLeod told him. "The chess game is over. The red pawns are taken. The one at Oppenheimer Village and the one here." There was a split second in which Loeski struggled, almost successfully, to erase the consternation from his face. "I don't know what you're talking about," he began. His right hand started to slide under his left coat lapel. MacLeod's Colt was covering him before he could complete the movement. At the same time, Cato Sugihara dropped the paper-bound periodical, revealing the thin-bladed knife he had concealed under it. He stepped forward, pressing the point of the weapon against the pole's side. With the other hand, he reached across Lewowski's chest and jerked the pistol from its shoulder holster. It was one of the elegant little .32 Beretta 1954 model automatics. "Into the elevator," McLeod ordered. An increasing pressure of Cato's knife emphasized the order. "And watch him. Don't let him get rid of anything," he added to the Greek. "If you would explain this outrage," Lewowski began. "I assume it's your idea of a joke?" Without even replying, McLeod slammed the doors and started the elevator upward, letting it rise 6 floors to the living quarters. Karen Hillquist and the aristocratic black sheep, who called himself Bertie Wooster, were waiting when he opened the door. The Englishman took one of Lewowski's arms. McLeod took the other. The rest fell in behind as they hustled the captive down the hall and into the big soundproofed dining room. They kept Lewowski standing, well away from any movable object in the room. Alex, unpronounceable, took his left arm as McLeod released it and went to the communicator and punched the All Outlets button. "Dr. Maillard? Dr. Sir Neville Lawton? Dr. Ben Heil? Dr. von Heldenfeld? Mademoiselle Kurlugu?" he called. "Dr. McLeod speaking. Come at once. Repeat, at once, to the round table. Dr. Maillard? Dr. Sir Neville Lawton?" Karen said something to the Japanese and went outside. For a while, nobody spoke. Cato came over and lit a cigarette in the bowl of McLeod's pipe. Then the other team members entered in a body. Evidently, Karen had intercepted them in the hallway and warned them that they would find some unusual situation inside. Even so, there was a burst of surprised exclamations when they found Adam Lewowski under detention. "Ladies and gentlemen," McLeod said, "I regret to tell you that I have placed our colleague, Dr. Lewowski, under arrest. He is suspected of betraying confidential data to agents of the 4th Comintern. Yesterday, I learned that data on all our work here, including team secret data on the Sugihara effect, had got into the hands of the Comintern and was being used in research at the Solmlesk laboratories. I also learned that General Nyland blames this team as a whole with double dealing and selling this data to the Comintern. I don't need to go into any lengthy exposition of General Nyland's attitude toward this team, or toward free scientists as a class, or toward the research contract system. Nor do I need to point out that if he presses these charges against us, some of us could easily suffer death or imprisonment. So we had to have a victim in a hurry, and pulled my name out of the hat," Lewowski sneered. "I appreciate the gravity of the situation," Sir Neville Lawton said. "If the Sugihara effect was among the data betrayed, I can understand that nobody but one of us could have betrayed it. But why necessarily should it be Adam? We all have unlimited access to all records and theoretical data." "Exactly. But collecting information is the smallest and easiest part of espionage. Almost anybody can collect information. Where the spy really earns his pay is in transmitting of information. Now think of the almost fantastic security measures in force here, and consider how you would get such information, including masses of mathematical data beyond any human power of memorization, out of this reservation." "Ha! Nobody can take anything out," Suzanne Maillard said. "Not even one's breakfast. Is Adam accused of sorcery, too?" "The only material things that are allowed to leave this reservation are sealed cases of models and data shipped to the different development plants. And the Sugihara effect never was reported, and wouldn't go out that way," Chaim Ben Heil objected. "But the data on the Sugihara effect reached Solmonesk," McLeod replied. "And don't talk about Darwin and Wallace, it wasn't a coincidence. This stuff was taken out of the Tonto Basin Reservation by the only person who could have done so, in the only way that anything could leave the reservation without search. So I had that person shadowed. And at the same time, I had our telephone lines tapped and eavesdropped on all calls entering or leaving this center. and the person who had to be the spy courier called Adam Loeski, and Loeski made an appointment to meet him at the Oppenheimer Village Recreation House to play chess. Very suspicious. Very suspicious, Loeski derided. I receive a call from a friend at the same time that some anonymous suspect is using the phone? There are only 500 telephone conversations a minute on this reservation. Immediately, Dr. Loeski attempted to leave this building, McLeod went on. When I intercepted him, he tried to draw a pistol. This one, he exhibited the Beretta. I am now going to have Dr. Loeski searched in the presence of all of you. He nodded to Alex and the Englishman. They did their work thoroughly. A pile of Loeski's pocket effects was made on the table. As each item was added to it, the Pole made some sarcastic comment. And that pack of cigarettes, unopened, he jeered. I suppose I communicated the data to the manufacturers by telepathy, and they printed it on the cigarette papers in invisible ink. Maybe not. Maybe you opened the pack and then resealed it, Cato suggested. A heated spatula under the cellophane, like this. He used the point of his knife to illustrate. The cellophane came unsealed with surprising ease. So did the revenue stamp. He dumped out the contents of the pack, 16 cigarettes, 4 cigarette tip ends, 4 bits snapped from the other ends, and a small aluminum microfilm capsule. Loeski's face twitched. For an instant, he tried vainly to break loose from the men who held him. Then he slumped into a chair. Hyam Ben Hayel gasped in shocked surprise. Suzanne Maillard gave a short feline-like cry. Sir Neville Lawton looked at the capsule curiously and said, Well, my sainted Aunt Agatha! That's the capsule I gave him at noon, Farida Korogulu exclaimed, picking it up. She opened it and pulled out a roll of Kolodex projection film. There was also a bit of cigarette paper in the capsule, upon which a notation had been made in Cyrillic characters. Rudolf von Heldenfeld could read Russian. Data on new development of photon-neutrino-electron interchange, 22 July 65. Vladimir. Vladimir, I suppose this is the Schweidenhund's code name, he added. The film and the paper passed from hand to hand. The other members of the team sat down. There was a tendency to move away from the chair occupied by Adam Loeski. He noticed this and sneered. Afraid of contamination from the moral leper? He asked. You were glad enough to have me correct your stupid mathematical errors. Cato Shigahara picked up the capsule, took a final glance at the cigarette pack, and said to McLeod, I'll be back as soon as this is done. With that, he left the room, followed by Bertie Wooster and the Greek. Hyam Ben Hayel turned to the others. His eyes had the hurt and puzzled look of a dog that had been kicked for no reason. But why did he do this? He asked. He just told you, McLeod replied. He's the great Adam Loeski. Checking math for a physics research team is beneath his dignity. I suppose the Komintern offered him a professorship at Stalin University. He was watching Loeski's face keenly. No, he continued, it was probably the mathematics chair of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. But who was this person who could smuggle microfilm out of the reservation? Suzanne Maillard wanted to know. Somebody has invented teleportation, then? McLeod shook his head. It was General Nyland's chauffeur. It had to be. General Nyland's car is the only thing that gets out of here without being searched. The car itself is serviced at Army vehicle pools. Nobody could hide anything in it for a Confederate to pick up outside. Nyland is a stuffed shirt of the first stuffing, and a tin-pot Hitler to boot. But he is fanatically and incorruptibly patriotic. That leaves the chauffeur. When Nyland's in the car, nobody even sees him. He might as well be a robot steering device. Old case of Father Brown's Invisible Man. So, since he had to be the courier, all I did was have Ahmed Abid al-Rahman shadow him and at the same time tap our phones. When he contacted Lewinsky, I knew Lewinsky was our traitor." Sir Neville Lawton gave a strangling laugh. "Oh, my dear Aunt Fanny! And Nayland goes positively crackers on security. He gets goose pimples every time he hears somebody say E equals MC2, for fear a Comintern spy might hear him. It's a wonder he hasn't put the value of Planck's constant on the classified list. He sets up all these fantastic search rooms and barriers, and then he drives through the gate honking his bloody horn with his chauffeur's pockets full of top secrets. Now, I've seen everything." "Not quite everything," McLeod said. "Cato's going to put that capsule in another cigarette pack, and he'll send one of his lab girls to Oppenheimer Village with it, with a message from Lewinsky to the effect that he couldn't get away. And when this chauffeur takes it out, he'll run into a counter-espionage roadblock on the way to town. They'll shoot him, of course, and they'll probably transfer Nayland to the Mississippi Valley Flood Control Project, where he can't do any more damage. At least we'll have him out of our hair." "If we have any hair left," Chaim Ben Hail gloomed. "You've got Nayland into trouble, but you haven't got us out of it." "What do you mean?" Suzanne Maillard demanded. "He's found the traitor and stopped the leak." "Yes, but we're still responsible as a team for this betrayal," the Israeli pointed out. "This Nayland is only a symptom of the enmity which politicians and militarists feel toward the free scientists, and of their opposition to the research contract system. Now they have a scandal to use. Our part in stopping the leak will be ignored. The publicity will be about the treason of a free scientist." "That's right," Sir Neville Lawton agreed. "And that brings up another point. We simply can't hand this fellow over to the authorities. If we do, we establish a precedent that may wreck the whole system under which we operate." "Yes, it would be a fine thing if governments start pulling free scientists on trial and shooting them," Farida Korogulu supported him. "In a few years, none of us would be safe." "But," Suzanne cried, "you are not arguing that this species of an animal be allowed to betray us unpunished." "Look," Rudolf von Heldenfeld said, "let us give him his pistol and one cartridge and let him remove himself like a gentleman. He will spare himself the humiliation of a trial and execution, and us all the embarrassment of having a fellow scientist pilloried as a traitor." "Now there's a typical Prussian suggestion," Lewinsky said. Cato Shigahara, returning alone, looked around the table. "Did I miss something interesting?" he asked. "Oh, very," Lewinsky told him. "Your junker friends here think I should perform seppuku." Cato nodded quickly. "Excellent idea," he congratulated von Heldenfeld. "If he does, he'll save everybody a lot of trouble, himself included." He nodded again. "If he does that, we can protect his reputation after he's dead." "I don't really see how," Sir Neville objected. "When the counter-espionage people were brought into this, the thing went out of our control." "Why, this chauffeur was the spy as well as the spy courier," McLeod said. "The information he transmitted was picked up piecemeal from different indiscreet lab workers and students attached to our team. Of course, we are investigating, mumble, mumble. Naturally, no one will admit, mumble, mumble. No stone will be left unturned, mumble, mumble. Disciplinary action, mumble, mumble." "And suppose he got that microfilm piecemeal too?" Lewinsky asked. "Oh, that?" McLeod shrugged. "That was planted on him. One of our girls arranged an opportunity for him to steal it from her after we began to suspect him. Of course, Cato falsified everything he put into that report. As information, it's worthless." "Worthless? It's better than that," Cato grinned. "I'm really sorry the Comintern won't get it. They'd try some of that stuff out with the big Betatron at Solmonesque, and a microsecond after they'd throw the switch, Solmonesque would look worse than Hiroshima did." "Well, why would our esteemed colleague commit suicide just at this time?" Karen Hillquist asked. Maybe plutonium poisoning, Farida suggested. He was doing something in the radiation lab and got some PU in him. And of course, shooting's not as painful as that, so... Oh, my dear, Suzanne protested, but that stinks. The great Adam Loeski descending from his pinnacle of pure mathematics to perform a vulgar experiment with actual things? The French woman gave an exaggerated shudder. Horrors! Besides, if our people begin getting radioactive, somebody would be sure to claim we were endangering the safety of the whole establishment, and the National Security Clause would be invoked. Some nosy person would put a Geiger on the dear departed, Sir Neville added. Nervous collapse, Karen said. According to the laity, all scientists are crazy. Crazy people kill themselves. Adam Loeski was a scientist, ergo, Adam Loeski killed himself. Besides, a nervous collapse isn't instrumentally detectable. Chaim Ben Hail looked at MacLeod, his eyes troubled. But, Dunk, have we the right to put him to death, either by his own hand or by an army firing squad? He asked. Remember, he is not only a traitor, he is one of the world's greatest mathematical minds. Have we a right to destroy that mind? Von Heldenfeld shouted, banging his fist on the table. I don't care if he's Gauss and Riemann and Lorentz and Poincare and Minkowski and Whitehead and Einstein all collapsed into one. The man is a stinking traitor, not only to us, but to all scientists and all sciences. If he doesn't shoot himself, hand him over to the United States and let them shoot him. Why do we go on arguing? Loeski was smiling now. The panic that had seized him in the hallway below and the desperation when the cigarette pack had been opened had left him. Now I have a modest proposal which will solve your difficulties, he said. I have money, papers, clothing, everything I will need outside the reservation. Suppose you just let me leave here. Then, if there is any trouble, you can use this fiction about the indiscreet underlings without the unnecessary embellishment of my suicide. Rudolf von Heldenfeld let out an inarticulate roar of fury. For an instant he was beyond words. Then he sprang to his feet. Look at him, he cried. Look at him, laughing in our faces for the dupes and fools he thinks we are. He thrust out his hand toward MacLeod. Give me the pistol. He won't shoot himself. I'll do it for him. It would work, Dunk. Really it would, Chaim Ben Hail urged. No, Karen Hillquist contradicted. If he left here, everybody would know what had happened, and we'd be accused of protecting him. If he kills himself, we can get things hushed up. Dead traitors are good traitors. But if he remains alive, we must disassociate ourselves from him by handing him over. And wreck the prestige of the team? Lewowski asked. At least you will not live to see that, Suzanne retorted. Chaim Ben Hail put his elbows on the table and his head in his hands. Is there no solution to this? He almost wailed. Certainly. An obvious solution, MacLeod said, rising. Rudolph has just stated it. Only I'm leader of this team, and there are, of course, jobs a team leader simply doesn't delegate. The safety catch of the Beretta clicked a period to his words. No! The word was wrenched almost physically out of Loeski. He too was on his feet, a sudden desperate fear in his face. No, you wouldn't murder me. The term is execute, MacLeod corrected. Then his arm swung up, and he shot Adam Loeski through the forehead. For an instant, the Pole remained on his feet. Then his knees buckled, and he fell forward against the table, sliding to the floor. MacLeod went around the table behind Cato Segahara and Farida Korlugu and Chaim Ben Hail and stood looking down at the man he had killed. He dropped the automatic within a few inches of the dead renegade's outstretched hands, then turned to face the others. I regret, he addressed them, his voice and face blank of expression, to announce that our distinguished colleague, Dr. Adam Loeski, has committed suicide by shooting after a nervous collapse resulting from overwork. Sir Neville Lawton looked critically at the motionless figure on the floor. I'm afraid we'll have trouble making that stick, Dunk, he said. You shot him at about 5 yards. There isn't a powder mark on him. Oh, sorry, I forgot. McLeod's voice was mockingly contrite. It was Dr. Loeski's expressed wish that his remains be cremated as soon after death as possible, and that funeral services be held over his ashes. The big electric furnace in the metallurgical lab will do, I think. But there'll be all sorts of formalities, the Englishman protested. Now you forget. Our contract, McLeod reminded him. We stand upon our contractual immunity. We certainly wouldn't allow any stupid bureaucratic interference with our deceased colleagues' wishes. We have a regular MD on our payroll, in case anybody has to have a death certificate to keep him happy, but beyond that, he shrugged. It burns me up, though, Suzanne Maillard cried. After the spaceship is built and the moon is annexed to the Western Union, there will be publicity and people will eulogize this species of an Iscariot. Hem Ben Heil, who had been staring at McLeod in shocked unbelief, roused himself. Well, why not? Isn't the creator of the Loeski function transformations and the rules of inverse probabilities worthy of eulogy? He turned to McLeod. I couldn't have done what you did, but maybe it was for the best. The traitor is dead. The mathematician will live forever. You missed the whole point, McLeod said, both of you. It wasn't a question of revenge, like gangsters bumming off a double-crosser, and it wasn't a question of whitewashing Loeski for posterity. We are the McLeod research team. We owe no permanent allegiance to, nor acknowledge the authority of, any national sovereignty or any combination of nations. We deal with national governments as with equals. In consequence, we must make and enforce our own laws. You must understand that we enjoy this status only on sufferance. The nations of the world tolerate the free scientists only because they need us and because they know they can trust us. Now, no responsible government official is going to be deceived for a moment by this suicide story we've confected. It will be fully understood that Loeski was a traitor and that we found him out and put him to death. And as a corollary, it will be understood that this team, as a team, is fully trustworthy, and that when any individual team member is found to be untrustworthy, he will be dealt with promptly and without public scandal. In other words, it will be understood from this time on that the McLeod team is worthy of the status it enjoys and the responsibilities concomitant with it. End of the Mercenaries by H. Beam Piper.
The Akkra Case by Miriam Allen DeFord. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Akkra Case by Miriam Allen DeFord. Deliberate murder being so very rare a crime in our society, an account of any instance of it must attract the attention not only of criminologists, but also of the general public. Very many of my auditors must remember the Akkra case well, since it occurred only last year. This, however, is the first attempt to set forth the bizarre circumstances hitherto known only to the authorities and to a few specialists. On February 30th last, the body of a young girl was found under the Central Park Mobileway in New York 1. She had been struck on the head with some heavy object which had fractured her skull, and her auburn hair was matted with congealed blood. 2 boys, illegally trespassing on one of the old dirt roads in the park itself, stumbled upon the corpse. She was fully dressed, but barefoot, with her sock sandals lying beside her. An autopsy showed only one unusual thing. She was a virgin, though she was fully mature. 200 years ago, say, this would have been a case for the homicide branch of the city police. Now, of course, there are no city police, all local law enforcement being in the hands of the federal government, with high higher supervision and appeal to the Interpol. And since there has been no reported murder except in Africa and China, where this crime has not yet been entirely eradicated for at least 20 years, FedPol naturally has no specialists in homicide. Investigation, therefore, was up to the General Branch in New York Complex 1. The murderer had stupidly broken off the welded serial numbered disc from her wristlet. Stupidly, because, of course, everybody's fingerprints and retinal pattern are on file with Interpol from birth. It was soon discovered that the victim was one Madeline Akkra, born in New York 1, of mixed Irish, Siamese, and Swedish descent, aged 18 years and 7 months. Since it is against the law for any minor under 25 to be gainfully employed, and there was no record of any exemption permit, she had necessarily to be a student. She was found to be studying spaceship maintenance at Upper New York Combined Technicum. People who deride FedPol and call it a useless anachronism don't know what they're talking about. It is true that in our society, criminal tendencies are understood to be a disease, amenable to treatment, not a free will demonstration of antisocial proclivities. But it is also true that every member of FedPol, down to the merest rookie policeman, is a trained specialist in some field, and that most of its officers are graduate psychiatrists. As soon as Madeline Akkra's identity was determined, it was easy to find out everything about her. The circumstances surrounding her in life were sufficiently odd in themselves. Her mother was dead, but she lived with her own father and full younger sister in a small, only 20 stories and 80 living units, cooperative apartment house in the old district formerly called Westchester. Once an exclusive settlement, but now considerably run down and populated for the most part by low-income families. Few of the residents had more than one helicopter per family, and many of them had to commute to their jobs or schools by public copter. The building where the Akkras lived was shabby, its chrome and plastic well-worn, and showed the effects of a negligent local upkeep system. The Akkras even prepared and ate some of their meals in their own quarters, an almost unheard of anachronism. The father had served his 20 years of productive labor from 25 to 45, and the whole family was therefore supported by public funds of one sort or another. When the FedPol officers commenced their investigation by interviewing this man, they found him one of the worst social throwbacks discovered in many years. Doubtless a prime reason for the bizarre misfortune which had overtaken his misguided daughter. To begin with, the investigators wanted to know, why had he not reported his daughter missing? To this, Paul Akkra made the astonishing reply that the girl was old enough to know her own business, and that he had never asked any questions as to what she did. Everyone knows it is every adult's responsibility to report any deviation by the young, more serious than the mischievous trespassing by the boys, who had found Madeline Akkra's body, and who at least had gone to FedPol at once. The officers could get no lead whatever from the girl's father. To find the murderer, it was of first importance to establish the background of this strange case. Access to the park is difficult, has been difficult ever since, more than a century ago, the area became a hunting ground for thieves and hoodlums, and was transformed into a cultivated forest and garden preserved for aesthetic reasons, and to be viewed only from the mobile ways above. The boys who found the body are, of course, proof that the sealing off of the park is not entirely effective. But surely only a daring and agile child could insinuate himself under the thorn-set hedges surrounding the park, or swing down to the treetops from the structure above. If the victim had been killed elsewhere, how was her body carried to the spot where it was found? Both would have had to penetrate unobserved into an almost impenetrable area. Could the body have been thrown from above? But if so, how could the remains of a full-grown girl have been transported from either a ground car or a copter onto the crowded mobile way, brightly lighted all night long? She must have gone there alive, either under duress or of her own accord. The first and most natural question to Fedpol was, who did have access to the park? The answer was the gardeners, but the gardeners were out. They were all robots, even their supervisor. No robot is able to harm a human being. Moreover, no robot could have brought the victim in from outside if she had been killed elsewhere. The gardeners never leave the park, and they would repel any strange robot from elsewhere who tried to enter it. And one could hardly imagine a sane human being who would go to the park for a rendezvous with a robot. It was Madeline's little sister, Margaret, who interrupted the futile interrogation of the surly and resistant Paul Akkra and provided the first clue. She caught the eye of the investigating officer, Inspector Dougal Kazazian, and quietly went into the next room, where Kazazian followed her after posting his assistant with the father. "I promised Madeline I would never tell on her," she whispered, "but now it doesn't matter." She had loved her sister. Her eyes were puffy from weeping. She'd been going to naturist get-togethers. Kazazian almost groaned aloud. He might have known this was the first time they had been linked with murder, but it seemed to him that in almost every other affair he had investigated for the past few years, the subversive naturists somehow had crept in, and if he had reflected, he would have suspected them already, since there seems to be no school or college which does not harbor an underground branch of these criminal lunatics. I need hardly explain to my auditors who and what the naturists are, but to keep the record complete, let me say briefly that this pernicious worldwide conspiracy, founded 50 years ago by the notorious Ali Chaim Pertinuzzi, is engaged in an organized campaign to tear down all the marvelous technical achievements of our civilization. It pretends to believe that we should eat natural foods and wear natural textiles instead of synthetics, walk instead of ride, teach children the obsolete art of reading. Reading what? The antique books preserved in museums? Make our own music, painting, and sculpture, instead of enjoying the exquisite products of perfected machines. Open up all parks and the few remaining rural preserves to campers, hunters, and fishers, if any specimens worth hunting can be found outside zoos, and what they called hikers. In a word, to go back to the confused, reactionary world of our ancestors. From this hodgepodge of principles, it is a natural transition to political and economic subversion. No wonder that the information that Madeline Akkra had been corrupted by this vile outfit sent a chill down Inspector Kazazian's spine. It explained a great deal, however. The naturists professed to oppose our healthy system of sexual experimentation, and Madeline had been a virgin. The weird family situation and her father's attitude, both toward her and toward the Fedpol, aroused suspicion that he, too, was affiliated with the naturists, not simply that Madeline had flirted with the outer edges of the treasonable organization as a fellow seeker, without her father's knowledge. Suppose the girl, fundamentally decent and ethically minded, had revolted against the false doctrine and threatened to betray its advocates. Then she might have been killed to silence her. And what more likely than that, as a piece of brazen defiance, her murdered corpse should have been deposited in the only bit of natural ground still remaining in the New York area. But how, and by whom? The first step, of course, was to fling a dragnet around all known or suspected naturists in the district. In a series of flying raids, they were rounded up, and since there no longer exist those depositories for offenders formerly known as prisons, they were kept incommunicado in the psychiatric wards of the various hospitals. For good measure, Paul Akkra was included. Margaret, at 13, was old enough to take care of herself. Next, all Madeline's classmates at the Technicum, the operators of her teach communicators, and members of other classes with whom it was learned she had been on familiar terms, were subjected to an intensive electronic questioning. Several of these were themselves discovered to be tainted with naturism and were interned with the rest. One of the tenets of naturism is a return to the outworn system of monogamy, and the questioning was directed particularly to the possibility that Madeline had formed half of one of the notorious naturist steady couples, who often associate without or before actual mating. But day after day, the investigators came up with not the slightest usable lead. Please do not think I am underrating Fedpole. Nothing could have been more thorough than the investigation they undertook. But this turned out, in the end, to be a case which, by its very nature, obfuscated the normal methods of criminological science. Fedpole itself has acknowledged this by its formation in recent months of the Affiliated Assistance Corps, made up of amateurs who volunteer for the detection of what are now called Class X crimes, those so far off the beaten path that professionals are helpless before them. For it was an amateur who solved Madeline Ackra's murder, her own little sister. When Margaret Akkra reaches the working age of 25, she will be offered a paid post as New York area coordinator of the AAC. Left alone by her father's internment, Margaret began to devote her whole time out of school hours to the pursuit of the person or persons who had killed her sister. She had told Kazazian all she actually knew, but that was only her starting point. Though she herself, as she had told the inspector, believed that the murder might be traced to Madeline's connection with the naturist, and though she probably at least suspected her father to be involved with them also, she did not confine herself to that theory, as the Fedpole, with its scientific training, was obliged to do. Concealed under a false floor in her father's bedroom, mute evidence of his naturist affiliation, she found a cache of printed books, heirlooms which should long ago have been presented to a museum for consultation by scholars only. They dated back to the 20th century and were of the variety then known as mystery stories. Margaret, of course, could not read them, but she remembered now, with revulsion, how, when she and Madeline were small children, their mother had sometimes, with windows closed and the video phone turned off, amused them by telling them ancient myths and legends that by their very nature, Margaret now realized, must have come from these contraband books. Unlike her father and her sister, and apparently her mother as well, Margaret Akkra had remained a wholesome product of a civilized education. She had nothing but horror and contempt for the subversive activities in the midst of which, she knew now, she had grown up. The very fact, which became plain to her for the first time, that her parents had lived together without changing partners until her mother had died, was evidence enough of their aberration. But stricken to the heart as the poor girl was, she could not cease to love those she had always loved, or to be diverted from her resolution to solve her sister's murder. Shudder as she might at the memory of those subversive books, she yet felt they might inadvertently serve to assist her. It was easy to persuade the school authorities that her shock and distress over Madeline's death had slowed up her conscious mind, and to get herself assigned to a few sessions with the electronic memory stimulator. It took only 2 or 3 to bring back in detail the suppressed memories and to enable her to extrapolate from them. One feature of the so-called mysteries that came back to her struck Margaret with especial force. The frequent assertion that murderers always return to the scene of their crime. She decided that she, too, must plant herself at the spot where her sister's body had been found and lie in wait for the returning killer. It would be useless to try to obtain official permission, but she was only 13, as lean and agile as any other child, and if boys could evade the hedges and the robot gardeners, so could she. The audio vids had displayed plenty of pictures of the exact scene, and Margaret knew where to find it, but an inspection of the hedges showed her that it would be easier for her to get in from above at night, a likelier time also for her prey. She located a place where the trees grew almost to the mobile way and shaded a section of it between the lamps. Perched on the stand pave and watching for a pause in the stream of gliders by, she dropped lightly into a tree and climbed down to the park beneath. Hiding from the gardeners, she made her way to the bushes where the boys had discovered Madeline. For nearly a week, fortified by sleep-no-more pills, Margaret spent every minute after dark in this hideaway. It was a long, nerve-wracking vigil. The close contact with leaves and grass, the sound of the wind in the trees, the unaccustomed darkness away from the lights above, the frightening approach of wild squirrels and rabbits and even birds, the necessity to stay concealed from passing robots, kept her on edge. But stubbornly, she persisted, and at last she was rewarded. It was not late, only about 20 o'clock, when she heard a scramble and bump not far from her own means of access to the park. It was not the first time since her watch began that she had heard other adventurers, invariably small and rather scared boys who dared one another to walk for a few feet along the dirt paths, then in a panic rushed back the way they had come. But this time the steps came directly toward her. Human footsteps, not the shuffle of a robot. Hidden behind a bush, Margaret saw them approach, 2 boys of about her own age. And then, with a sickening lurch of her heart, she recognized them. She had seen them, acclaimed as heroes, on the video screen. They were the 2 who had found Madeline. She could hear every word they said. "Come on," one of them urged in a hoarse whisper. "There's nothing to be afraid of." "Yes, there is," the other objected. "Ever since then, they've got the gardeners wired to describe and report anybody they find inside the park." "I don't care. We've got to find it. Give me the beamer." Margaret crouched behind the thickest part of the shrubbery, her infrared camera at the alert. The tape attachment was already activated. The second boy still held back. "I told you then," he muttered, "that we shouldn't have reported it at all. We should have got out of here and never said a word to anyone." "We couldn't," the first boy said, shocked. "It would have been antisocial." "Haven't you ever learned anything in school?" "Well, it's antisocial to kill somebody, too, isn't it?" Margaret pressed the button on the camera. Enlarged enough, even the identification discs on the boy's wristlets would show. "How could we guess there was a human being there? Except us. What was she doing here, anyway? Come on, Harry. We've got to find that thing. It's taken us long enough to get a chance to sneak in here." "Maybe they've found it already," said Harry fearfully. "No, they haven't. If they had, they'd have taken us in as soon as they dusted the fingerprints." "All right, it's not anywhere on the path. Put the beamer on the ground where it will shine in front of us, and let's get down on our stomachs and hunt underneath the bushes." Grabbing her camera, Margaret jumped to her feet and dashed past the startled boys. She heard a scream, that would be Harry, and then their feet pounding after her. But she had a head start, and her eyes were more accustomed to the dark than theirs could be. She reached a tree, shinnied up it, jumped from one of its limbs to another on a higher tree beneath the mobile way, chinned herself up, and made her way out safely. She went straight to Fedpol headquarters and asked for Inspector Kazazian. The frightened boys were picked up at once. They were brought into headquarters, where they had been praised and thanked before, and as soon as they saw the pictures and heard the tape recording, they confessed everything. That night, they said, they were being initiated into one of those atavistic fraternities, which it seems impossible for the young to outgrow or the authorities to suppress. As part of their ordeal, they had been required to sneak into Central Park and to bring back, as proof of their success, a captured robot gardener. Between them, they had decided that the only way they could ever get their booty would be to disassemble the robot, for though it could not injure them, if they took hold of it, its communication valve would blow and the noise would bring others immediately. So they had taken along what seemed to them a practical weapon, a glass brick pried out of the back of a locker in the school gym. Hurled by a strong and practiced young arm, it could deactivate the robot's headpiece. When, as they waited in the darkness for a gardener to appear, they saw a figure moving about in the shrubbery bordering the path. One of them, neither would say which one it was, let fly. To their horror, instead of the clang of heavy glass against metal, they heard a muffled thud as the brick struck flesh and bone. They started to run away, but after a few paces, they forced themselves to return. It was a girl, and the blow had knocked her flat. Her head was bleeding badly, and she was moaning. Terrified, they knelt beside her. She gasped once and lay still. One of the boys laid a trembling hand on her breast. The other seized her wrist. There was no heartbeat, and there was no pulse. On an impulse, the boy holding her wrist wrenched away her identification disc. Panic seized them, and they dashed away, utterly forgetting the brick, which at their first discovery, one of them had had the foresight to kick further into the shrubbery, out of view. Sick and shaking, they made their way out of the park and separated. The boy who had the disc threw it into the nearest sewer grating. The next day, after school, they met again and talked it over. Finally, they decided they must go to Fedpol and report. But to protect themselves, they would say only that they had found a dead body. Day after day, they kept seeing and hearing about the case on the videoid and pledged each other to silence. Then, suddenly, one of the boys had a horrible thought. They had forgotten that the brick would show their fingerprints. They had come desperately to search for it when Margaret overheard them. Kazazian's men found it without any difficulty. It had just been out of the gardener's regular track. In view of the accidental nature of the whole affair and the boy's full confession, they got off easy. They were sentenced to only 5 years' confinement in a psychiatric retraining school. The suspects against whom nothing could be proved were released and kept under surveillance. Paul Akkra and all of the proved naturists were sentenced to prefrontal lobotomies. Margaret Akkra, in return for her help in solving the mystery, secured permission to take her father home with her. A purged and docile man, he was quite capable of the routine duties of housekeeping. The killing of Madeleine Akkra was solved, but one question remained. How and why had she been in Central Park at all? The answer, when it came, was surprising and embarrassingly simple. And this is the part that has never been told before. Paul Akkra, a mere simulacrum of the man he had been, no longer knew his living daughter or remembered his dead one. But in the recesses of his invaded brain, some faint vestiges of the past lingered, and occasionally and unexpectedly swam up to his dreamlike consciousness. One day he said suddenly, "Didn't I once know a girl named Madeline?" "Yes, father," Margaret answered gently, tears in her eyes. "Funny about her." He laughed, his ghastly zombie chuckle. "I told her that was a foolish idea, even if it was good something theory." "What idea was that?" I've forgotten," he said vaguely. Then he brightened. "Oh, yes, I remember. Stand barefoot in fresh soil for an hour in the light of the full moon, and you'll never catch cold again." She was subject to colds, I think. About the only disease left we have as yet no cure for. He sighed. "I wonder if she ever tried it." The end. End of The Akkra Case by Miriam Allen DeFord. Recorded by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 15th, 2026.
The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are of the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin. Narrated by Draeke Godoon. The Earth cruiser vanished back into hyperspace, and he was alone in the observation bubble, 10,000 light years beyond the galaxy's outermost sun. He looked out the window at the gigantic sea of emptiness around him and wondered again what the danger had been that had terrified the men before him. One thing he was already certain of. He would find that nothing was waiting outside the bubble to kill him. The first bubble attendant had committed suicide, and the second was a mindless maniac on the Earthbound cruiser. But it must have been something inside the bubble that had caused it, or else they had imagined it all. He went across the small room, his magnetized soles loud on the thin metal floor in the bubble's silence. He sat down in a single chair, his weight very slight in the feeble artificial gravity, and reviewed the known facts. The bubble was a project of Earth's Galactic Observation Bureau, positioned there to gather data from observations that could not be made from within the galaxy. Since metallic mass affected the hypersensitive instruments, the bubble had been made as small and light as possible. It was for that reason that it could accommodate only one attendant. The Bureau had selected Horn as the bubble's first attendant, and the cruiser left him there for his 6 months period of duty. When it made its scheduled return with his replacement, he was found dead from a tremendous overdose of sleeping pills. On the table was a daily report log, and his last entry made 3 months before. "I haven't attended to the instruments for a long time because it hates us. It doesn't want us here. It hates me the most of all, and it keeps trying to get into the bubble to kill me. I can hear it whenever I stop and listen, and I know it won't be long. I'm afraid of it. I want to be asleep when it comes, but I'll have to make it soon because I have only 20 sleeping pills left, and if—" The sentence was never finished. According to the temperature recording instruments in the bubble, his body ceased radiating heat that same night. The bubble was cleaned, fumigated, and inspected inside and out. No sign of any inimical entity or force could be found. Silverman was Horn's replacement when the cruiser returned 6 months later, bringing him Green to be Silverman's replacement. Silverman was completely insane. He babbled about something that had been waiting outside the bubble to kill him, but his nearest to a rational statement was to say once, when asked for the 100th time, what he had seen.
"Nothing. You can't really see it, but you feel it
watching you, and you hear it trying to get in and to kill you. One time I bumped the wall and, oh, for God's sake, take me away from it. Take me back to Earth. Then he had tried to hide under the captain's desk, and the ship's doctor had led him away. The bubble was minutely examined again, and the cruiser employed every detector device it possessed to search surrounding space for light years in all directions. Nothing was found. When it was time for a new replacement to be transferred to the bubble, he reported to Captain McDowell. "Everything is ready, Green," McDowell said. "You are the next one." His shaggy gray eyebrows met in a scowl. "It would be better if they would let me select the replacement instead of them." He flushed with a touch of resentment and said, "The Bureau found my intelligence and initiative of thought satisfactory." "I know. The characteristics you don't need. What they ought to have is somebody like one of my engine room roustabouts, too ignorant to get scared, and too dumb to go nuts. Then we could get a sane report 6 months from now, instead of the ravings of a maniac." "I suggest," he said stiffly, "that you reserve judgment until that time comes, sir." And that was all he knew about the danger, real or imaginary, that had driven the two men into insanity. He would have 6 months in which to find the answer. 6 months minus... He looked at the chronometer and saw that 20 minutes had passed since he left the cruiser. Somehow it seemed much longer. He moved to light a cigarette, and his metal soles scraped the floor with the same startling loudness he had noticed before. The bubble was as silent as a tomb. It was not much longer than a tomb, a sphere 18 feet in diameter, made of thin sheet steel and crisscrossed outside with narrow reinforcing girders to keep the internal air pressure from rupturing it. The floor under him was 6 feet up from the sphere's bottom, and the space beneath held the air regenerator and waste converter units, the storage batteries, and the food cabinets. The compartment in which he sat contained a chair, table, a narrow cot, banks of dials, a remote control panel for operating the instruments mounted outside the hall, a microfilm projector, and a pair of exercise springs attached to one wall. That was all. There was no means of communication, since a hyperspace communicator would have affected the delicate instruments with its radiations, but there was a small microfilm library to go with the projector so that he should be able to pass away the time pleasantly enough. But it was not the fear of boredom that was behind the apprehension he could already feel touching at his mind. It had not been boredom that had turned Horn into a suicide and Silverman into... Something cracked sharply behind him, like a gunshot in the stillness, and he leaped to his feet, whirling to face it. It was only a metal reel of data tapes that had dropped out of the spectrum analyzer into the storage tray. His heart was thumping fast, and his attempt to laugh at his nervousness sounded hollow and mirthless. Something inside or outside the bubble had driven two men insane with its threat, and now that he was irrevocably exiled in the bubble himself, he could no longer dismiss their fear as products of their imagination. Both of them had been rational, intelligent men, as carefully selected by the Observation Bureau as he had been. He set in to search the bubble, overlooking nothing. When he crawled down into the lower compartment, he hesitated, then opened the longest blade of his knife before searching among the dark recesses down there. He found nothing, not even a speck of dust. Back in his chair again, he began to doubt his first conviction. Perhaps there really had been some kind of invisible force or entity outside the bubble. Both Horn and Silverman had said that it had tried to get in to kill them. They had been very definite about that part. There were 6 windows around the bubble's walls, set there to enable the attendant to see all the outside mounted instruments and dials. He went to them to look out, one by one, and from all of them he saw the same vast emptiness that surrounded him. The galaxy, his galaxy, was so far away that its stars were like dust. In the outer directions, the empty gulf was so wide that galaxies and clusters of galaxies were tiny, feeble specks of light shining across it. All around him was a void so huge that galaxies were only specks in it. Who could know what forces or dangers might be waiting out there? A light blinked, reminding him it was time to attend to his duties. The job required an hour, and he was nervous and not yet hungry when he had finished. He went to the exercise springs on the wall and performed a workout that left him tired and sweating, but which at least gave him a small appetite. The day had passed, and the next. He made another search of the bubble's interior with the same results as before. He felt almost sure then that there was nothing in the bubble with him. He established a routine of work, pastime, and sleep that made the first week pass fairly comfortably, but for the gnawing worry in his mind that something invisible was lurking just outside the windows. Then one day he accidentally kicked the wall with his metal shoe tip. It made a sound like that from kicking a tight-stretched section of tin, and it seemed to him that it gave a little from the impact, as tin would do. He realized for the first time how thin it was, how deadly, dangerously thin. According to the specifications he had read, it was only 1/16 of an inch thick. It was as thin as cardboard. He sat down with a pencil and paper and began calculating. The bubble had a surface area of 146,500 square inches, and the internal air pressure was 14 pounds to the square inch, which meant that the thin metal skin contained a total pressure of 2,051,000 pounds. 2 million pounds. The bubble in which he sat was a bomb waiting to explode the instant any section of the thin metal weakened. It was supposed to be an alloy so extremely strong that it had a high safety factor, but he could not believe that any metal so thin could be so strong. It was all right for engineers sitting safely on Earth to speak of high safety factors, but his life depended upon the fragile wall not cracking. It made a lot of difference. The next day he thought he felt the hook to which the exerciser spring was attached crack loose from where it was welded to the wall. He inspected the base of the hook closely, and there seemed to be a fine hairline fracture appearing around it. He held his ear to it, listening for any sound of a leak. It was not leaking yet, but it could commence doing so at any time. He looked out the window at the illimitable void that was waiting to absorb his pitiful little supply of air, and he thought of the days he had hauled and jerked at the springs with all his strength, not realizing the damage he was doing. There was a sick feeling in his stomach for the rest of the day, and he returned again and again to examine the hairline around the hook. The next day he discovered an even more serious threat. The thin skin of the bubble had been spot welded to the outside reinforcing girders. Such welding often created hard, brittle spots that would soon crystallize from continued movement. And there was a slight temperature difference in the bubble between his working and sleeping hours that would daily produce a contraction and expansion of the skin, especially when he used the little cooking burner. He quit using the burner for any purpose and began a daily inspection of every square inch of the bubble's walls, marking with white chalk all the welding spots that appeared to be definitely weakened. Each day he found more to mark, and soon the little white circles were scattered across the walls wherever he looked. When he was not working at examining the walls, he could feel the windows watching him like staring eyes. Out of self-defense, he would have to go to them and stare back at the emptiness. Space was alien, coldly, deadly alien. He was a tiny spark of life in a hostile sea of nothing, and there was no one to help him. The nothing outside was waiting day and night for the most infinitesimal leak or crack in the walls. The nothing that had been waiting out there since time without beginning and would wait for time without end. Sometimes he would touch his finger to the wall and think, "Death is out there, only 1/16 of an inch away." His first fears became a black and terrible conviction. The bubble could not continue to resist the attack for long. It had already lasted longer than it should have. 2 million pounds of pressure wanted out, and all the sucking nothing of the intergalactic space wanted in. And only a thin skin of metal, rotten with brittle welding spots, stood between them. It wanted in. The nothing wanted in. He knew then that Horn and Silverman had not been insane. It wanted in, and someday it would get in. When it did, it would explode him and jerk out his guts and lungs. Not until that happened, not until the nothing filled the bubble and enclosed his hideous, turned inside-out body, would it ever be content. He had long since quit wearing the magnetized shoes, afraid the vibration of them would weaken the bubble still more, and he began noticing sections where the bubble did not seem to be perfectly concave, as though the rolling mill had pressed the metal too thin in places, and it was swelling out like an overinflated balloon. He could not remember when he had last attended to the instruments. Nothing was important but the danger that surrounded him. He knew the danger was rapidly increasing because whenever he pressed his ear to the wall, he could hear the almost inaudible tickings and vibrations as the bubble's skin contracted or expanded, and the nothing tapped and searched with its empty fingers for a flaw or crack that it could tear into a leak. But the windows were far the worst. With the nothing staring in at him day and night, there was no escape from it. He could feel it watching him, malignant and gloating, even when he hid his eyes in his hands. The time came when he could stand it no longer. The cot had a blanket, and he used that together with all his spare clothes to make a tent stretching from the table to the first instrument panel. When he crawled under it, he found that the lower half of the window could still see him. He used the clothes he was wearing to finish the job, and it was much better then, hiding there in the concealing darkness where the nothing could not see him. He did not mind going naked. The temperature regulators in the bubble never let it get too cold. He had no conception of time from then on. He emerged only when necessary to bring more food into his tent. He could still hear the nothing tapping and sucking in its ceaseless search for a flaw, and he made such emergencies as brief as possible, wishing that he did not have to come out at all. Maybe, if he could hide in his tent for a long time and never make a sound, it would get tired and go away. Sometimes he thought of the cruiser and wished they would come for him, but most of the time, he thought of the thing that was outside, trying to get in to kill him. When the strain became too great, he would draw himself up in a position he had once occupied in his mother's womb and pretend he had never left Earth. It was easier there, but always, before very long, the bubble would tick or whisper, and he would freeze in terror, thinking, "This time it's coming in." Then one day, suddenly, 2 men were peering under his tent at him. One of them said, "My God, again?" And he wondered what he meant. They were very nice to him and helped him put on his clothes. Later, in the cruiser, everything was hazy and they kept asking him what he was so afraid of. "What was it? What did you find?" He tried hard to think so he could explain it. It was nothing.
What were you and Horn and Silverman afraid of? What was it?
The voice demanded insistently. I told you, he said. Nothing. They stared at him, and the haziness cleared a little as he saw they did not understand. He wanted them to believe him because what he told them was very true. It wanted to kill us. Please, can't you believe me? It was waiting outside the bubble to kill us. But they kept staring, and he knew they didn't believe him. They didn't want to believe him. Everything turned hazy again, and he started to cry. He was glad when the doctor took his hand and led him away. The bubble was carefully inspected inside and out, and nothing was found. When it was time for Green's replacement to be transferred to it, Larkin reported to Captain McDowell.
Everything is ready, Larkin,
McDowell said.
You're the next one. I wish we knew what the danger is.
He scowled.
I still think one of my roustabouts from the engine room might give us a sane report 6 months from now instead of the babblings we'll get from you.
He felt his face flush, and he said stiffly,
I suggest, sir, that you not jump to conclusions until that time has come.
The cruiser vanished back into hyperspace, and he was alone inside the observation bubble, 10,000 light-years beyond the galaxy's outermost sun. He looked out the windows at the gigantic sea of emptiness around him and wondered again what the danger had been that had so terrified the men before him. Of one thing he was already certain. He would find that nothing was waiting outside the bubble to kill him. End of story. The Nothing Equation by Tom Godwin.
Absolutely No Paradox by Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mokurai. Absolutely No Paradox by Lester Del Rey. The old men's section of the Arts and Science Club was always the best ordered. The robots somehow managed to avoid clanking there. The greensward beyond the veranda was always just right, and the drinks were the best for 6 counties. Old Ned Brussels touched his glass to his lips appreciatively, sighed in contentment, and waited for some of the other oldsters to break the silence. Finally, Lem Hardy took the plunge. He did it, he announced, referring to a conversation of weeks before. Then, at their puzzled looks, he amplified. My grandson, damn it, he's got a time machine. It works. Sent a cat 4 days up, and it came through unharmed. The glass fell from old Ned's hand, bouncing on the floor, and spilling good liquor. A robot came forward silently to clean it up, but Ned didn't look at it. 4 days doesn't mean a thing, Lem. Is that kid planning on trying it out? He's going to try it next week. Then, for the Lord's sake, stop him. Look, does it work like this? His fingers slipped over the pencil smoothly, as they had always done when he worked drafting robot bodies in the old days. A rude schematic seemed to grow almost instantly on the paper. Lem took it, then stiffened suddenly. Who told you? A youngster named Pete Lefranc. And it was 40 years, no, over 50 years ago. Lem, if you like your grandson, keep him out of the machine. 4 days, 4 weeks, they don't mean anything. Time machines don't work, however well they seem to. A bustle from behind them pulled their eyes around. One of the robots was quietly restraining a nervous young man who was trying to break free and join the group. His face was tense, excited, with an odd, bitter fear behind it. His words were seemingly cut out of steel. Told me I'd find him here. Damn it! Sorry, sir, you'll have to wait. The robot's voice was adamant under its smoothness. Ned grunted, and then impulse led him to look again. He'd seen the man somewhere. He hunted for it, then dismissed it, knowing that his memory was tricky these days, but he motioned the robot aside. We don't allow interruptions for junior members, he told the man, letting his voice soften the words. Still, if you want to sit down and listen quietly, nobody'll stop you. But quietly, the robot stressed the word. The man looked at it, then swiveled to Ned Brussel. For a moment, the bitterness halted, as if frozen, then gave place to a sudden sharp amusement. His eyes searched Ned's, and he nodded, dropping into a chair. Lem took up the conversation again. It worked. And if it works for 4 days, it should work for 4 centuries. You're just scared of paradoxes, Ned, going back and killing your grandfather or such rot. You've been reading too many stories on it. 50 years ago, Pete Lefranc said the same thing. Young man, either sit down or get out. This is the old men's section. He had answers for all the paradoxes, too, except one question. Ned had been young then, just getting started at synth anatomy drafting, and not rich enough for wine of the type Pete always kept. He sipped at it with relish and looked at the odd cage Pete was displaying. All the same, it won't work. Pete laughed. Reality doesn't mean a thing to an artist, does it? Be damned to your paradoxes. There's some answer to them. It did work. The dog appeared exactly 4 weeks later, just finishing his bark. Then why haven't time machines come back from the future? Ned shot at him. He's been saving that as his final argument, and he sat back to watch the bomb explode. For a second, Pete blinked. You never figured that out yourself. Nope. I got it from a science fiction story. But why haven't they? If yours works, there'll be more time machines built. With more built, they'll be improved. They'll get to be commonplace. People would use them, and someone would turn up here with one. Or in the past. Why haven't we met time travelers, Pete? Maybe we have met them, but didn't know it. Nonsense. You get in that machine and go back to Elizabethan England. Try to pass yourself off as being native to that time. Even an hour. No, there'd be slip-ups. Pete considered, pouring more wine. An idea. But you're right, maybe. I haven't tried going back. If I'd sent the dog backwards, I couldn't have checked up on it. While I could be waiting in the future. Okay, you've convinced me. Then you're not going in the contraption. Pete's laughter was spontaneous and loaded with amusement. I'm going forward and find out why no one has come back. I've got a nice collection of rare coins I can trade off up there. Should be more valuable. And I'll bring you back a working invention from the next century. With luck, I'll bring you the answer. And after that, maybe I can go back and kill an ancestor just to see what happens. Don't be a fool. But Pete was grinning and opening the door to the cage that rested in the middle of his laboratory. 50 years, this trip, he said, spinning the dials, and you won't have long to wait. I'll come back in just about no time. Ned started to yell something, but there was a curious flicker, such as he'd seen when Pete sent the dog forward. The time machine blurred over, its surface seeming to stretch into infinity while contracting to nothing at the same time. Then it was gone. Ned groped for the wine bottle, cursing, and drained the contents. Then he sat down to wait. 3 days later, the police came looking for Pete on some mysterious tip, probably from a fellow worker. It was a pretty rough time for a while, though they finally decided it was just another mystery, and that Ned's yarn of having been there only to keep an appointment was true. Ned had influential friends, even if he didn't have money then. For 3 years, he rented Pete's laboratory before he made enough to buy it. For a decade, he lived in it. But by then, he'd begun to know that Pete wasn't coming back. The building's still there, old Ned finished. The diagrams of his machine are still in the drawers, but Pete never showed up. I tell you, Keep your fool grandson out of time machines, Lem. They don't work. Too many paradoxes. If they'd work, you could steal a future invention, get credit for inventing it, and nobody would ever have to invent it. When things have that many angles that can't work, the thing itself can't work. Lem shook his head stubbornly. It worked. The kid got the cat back. Something just happened to your friend. Maybe his power failed. Then he wouldn't have gotten all the way. And he'd have reappeared years ago. Pete measured things, and there was no displacement in space. If something had happened to him, the machine would have been there. Anyhow, besides, I had alarms wired to call the police in, told him it was to protect a safe the minute he showed up. He never showed up. He never came back. So, I suppose he just disappeared? Time ate him up? Lem's stubbornness was cracking a bit, though. His voice was higher than even an old man's should be. I don't know, but time machines don't work. Otherwise, where are the time travelers from the future? They sat quietly for a second. Ned was remembering the years, up to the time he'd given up, disconnected the alarms, and come here to the Arts and Science Club to live. He'd been stubborn, maybe, a little bit, but Pete hadn't reappeared. Behind him, the young man cleared his throat, and the robot moved forward. But there was no rule against intrusion when no one was speaking, and the robot came to a stop. Ned looked back, just as the man decided the robot wouldn't interfere. There was more amusement on the man's face now, but the bitterness still lay there. He grinned at Ned, a familiar grin, and his voice was flat and positive. Time machines work, and there are no paradoxes. Absolutely no paradoxes. Lem stirred, craning back, and Ned bristled. But something about the younger man caught back the word as he picked up the thin thread of memory. The other grinned again, wryly. It's simple. Time machines work in one direction. They can't go back. Your time traveler found that out too late. No trips to the past, no return from the future, and no paradoxes, Ned Brussels. He came to his feet, moving over to drop into the chair beside Ned. The older man nodded, stretching out his hand. I told you not to try the damned machine, Pete, Ned told him. Then he chuckled, as the oldest cliché among old friends meeting came again to his lips. 50 years, and you haven't changed a bit, Pete Lefranc. End of Absolutely No Paradox by Lester Del Rey. Recording by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois.
Box Garden by Alan Kim Lang. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Harden. Box Garden by Alan Kim Lang. The ears of the man to my left at the bar were blocking off my view of the TV set. This annoyed me. The commercial was on, and I didn't want to miss any of it. Leaning forward, trying to get the man's head and ears out of my line of sight, I bumped against his shoulder. He turned, taking my accidental nudge to be an invitation to converse. "I'm getting pretty tired," the big-eared man said to me, "of being treated like an adult pituitary deficiency case." He nodded his head and ears at the screen. "Look at the thing that's on now," he said. "It's an insult and an outrage." I watched the TV commercial closely, trying to discover what had triggered this outburst from my neighbor. An elf in a scarlet hat was pouring emerald golf balls onto a plate, to the tune of Bryant and May's Garden Fresh song. That commercial, I thought myself, was as much of a triumph of Yankee ingenuity as was color television itself. No child, no housewife in America could fail to identify that elf and his song with Bryant and May's garden fresh peas. My big-eared friend was still glaring at the screen as though that commercial had been designed to insult him. "You don't like commercials?" I demanded. I wasn't really the least bit angry. You meet all kinds in the advertising business. "Advertising may be necessary," he hedged, pulling at the lobe of one of those magnificent ears of his. "Still, it doesn't take a choir of TV elves or a cantata sung by squeaky-voiced animals to remind me to launder my socks, or to point out that a beer would go good when I'm thirsty. Hell, I outgrew the advice of teddy bears years ago." He sipped his beer, staring at my reflection in the bar mirror as though trying to decide whether I was worthy of his further confidence. He must have decided I had a sincere face, because he scooted up closer. "What's more," he said, "some of these commercials, like the ones we just saw, frighten me terribly." Big Ears whispered this last like a murderer in Shakespeare. I laughed in spite of myself. The Brian and May elf? Afraid of him? Man, that's like being scared of Santa Claus. "It's not that simple," he rapped back. "It's not only fear those commercials inspire, but pity." I stared at him now, thinking he was maybe a recruiter for a nudist colony, or a ward worker for the vegetarian party, or some other sort of fanatic peddling his exotic ritual. "Let me explain," he asked quickly, seeing my hesitation. "Want another beer?" I flexibly named the beer my agency handles Smooth Billy Goat Beer. When the bartender had set our refills before us and moved out of earshot, my big ear confidant explained. "Do you know what banzai means?" he asked. "Sure," I said. "That's when the little men come screaming out of the palm trees, waving their swords." He smiled briefly. "You've got the right string, friend, but it's the wrong yo-yo. It's Japanese, all right, but spelled with an S, not a Z. A bonsai is a dwarf tree raised for a Japanese box garden, or hakoniwa. They've been growing bonsais on those islands for 1,500 years. Full-grown plants you put in a flower pot, oaks 200 years old, and a foot tall, all with perfect tiny limbs and leaves." "A trick?" I asked. "Not exactly," Big Ear said. "Here's how to do it in Japan. You take an ordinary acorn from an oak 4 stories tall, plant it, give the little tree time to get its shell cracked and its leaves unfolded in the sunlight. From that minute on, treat it like a wicked stepmother. Keep it in the plate too shallow for its roots. When the taproot starts twisting around, all frustrated, lop it off. Bend the trunk out of shape with wires, so as it'll look as though it had been bent to the storms off the North Pacific since Granddad was a suckling. Takes a long time, like the man said in the poem." I made the V sign for another pair of Billy Goat beers. "Interesting and all," I admitted. "But what does this expose of Jap civil culture have to do with American television?" "That's where my story gets ugly," said my friend with the ears. His voice dropped low again, confidential. "The Japanese didn't have hormones for their bonsais. They made their midget oaks and pines and ginkgo trees without the help of negative catalysts or antivitamins. They didn't even know B12 from the far side of Fujiyama when they started their box gardens. The people running TV know those things. You've never seen an announcer on a toothpaste show who doesn't talk like a biochemistry PhD explaining paper chromatography in a kindergarten. You know what I mean. The guys who point their index fingers at you from the screen, all tricked out in doctor coats with stethoscopes on their necks and reflectors on their foreheads to prove that science stands behind every tube of their particular gunk. They talk a line that would take the Nobel Prize in medicine if it meant anything, then rub it in with shots of dancing beers and gnomes and chorus girls 6 inches tall." Big Ear shuddered. "The people who put the calories in our breakfast flip chips know all about biology now," he said, getting louder. "They got laboratories and even brag about having them. What's more," he said, his voice shrill now, "they use those laboratories of theirs to do their commercials." "Still can't see where you've got anything to be afraid of," I said, tamping a cigarette tight on the bar. Big Ears glanced up at the screen and shushed me. "Just watch this," he said, pointing. I watched. A tiny clown carried an opener at right shoulder arms toward a palisade of beer cans. He did the port arms with his opener, shoved one of the cans to the center of the screen, and punched 2 holes in the top of the can. He grounded the opener, still according to the manual of arms, bear-hugged the beer can to tip it into a glass, then picked up the glass, which was as tall as he was, and chug-a-lugged the lot. While I don't like to commend the competition, that was a good workmanlike script. I'd be proud to have done that myself. We turned to the screen as the show came on. "Did you see that?" Big Ears demanded. I paused before I answered, straining to be real objective. "Some people might think it was a bit childish," I said. "It's obscene!" he hissed. "Can't you see how the advertisers get that horrible realism? Haven't you watched those tiny ballerinas with king-size cigarettes for partners? Didn't I tell you about the bonsai trees and how they grow?" People down the bar were staring at Big Ears now, impatient of his shouts, his noise that didn't fit the show on the screen. The bartender, glaring at my neighbor, twisted the TV sound knob so that the laughter from a set became a Niagara. Big Ears raised his voice above his electronic competition. "Do you suppose those little bears and monkeys and clowns and chorus girls are puppets, maybe? Was that a doll that opened the beer? A toy that poured the peas they're blind in May? No! They're changing real people. That's what they're doing." The bartender walked like a tank around the bar and came down our side toward Big Ears. He filled the man's lapels in one hand and explained softly, "These people want to hear our show. You'll have to go on down the street if you want any more beer tonight, friend." Big Ears didn't argue, but he called over his shoulder as the bartender escorted him to the door. "Remember what I told you. Please remember." I turned away, embarrassed. The poor little fellow had got so deep in a story that he was actually crying as he left the bar. I had another one of those smooth Billy Goat beers before I left, feeling pretty sorry for my little friend with the big ears. This was about a year ago. Washington's birthday, I think. Last night, watching TV at home, I saw a sad-eyed dwarf in an orange cape and green shoes show how polo penetrates those sluggish kitchen drains. He did a poor job. Those big familiar ears just weren't made for drain pipe work. End of Box Garden by Alan Kim Lang.
The Space Visitors by Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin D. The Space Visitors by Edmund Hamilton. Just as we look upon fish as inhabitants of the ocean, so some beings from outer space may look upon us as being inhabitants at the bottom of an atmospheric ocean. Such beings, possibly gigantic in size and power, coming in the vicinity of our Earth, may, for purposes of curiosity or exploration, decide to discover what we queer beings are, and what this little planet is that we inhabit. That such beings may have actually come near the Earth is asserted forcibly by Charles Fort in his amazing book, The Book of the Damned, in which he brings forward evidence to show that over a period of the past 150 years, there has been evidence of strange, extraterrestrial activity, presumably from sentient beings. As Mr. Hamilton so truthfully points out, we beings of the Earth are not at all isolated. Any day we may have plunged upon us an enemy from space that would have no more regard for our civilization than we have for those of the ants and other insects. How we may combat such enemies, Mr. Hamilton shows in quite a remarkable story. Because Dr. Howard has asked me to prepare a concise account of the coming of the space visitors, I, Stanley Ransome, have tried to write a simple record of my own contacts with them. Such a record will necessarily have errors enough, but it seems to me that the facts can be most clearly presented in such a fashion. It was late in June that I first learned of the affair through Dr. Howard himself. Dr. Jason Howard was holder of the chair of aeronautical science in Gotham University, and his contributions to the progress of aerial navigation had made him renowned in both scientific and commercial circles. For 2 years, I had been an instructor and assistant in his department of the university. Toward the end of that particular June afternoon, he came into the laboratory where I was testing the tensile strength of a new alloy and handed me a folded newspaper. "You haven't seen this, Ransome?" he questioned. They're shouting them all over the city. I hope you haven't ruined a completely good test to call my attention to the latest murder, I jested as I unfolded the paper. But when my eyes took in the import of its black headlines, my smile vanished. They shrieked their message in the tallest available type. Hundreds slain in Iowa village by cataclysm. Mandlertown, scene of mysterious horror. The story below the headlines described what was then known of the catastrophe, which had occurred just before dawn on that day. Mandlertown, an agricultural center of considerable size in eastern Iowa, had been awakened a short hour before daylight by a colossal grinding and roaring sound coming from the east. Before the startled, half-awakened people had been able to leap from their beds, however, the thing was upon them. It was horror, earthquake, annihilation, all in one, driving across the town with immense speed. A terrific crashing of shattered buildings spread through the community, and for an instant the gigantic, grinding roar seemed receding westward. Then it had stopped completely. It was several minutes before anyone in the stunned city ventured out into the streets, half curious and half terrified. But those who finally did so were paralyzed by astonishment and terror. For a colossal path of destruction had been cut straight across the city's northern section. It was like a gigantic trench or canal gouged out by a superhuman instrument, being over a quarter of a mile in width and almost as great in depth. It began in an open field 3 miles east of Mandlertown and ended in a thinly settled suburban section a mile westward. Houses, people, trees, fences, roads, everything that had lain in the track of the unknown destroyer had vanished as though it had been whirled into space, and there lay open to the sun nothing but this vast wound in the earth's surface. Hundreds of people, it was estimated, had gone to death in the moment of the unparalleled cataclysm. Doubt. It is not surprising that panic sent the people of Mandlertown fleeing in all directions before the coming of the day. The newspaper stated that federal and state authorities had taken every precaution to calm them, and already many who had fled were returning to the stricken town, it being apparent that no further disturbance was taking place. But what had caused this one? Was it an earthquake or a volcanic action of some unheard-of nature? No answer could be definitely made, but the geologists and other scientists consulted regarding the thing were in general agreement. It could only have been caused, they stated, by some giant meteor that had grazed the Earth's surface and gouged this great scar across it in passing. More could be learned from examination of the cut, but it was certain that a meteor was the cause. When I had finished reading, I looked up at Dr. Howard, sobered by the horror of what I had just read. "A terrible thing, surely," I said, and he nodded somberly. "Just how terrible is not yet realized," he commented. "Why, you don't doubt that it was a meteor's work, do you?" I asked. "That great gouge?" He shook his head. "Who can say? But if a meteor of giant size did it, where is the meteor? They do not, as a rule, graze Earth and then vanish," Ransom. "Maybe not," I said doubtfully. "But in this case, the scientists all seem pretty sure. And after all, what other explanation for the thing is there?" To that he did not answer, though I could see that he was unconvinced. So I was not surprised when Dr. Howard left for Mandlertown that night by a fast Chicago rocket express. To me, as to others, he said only that he wished to make a brief examination of the scene of the disaster, with certain ideas of his own in mind. I knew without his telling, though, that his doubts persisted. The world at large did not share those doubts. There was widespread horror over the Mandlertown catastrophe, but it was the rather abstract horror aroused by some unprecedented accident, of which the very strangeness somehow dulls the edge of reality. And none seemed to doubt the dictum of the scientists concerning the gigantic missile from space that had shot into the Earth's atmosphere, grazing its surface and then shooting out again. I know that, despite Dr. Howard's attitude, I myself did not doubt it. Dr. Howard returned from Mandlertown 2 days later. The only information that he imparted was that his investigations had proved satisfactory. He said nothing more, and, assuming that his inspection had disproved his doubts, I forbore mentioning the thing to him. It was not until the second cataclysm, a day later, that I learned along with the rest of the world what his thoughts on the matter were. This second cataclysm took place on the afternoon of July 1st, but, because of the remoteness of its scene, word of it did not reach most of the world until the next day. For the scene of the second event was those bleak Finnish plains that lie east of the Baltic, and, particularly, one barren valley far from the nearest telegraph. News concerning what had happened was scanty enough. The central fact was that upon one of the valley's slopes, something had gouged from the grassy earth a tremendous trench like the one that had been cut through Mandlertown. It was of the same general size, several miles in length, and a quarter-mile in depth and width. But in that remote place, it had done almost no damage to life or property. The only damage to property, in fact, had been the destruction of a herder's hut that had been in the path of the thing. The 7 herders who had occupied it, luckily for them, had been tending their flocks on the slope of a neighboring valley. All had heard a gigantic roaring and grinding sound, and had run up to the dividing ridge as the sound ceased, to be confronted by the great gouge below. One of them, however, had been on the ridge at the time and told an excited and almost incomprehensible tale regarding it. He said he had been gazing down over the slope in question when the disaster had happened. First came a great flash of light in the air above, the flash of some colossal, glittering body swooping from above to Earth's surface. He could not describe what he claimed to have seen of it in that lightning-like glimpse, and could describe it only as of something huge and glittering, and roughly scoop-like in shape. In the very second that he saw it, it had struck the slope, and then, with great speed, had rushed forward along it, half burying itself in the earth, emitting a loud, grinding roar. In an instant, it had streaked like light along the slope for several miles, and then, with an upward flash, was gone, the noise gradually ceasing. This tale, even doubted by the man's companions, certainly received small credit from the outside world. The paper that I read mentioned the story only as an illusion, born of excitement, and went on to point out that while the Mandlertown cataclysm had been repeated, the explanation accepted for it had not been disproved. It simply meant that another giant meteor had grazed our globe, and it might well be that the Earth was passing through a swarm of them. I will own, however, that to me, the meteor explanation seemed rather weakened by the so exact repetition of the first catastrophe, and I could not see how this recurrent catastrophe could be explained so simply. Howard's theory. At the first news of the thing, I had sought Dr. Howard to learn his own views of it, but he was not to be found at the university. And by the time I had met him the next day, I, along with most of the world, had read the late editions of the newspaper in which he first startled the nations with his astounding explanation of the 2 cataclysms. He stated that he had studied closely the scene of the first cataclysm, and had derived therefrom a theory as to its cause, which he believed was substantiated by the second occurrence. No one who has considered carefully the Mandlertown catastrophe, he stated, can credit for a moment the idea that it was caused by a meteor. Had a great meteor actually grazed the earth that night, the sky for 1,000 miles would have flamed with its passing, even had it been able to pass out of Earth's grip after entering it, which is an incredible hypothesis. The cataclysm at Mandlertown was not caused by a meteor, but by some vast scoop-like object that was drawn across several miles of the Earth's surface with immense speed, and in that way gouged out the great trench in the earth. This second cataclysm in Finland was obviously caused in the same way, there being no appearance of a meteor in the sky. The huge scoop of which I speak was actually seen in the second case by the Finnish herder, whose story has been little credited, but the very wildness of which is almost a guarantee of its truth, especially coming from such an unimaginative person. We must accept, then, the theory that on 2 different occasions within the last few days, a giant scoop of some sort has been lowered from outer space, dragged across the Earth's surface for several miles with incredible speed, and then jerked upward again, taking with it the matter it had cut from the Earth. Just as we men sail over the surface of our waters and let down trawls to drag along their beds far below, so someone, something, or things exist on the surface of the atmospheric ocean at the bottom of which we live, and is letting down trawls to drag its bottom, the surface of the Earth. This idea may seem fantastic to many. We human beings do not think of ourselves as living at the bottom of an ocean, but a little reflection will show that to be the case. The atmosphere is an ocean, 50 to 60 miles in depth, covering all the Earth. Our knowledge of it indicates that, becoming more and more rarefied, it has a fairly definite surface, or limit a few score miles above us, beyond which lies empty space. So there is a great air ocean, and at its bottom we live. The pressure at its bottom is tremendous, even as the ocean's pressure is tremendous near its bottom. But like the creatures that live far down in the sea's depths, we are so habituated to that pressure, and our bodies braced internally against it, that we do not feel it. If we were to be taken into empty space, our bodies would explode, as would fish taken from the sea's depths. And in the same way, were creatures accustomed to empty space to enter our atmospheric ocean, they would undoubtedly be crushed to death by its pressure. It is that which, in my opinion, accounts for this trawling from above. It may be that for centuries, while we have pondered on the planets and stars, ships from those planets and stars have been coming and going far above us, filled with creatures who have evolved in space as we have evolved in air and fish have evolved in water. We would know no more, dream no more, of the existence of those spaceships than the creatures at the sea's bottoms know of the great liners going and coming far above them. But suppose some of these beings, possessing spaceships, become curious as to what lies at the bottom of this air ocean of ours. They could not venture down into it. What would they do? Would they not let their ships cruise to and fro on the surface of the air ocean, and let down great trawls to drag the bottom far below, just as we men trawl an ocean into whose depths we dare not descend? I believe that is what is now going on. Far above us, at the surface of our atmospheric ocean, there are cruising ships, or a ship, which we cannot see, holding beings from some great planet of whose nature we dare not guess. They cannot descend into our atmosphere, but they are letting down their great trawl from above to drag the bottom, which is Earth's surface, to see what lies upon it. And make no mistake, these beings, who may be infinitely beyond us in intelligence and science, and who are undoubtedly completely different from us in every respect, care not for the wreck and ruin they may be causing with their trawls. Any terror they might loose upon us would mean nothing to them. For to them, high above, we at the air ocean's bottom are no more than the blind, strange creatures that we fish from our own watery seas' depths are to us. It seems unnecessary to describe the turmoil that was aroused by this startling statement of Dr. Howard's. It is hard to expose the willful blindness of a world that now looks back upon that blindness with something like terror. Dr. Howard's theory became the target of every form and degree of criticism during the ensuing days. His idea was susceptible to ridicule, and the scientists whose meteor theory he had questioned seized the opportunity. Did we live at the bottom of an ocean, an atmospheric sea? Were we merely crawling things upon Earth's surface to be fished for and examined curiously by unimaginable beings and vessels far above? The idea was too humorous. The public's indignation dissolved into laughter. The third. A very conceivable fact was brought forward to demolish the ridiculous theory. If spaceships were passing to and fro constantly outside our atmosphere, why had they never been glimpsed by astronomers? Dr. Howard replied promptly to this by giving a list of unknown objects cited by astronomers in space in the last decades. By Sporer and Wortman and Grech and Ferguson and Loomis, and scores upon scores of others, objects seen against the sun or moon or planets, and which had never been identified. There was no more criticism on that score, but a side issue was raised. Dr. Howard had stated that the atmospheric sea of Earth had in all probability a surface as definite as that of an ocean. Many attacked this minor point, but were met by Dr. Howard with the cold data of many tests, showing that, while for a certain distance the air becomes rarer with increased altitude, it seems thereafter to remain constant, indicating that, from that point up to its definite end, or surface, its density is the same. There was no valid reason why an ocean of air should not have as definite a surface as an ocean of water. Each new critical attack brought forward in those few days met with much the same treatment, and the criticism on the part of Dr. Howard's enemies began to change into bad temper and abuse. I mentioned this to him on the night of July 5th, showing him an account of the latest attack. From my first reading of its hypothesis, it had seemed to me crystal clear in truth, but conventional scientists had found its startling presumptions upsetting. They wouldn't believe it, some of them, if they themselves were picked up by a trawl from above and whirled around the earth, I said. He shook his head thoughtfully. I think that they will believe it soon, Ransom, he said, if these visitations from above continue. You think they will continue? I asked. After all, why should they? If beings out of space actually are trawling, they must have learned enough from their 2 attempts to satisfy them about Earth's surface. I don't think so. For all we know, Ransom, they may be searching for minerals or ores or materials unknown to us, hoping to drag them up from the bottom of this air ocean. Or they may want living things for purposes of their own. Or it may be mere scientific curiosity. God knows what motives sway them, but let us hope for one thing. And that they do not find whatever they are searching for. For if they do, if they come to look on Earth as a source of needed materials, it means the end of our civilization. Imagine those gigantic trawls descending in great numbers out of the skies, day and night, to gouge Earth's surface. Imagine, perhaps, great air submarines or hermetically closed ships of some kind venturing down here to the surface. Or submarine mines, caissons of some strange sort here at the bottom of the atmospheric ocean, creatures of dread. I shook myself clear of the horrors his words suggested. After all, I reminded him, this is a rather baseless fear. There haven't been any more cataclysms, and it may well be that... Abruptly, I halted. Through the open windows of the apartment came the growing clamor of shouting voices. We ran to the window, and at the sight of the excited newsboys along the street, I think that the same foreboding gripped us both. 3 minutes later, we were looking together at one of the newspaper extras, reading it in a horror-dazed silence. Only a few hours before, the terror from above had struck Earth for the 3rd time, and this time with the most terrible results thus far. For the victim had been Chicago. The colossal scoop which the excited Finn had attempted to describe had descended lightning-like out of the skies at dusk, and with incredible swiftness had cut a vast lane of destruction through the city. The giant thing had been seen more or less clearly by many thousands, despite the swiftness of its action. It was colossal in size, much like a steam shovel's scoop in shape, glittering strangely, as though composed of an unknown metal. Its top disappeared far above into the night. The thing had struck the city's southern acres, and in a moment, with a roar as of worlds splitting apart, had cut northward across the city, and for a mile or more out into the lake, then flashing up into the dusk as swiftly as it had descended. Chicago was in uncontrollable panic, chaos of unnameable fear, and troops were on their way to quell the lawless rioting and looting that had already begun. When we read that, both Dr. Howard and I were silent for some time, listening to the disturbed hum and roar of excitement that penetrated the room from outside. And before either of us could speak, we were sharply aroused by the coming of a telegram. Dr. Howard read the brief message twice, then handed it to me without comment. An hour later, saw us in a great army plane flying southward through the night toward Washington. A conference. It was still night when our plane slanted out of the darkness into the blazing landing field lights. A powerful car awaited us, and as it sped with reckless speed across the city, which was as aroused, excited, and horror-stricken as New York, we could distinguish now and then the great dome of the Capitol, gleaming white in the light of dawn. In a short time, we were inside the Capitol, and were ushered into a small paneled room where a dozen or more men seated around a table awaited us. I recognized at once the strong face of President Rogers at the table's end, and perceived also the well-known features of the Secretaries of War and of the Navy. Beside them were the ambassadors of Great Britain, Germany, France, and half a dozen other great powers, while secretaries and aides hovered in the background. It was the group representative of the world's governments that the president had gathered together at once after the Chicago cataclysm, and he had summoned Dr. Howard to meet with it. He greeted my superior and myself courteously, but the strain that he was under showed as clearly in his face as it did in the others about the table. At once he plunged toward the point. Dr. Howard, some days ago you gave to the press a suggested explanation of the Manlertown and Finland cataclysms, which was, despite your scientific eminence, too startling to be accepted by the world or by your fellow scientists. That explanation has now been shown by this catastrophe that has riven Chicago to have been irrefutably true. We must accept, unprecedented as the situation is, the fact that vessels of some sort from outer space are actually trawling the Earth's surface from above its atmosphere. That trawl having been seen at Chicago by thousands, as it was seen in Finland. You alone, among scientists, have comprehended the nature of this menace. We have called you here to suggest some method of meeting it. Dr. Howard was silent and thoughtful for a moment, gazing from one to another of the anxious faces at the table. Then the president spoke again. You must be well aware of what the result of continued catastrophes of this sort will be. Already, the wildest panic has gripped this section around Chicago and the rest of the country. The whole world, in fact, is trembling upon the brink of a similar panic. The very uncertainty of these disasters encourages panic. None can say that the next blow will not be in his city and cut away his home and his life. All are aware now that your theory is correct, and that adds to the horror. For if a vessel or vessels with alien beings of some sort in it actually hover far above, none can say what greater horrors it may still loose upon us. We must strike back in some way, must drive these beings, whatever their nature, from the earth. Would there be any chance of doing so with dirigibles or planes, in your opinion? Not a chance, sir, Dr. Howard replied at once. The rarity of the atmosphere at its surface makes even an attempt impossible, for no ship of ours could ever reach the surface of the atmosphere. But what are we to do? Is there no method by which we can combat this menace? Must we lie supine and let whatever cataclysmic terror they choose descend on us? All eyes were upon Dr. Howard as he gravely answered. Since I first comprehended what lay behind these catastrophes, I have sought for some method of halting them, some method of striking back at whatever ship or ships from space are hovering over us. To find such a method, I have had recourse to the same analogy that has been made so terribly clear to us. The analogy between ourselves at the bottom of our air ocean and the creatures at the sea's bottom. Suppose those creatures far within the sea's depths had some intelligence and science, and suppose they wished to halt the trawling of our ships, whose great scoops sweep down now and again upon them. How could they do so? They could not venture up to the ocean's surface. But one thing they could do, and that would be to send up something that would fight for them. That would make it impossible for the trawling ships to cruise longer on the surface. They could, granted science and intelligence enough, construct great mines in vast numbers. These, if attached to air-filled globes, would be swept instantly up to the ocean's surface when released. They would float there indefinitely, and any ships cruising to and fro would sooner or later strike one and be destroyed, unless they were warned by the previous destruction of one. In this way, the creatures of the sea's depths could prevent our cruising above and trawling for them. And this is the way we must use to fight the beings who now cruise far above us. We must mine the air. We must send up thousands of great mines constructed so that they will float up to the surface of Earth's atmospheric ocean and remain near that surface, where, we know, the ships of these space beings are coming and going. With thousands of mines floating about, some of the invaders will inevitably be destroyed by a collision with one of them. The others were silent for a moment. Then the Secretary of War broke out. "Mine the air," he repeated incredulously. "But how? How could any mine be constructed to float up in that way, so light as to float up on the atmosphere's surface?" "By means of steelite." "There we have recourse again to our analogy," Dr. Howard declared. "If a mine attached to a great hollow globe of air were released at the sea's bottom, it would rush up toward the surface and float there. In the same way, a mine attached to a great globe, in which is a complete vacuum, would rush up through our air ocean. We can construct these globes of the strongest and lightest material known, steelite. As you all know, steelite is the recently devised metal that has immensely greater strength than steel, but the merest fraction of its weight. The tensile strength of a substance, its hardness, and other qualities depend directly upon the arrangement of its molecules. By the recent discoveries of Browning, we know that when steelite is synthetically made, the arrangement of the molecules is such that it forms an extremely strong and rigid substance. This gives the material unheard of strength with unheard of lightness. A 40-foot globe of steelite can be made, with a charge of explosives of terrific power attached to it that will detonate when the globe is touched. This done, all air is exhausted from the hollow globe by great pumps until the vacuum inside it is almost complete. The enormous strength of the steelite shell prevents its being crushed by the atmosphere's pressure, as an ordinary steel shell would be. Released, the vacuum globe with its deadly charge will shoot up through the atmosphere with terrific speed. Its lightness for its size will be such that it will not halt until it floats on the very surface of our atmosphere. We will make these globes in countless thousands, each with its charge, and release them. Each globe will have a device that will repel any other, so that they do not detonate each other. We will sow the surface of our atmosphere with these deadly air mines. Sooner or later, the ship or ships cruising to and fro on our atmosphere's surface will strike one and will be destroyed by its detonating charge. In this way, and only in this way, can we fight back against the beings from space who are releasing this horror on us. But to make these globes or mines in such numbers will engross all the Earth's industrial activities. the British ambassador exclaimed. It will, Dr. Howard agreed, quietly. But what of it? Have you not yet realized that a world crisis is upon us? Have you not yet realized that in this case, there is no question of countries or races, of profits or dividends, or expediencies, but that we, as men, are fighting for the existence of man? That we are fighting against beings who may be immeasurably more advanced in knowledge and power than ourselves? Dr. Howard is right, said the president. Gentlemen, this emergency must be clear to you all, and I think that it is equally clear that Dr. Howard's plan is the only one that affords any possibility of combating this terror from above. I place all the resources of the United States of America at your command, Dr. Howard, and I know that when the representatives of the other nations here have reported to their governments, they will do the same. The whole world's efforts must concentrate upon the prevention of these terrible disorders. There is but one thing Earth's peoples can do, Dr. Howard said. Make air mines. Thousands, tens of thousands. They must be turned out in ceaseless floods and released. For it is only with them that we can repel the menace above us. Make air mines. It was the watchword of all Earth's races within a few hours of that momentous meeting. For the president and the heads of the Earth's other governments sent statements in which Dr. Howard's suggested method of combating the danger was stressed as the world's one chance. Thousands of air mines must be made at once and continue to be turned out until the menace was repelled. Scientists agreed, as one man, that it was the one possible way of fighting these grim visitors from space who were hovering in their enigmatic vessels at the surface of our atmosphere. Within a half day after the meeting, Dr. Howard and I, aided by several masters of aeronautical, chemical, and physical sciences, had drawn up the plans of the air mines. Each was to be a hollow steelite globe, 42 feet in outside diameter. This would give the globes a gross lifting power of about 5,000 pounds and a net of about 2,500. Attached in a special chamber at the side of each was the charge, a load of the most modern explosives, small in bulk but terrific in power, while striking pins on the globe's sides made it inevitable that the charge be exploded whenever the globe was struck. Through the night of the 6th, hundreds of men were busy in Washington turning out copies of the simple plans of the air mine, and scores of planes were flying throughout the world with copies for all nations. On the 7th, the manufacture of the great engines had already been begun in 100 cities. But on the night of the 7th, the terror struck again. This time, it was with small loss of life, but the psychological effects were far greater. It was upon Upper Malaysia that the giant, glittering trawl descended, flashing down to rip a great trench of destruction through the jungle and along the edge of a native village, then flashing up again, leaving untold panic behind it. The first globe. As best they could, the governments of Earth sought to dissipate the panic, pointing out that few lives had been lost, and urging greater efforts in the production of the air mines. Already, the first great steelite globes were rolling out of the big factories, and were quickly being fitted with a charge of explosives. It was early on the morning of the 12th that the first air mine was finished and released. Dr. Howard and I superintended the process, which took place outside one of the great Pittsburgh steelite works that was turning out the globes. Anchored securely to the ground, the globe was slowly exhausted of its air by the giant air pump that had been equipped for the task. The pump was disconnected. Then the globe was removed to a large open field nearby and re-anchored. We could see clearly that the mighty globe, of incredible lightness, was straining upward with such force against the anchoring chains that held it that it seemed they must part. Dr. Howard reached forth and turned the lever that held the great globe anchored. There was a whizzing sound, a puff of air in our faces, and the great air mine had vanished. rushing upward at such tremendous speed that it had seemed to disappear before our eyes. We all gazed up after it, as though to follow its course upward until it floated, at last, on the surface of Earth's atmosphere. I think that the same thought held us all. This air mine, this single globe we had released. It seemed such a puny weapon to use against beings who, from mighty ships, had let down the colossal trawl upon us. Was there actually any hope for us in this method? Perhaps this doubt was felt by many then, but there was no cessation of the work, which, after all, held our only chance of striking back at the great space invaders above. By the next day, here and there over Earth's surface, scores of the air mines were being released to rush upward. In Germany and the English Midlands, in Russia and Pennsylvania and Indiana, everywhere on Earth's surface where the air mines could be made and assembled, they were being released in groups. The great industrial leaders of the world had gathered, under Dr. Howard's heading, to devise plans for the quantity production of the air mines with the greatest possible speed. Already, great factories were being hastily equipped with special machinery, and the explosive factories of the world, as well as those producing the repelling devices, were working night and day to manufacture the needed materials. By the 15th, scores of the globes were being released each hour, here and there over the world, and their number was rapidly increasing. Dr. Howard was sleeping but 2 hours out of 24, it seemed, remaining night and day at the Washington office that had become the center of the world's activities. He estimated that within a week, the air mines would be pouring forth at the rate of 1,000 a day. The great danger, he said, is that the next attack on us might hit one of the great cities so hard that the inevitable panic will cause a cessation on work on the air mines. But how long is the work to go on in any case? I asked. There must be thousands of globes floating already upon the atmosphere's surface. There need to be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, he said solemnly. They must be sent forth until these terrible trawlings from above have entirely ceased. I shook my head, for I could see that already many, tired of the ceaseless work, were crying out that the scheme was a crazy one. Others had begun to say that whatever space visitors had been above had already departed. But these statements were swiftly silenced on the next morning, that of the 16th, by the fifth catastrophe. This fifth blow took place at one of New York's residential suburbs, Scarsdale, and while it took a toll of life exceeded only by that of the Chicago horror, it was different from the others in one odd respect. The great trawl seemed to descend and gouge along the earth with somewhat smaller speed than in the other instances, and was seen very plainly and even escaped from in time by some people in the vicinity. It was described as being very like the familiar steam shovel scoop in shape, but of a glittering metal that all agreed was not native to the earth. The top of it, what supported it, ran up into the mists of the morning sky. They were many shining strands, and very slender for the colossal weight they supported. They gleamed with strange light, and it was the opinion of many that if they were of metal, they had in some unheard-of way been given supernatural strength. At Scarsdale, perhaps 1,200 perished in the sweep of the giant scoop, which seemed to make a smaller gash than usual. A few who had heard the trawl crashing toward them had managed to flee from its path in time to escape it. Hope and fear. This fifth catastrophe marked the beginning of the terror's last period. Until then, Earth's peoples had hoped against hope that in some unexplained way the whole business was the result of natural forces. But now they could no longer doubt that far overhead were hovering vessels or vehicles, dragging their trawls here and there over the Earth's surface for their own unfathomable purposes. Dread was upon the Earth. At any moment of day or night, the giant trawl might crash down in terrible annihilation. It was the sword of Damocles, suspended over a helpless world. The days after the Scarsdale terror saw the world's activities at their most intense pitch. Dr. Howard and I were occupied without end in the direction of the manufacture and distribution of the air mines. For he was now having them released, not at the factories where they were assembled, but at various points over the earth, so that they would cover more uniformly the surface of the atmospheric ocean. Day after day we sent them out. I know that, to me, those days were part of a dream of nightmare activity and tension. Again, the world was waiting in dread for the coming of the great trawl. It did not come again, for reasons which we shall never guess until the 19th. That interval of 3 days between trawlings was the longest that had yet elapsed. We owe much to it, perhaps our world. For in those days, the air mines were whizzing upward in fast increasing numbers. By the 19th, they were ascending at the rate of more than 1,000 a day. All of Earth's peoples, in the industrial regions at least, seemed toiling upon the one task of making the great globes. The world's hopes were raised. We were winning, it seemed, by sowing the atmosphere's surface thick with air mines that sooner or later must demolish all or part of the space invaders. We were exultant, even. And then, shortly after dark, on the 19th, a trawl flashed down to gouge most of the town of Martiana, in southern Norway, from the face of the earth. On the morning of the 20th, another trawl, or the same one, descended and gouged to the bed of the Mediterranean, just off Capri and in full sight of its shore. A little before noon on the 21st, a trawl was glimpsed ploughing a vast wound in the Sudan desert near a British outpost. And 3 hours later, a trawl cut a terrific trail of annihilation squarely across the city of Algiers. Earth and the races of the earth rocked beneath those fearful cataclysms, striking in such swift succession. With them, the activities upon which our races of man had been so fearfully bent, the manufacture of the air mines, began to dwindle. By the 20th, the number of air mines released had fallen off a little, and after the catastrophes of that and the next day, it was even smaller. Dr. Howard's reports showed that on the 22nd, but 400 air mines had been released in comparison with the 1,200 released but 3 days before. Mankind was giving up the battle in despair. Panic was breaking loose over the earth, a panic and dread that nothing could restrain. Toiling thousands quit their work upon the manufacture of air mines in hopeless despair. Mobs began to appear in the streets of London, New York, Shanghai, and Sydney, and rioting became general. The world was going mad with fear. Dr. Howard strove above all else to keep the manufacture of the air mines going. Under his urgent pleadings, the governments of Earth used their troops to protect and continue that manufacture, as well as might be, instead of using them to suppress the growing riots. The production of the globes leaped again to almost 1,000 a day. Each day saw them whizzing up to join the thousands upon thousands already floating at the surface of Earth's atmosphere. And yet it seemed all so futile. It was not like striking back at a visible enemy, this frantic manufacture and release of the mines. Men would have been happier by far, I think, had they faced more terrible enemies in the plain light of day. I know that in those last days of an apparently disintegrating world, I would have been easier in mind. "It's a race against time now, Ransom," said Dr. Howard. "We cannot continue the production of air mines much longer, and civilization is crashing now." "But is there no other way?" I cried. "My God, Howard, these air mines are useless. We've sent up tens of thousands, and they can be no more than a sprinkling in the vast extent of the atmosphere's surface. To try some other way." "There is no other," he exclaimed. "Ransom, we must fight it out to the end. The air mines, they're our one chance." "But we can't send up many more," I said. The rioting in Germany has become so bad that all the factories, save 2 that were making mines there, have quit. We've no more than a dozen factories left in Europe, and hardly more than that in America. As long as we can release one mine, we'll do so, he declared. Man's crisis is here, and he's got to have the courage now to fight in the dark against an unknown foe for his existence. Somehow, Dr. Howard's indomitable will held together in those last days the thread of organization between the factories and their sources of supply, despite the widespread outbreaks that were going on. Fewer and fewer were becoming the air mines released, but still they were being made and sent whizzing upward. But on the 25th, it became apparent to all that our last efforts were flickering out. Then, late on that day, came news of the 10th trawl. It had descended 100 miles south of Rio de Janeiro to crash across a plantation with the loss of a score of lives. And hardly had that dread news spread around the earth than came word that the trawl had again flashed down a few hours later to gouge a terrific scar from the side of one of the peaks of the Peruvian Andes. The end. With the spreading of those 2 reports, it seemed so. For they so deepened the blind and unreasoning fear that had gripped mankind that the production of air mines all but ceased on that day, only a few dozens continuing to be assembled and released. Panic-mad mobs caused chaos in the greater cities. Every organization of civilization seemed breaking down, and troops called to suppress wild outbreaks fought pitched battles with the mobs. On the night of the 26th came the crisis for mankind. For it was known that all man's efforts to halt the menace from above had failed, that mankind lay defenseless beneath the grim and terrible invaders from beyond, who might at any time loose even greater horrors upon us. Man had fought an enemy he had never even seen and had lost. He had fought an enemy who apparently cared no more for the wrecking of mankind far beneath than we do of the insects beneath our feet. Victory? Through the hours of that dread night, I sat with Dr. Howard and with the last of our remaining organization in the Washington office. Outside, to the east, the sky was red with the glow of flames, where a mob had set fire to looted buildings. From afar, we heard the crackle of shots, the rumble of hurrying tanks, and the wild uproar of cries as troops sought to bring order out of the chaos of a dissolving civilization. We were silent, in a silence that made each minute age long. And it was there, silent, almost toward morning, that the last messenger of mankind's hope found us. He was a disheveled young radio operator, and it was some moments before we comprehended what he was babbling frantically forth to us. When we did, 20 minutes saw us in the air and speeding southward through the night with an army aviator. Over the fear-mad, riot-blazing city, and through the night, out over other cities we sped, at the plane's utmost velocity, Dr. Howard peering ahead with face set, I gripping the cockpit's rim with nervous, trembling fingers. We were still speechless as our plane raced southward. It was not until dawn was streaking the sky eastward that the plane bumped down into a field a few miles from a little Georgia village. We found men awaiting us in uniform and civilian clothes, and all were half hopeful, half awed. Swiftly, they told us what had happened. Shortly after midnight, citizens near the village had heard a faint, almost inaudible but clear sound of detonation, coming as though from far above. Almost in the next instant had come another detonating sound, as faint as the first, and then silence. But a few instants later, coming from the west of the village, they heard in quick succession 2 terrific prolonged crashings, as of something or things falling from an immense height. They had thought the trawl was descending on them at first, and had fled from it for some distance. But after moments of hesitation, they had made their way to the scene of the crashes, and what they found had made them get word quickly to the soldiers in a nearby town, whose first act had been to radio Dr. Howard. The captain, who was the commanding officer, told this much to Dr. Howard. Together, we went across the grassy fields. Before us, as we rose over a slope, there loomed a giant column of steam, going up into the sparkling light of day. We went very near to it before we halted. So near that we could see even through its veiling mists great shattered masses of glittering metal, buried almost completely in the soft earth, from which they had smashed a huge crater in striking. We stared at it for a time, not daring to go nearer, for the heat that had caused the steam still radiated intensely from the shattered metal. Not far across the fields was a thinner steam column, and they told us that the colossal metal mass that caused it was buried even deeper in the earth, so deep that hardly any part of it could be distinguished. Dr. Howard and I stared at the two giant geysers of white vapor. It was victory, we knew. Victory, whether partial or complete, over the space visitors who had held Earth beneath such a spell of terror. Far above, cruising on the surface of Earth's atmosphere, two of their mighty vessels had struck a field of the air mines we had released, had crashed in shattering annihilation through the dark night. Victory. Yet it was not as I had dreamed the victory would be. I had thought of a wild climax after a terrific battle. It was so strange, so different. Just Dr. Howard and I, and the khaki-clad soldiers, and the wondering villagers, standing there in the soft light of the Georgia dawn, in the quiet fields with only the sound of birds about us, gazing so quietly toward those twin gigantic steam columns. Then realization of what it meant struck through to my terror-numbed heart. Victory, whether partial or complete, it meant the dissolution of the spell of horror that had gripped Earth, the gathering of Earth's forces to carry on the struggle, if need be, against foes whom we now knew were not invincible. Victory, and in a few moments, the word of it would be flashing out around the earth. Our victory proved complete after all, at least insofar as it marked the end of the terrible trawlings. Whether the two huge spaceships that had met their end over Georgia were the only ones to come to Earth, or whether there were others that were forced to flee by this destruction of their fellows, we cannot say. We know only that, after the fall of those two through the night, the colossal trawls did not descend again. But for days, weeks, and months, the world waited in anxious dread for their reappearance. We have come of age. Even now, that dread has not disappeared wholly, for never again will Earth seem to us the isolated globe that it once was. We know now that there are ships that come and go out there in the great void, ships from some near or far planet. They came once to visit the Earth, to trawl in its air ocean with their giant scoops, and they may come again. We cannot say that they will not. We can but pray that they will not. Of their nature, we know no more than before. Dr. Howard and the greatest scientists of the world have examined, with the utmost minuteness, the two great metal wrecks in Georgia, but have been able to learn comparatively little from them. So fused into molten metal were they by their plunge down through the atmosphere. The glittering metal of which they were constructed has proved quite strange and impossible to produce on Earth. There have been found half-melted instruments or mechanisms in small number, whose purpose we cannot as yet understand. What of the beings who manned those mighty ships? That is perhaps the greatest question of all, and the most insoluble. A thin coat of strange, glistening slime was found on a few parts of the two wrecks not melted. Whether that is all that remains of the space visitors of those ships, whether their bodies were solid or liquid or even gaseous, or merely force emanations, we can offer only theories. The world has recovered fully from those days of horror, and in recovering has given to Dr. Howard the honors due him. He is beyond all question the greatest figure in the world today, and even on myself, as his companion and assistant, some of his fame has fallen. For he is the hero not of any single group or nation or race of men, but of all mankind. He has used the tremendous influence that is his alone to urge preparation upon the world, preparation for emergencies of a similar nature that may again rise. Out of the unknown came these dread space visitors to Earth, he warns in an article. And who knows but that somewhere in the unknown, even today, other grim vessels are winging through the void toward the Earth. It may even be that our present peace is only a respite, and that we have repelled the first attack of these unknown beings, only to have them coming again upon us in infinitely greater numbers. Sometime in the future, I think, man will have advanced in knowledge to the point where he too will venture into the void, will be able to meet his attackers face to face. But until then, the air mines are our only protection. I want to see vast fields of them floating on the surface of Earth's atmosphere, fields through which no invading spaceships from the void outside can make their way. For Providence may not again aid our efforts. Man is probably but one being among the universe's countless races of living creatures, and he can only hold his planet against others by his own wisdom and strength. Never again can he feel the false security that was ours before these space visitors came. This warning, surely, we are heeding. Yet even with the loss of that old false security, we do not face the future with fear. Whatever beings of power the universe holds, we realize now that we too are beings of power. We have fought for our planet against the space visitors and have held it. As a race, we have come of age. The End. End of the Space Visitors by Edmund Hamilton. Recording by Kevin D., Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Your Time is Up by Walter J. Sheldon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Your Time is Up by Walter J. Sheldon. At first I thought it was just another wrong number. Well, it was in a sense, but not the kind of wrong number I thought it was. The ringing signal burred against my ear in the usual way. Then there was a click, and somebody said, "Office of Historical Research, Zon 20 speaking." "Oh, excuse me," I said. "I must have dialed wrong." That was euphemism. Misplaced loyalty, maybe. I didn't dial the wrong number, and I knew it. But High Brass had installed a new automatic dialing system in the Pentagon as an economy measure, and it produced so many wrong numbers and entanglements that I think it actually must have cost more money in the long run than the old-fashioned live operator system. But then that shouldn't surprise you if you've ever been connected with the military. I was about to hang up after my apology. The voice on the other end said, "Wait, did you say dialed?" "Sure," I said. "Then," and he seemed surprised, if not downright startled, "what kind of a phone are you speaking from?" "Huh?" I said. "What kind?" "The regular kind. Phone, desk, dial, M1, or whatever the Army calls it." This time his voice went off like a small bomb. "The Army?" he said. "Sure," I said. "What's the matter with the Army?" And thought, Navy or Air Force type, no doubt. Our allies. Have to put up with them in the Pentagon. Have to put up with a lot of things. Even being Colonel Lawrence Boggs didn't save you from a snafu dialing system. I thought, somebody is out to needle armchair colonels this week. I'll play around with it for a while, maybe find out who's got the sense of humor. The voice said,
"Look here, are you joking with me?"
"Perish it," I said.
"But this talk about dial phones and armies, why, you sound like one of those historical trivids about the 20th century.
I smiled, without too much humor, shook my head at the phone, and said, "Look, fella, come off it, will you? I haven't got time to play games." I hope he wasn't some general or equivalent rank in a pixie mood.
"Wait," he said. Wait, please, don't think off. Tell me, what year is it? Where you are, I mean."
"What year? It's 1955, of course."
"Why," he said, "this is remarkable."
"It is?"
"Do you know what I think has happened? A quantum inversion."
"Beg pardon?" I said.
Carpo 16 predicted the possibility just the other day. Listen, my friend, let me ask you just a few questions.
Then the mechanical voice of the operator cut in. It wasn't a real operator, of course, just a recorded voice, part of the new automatic system. These voices gave all the standard phrases, and usually at the wrong time, the way the system was working. The worst of it was, you couldn't argue with them or curse them. At least, you always felt a little foolish afterward if you did. The operator's voice said,
"I'm sorry, your time is up."
"Now, wait," said my communicant, his voice fading a little.
"Don't cut us off. Don't think off yet."
Again,
"I'm sorry, your time is up."
And after that, a click. And after that, silence. I jiggled the hook a few times. No result. I shrugged. I hung up and rearranged the papers on my desk and went back to work, forgetting for the moment the party I'd been trying to call in the first place, and forgetting the odd conversation I had just had. No, not quite forgetting it. Queerly, it clung to my mind. What had he said his name was? Zon 20? Sounded like that, anyway. Odd name. Of course, I still thought it was a gag of some kind. Yet, it bothered me. Zon's manner, his tone of voice had been so convincing. What he had said suggested that in some queer way I had managed to place a telephone call into the future. But as a sane, normal, recently promoted colonel, I knew this was impossible. At lunch, I was still thinking about it. I ate in the officer's mess on my floor and steered my tray through the line. I saw among other acquaintances Major Clipper Moskowitz at a far table and remembered that he was a great science fan, always talking about rockets and reaching the moon and that sort of thing. We had one argument about why a rocket works in a vacuum, such as space, and he hammered the table and drew diagrams and quoted Newton, and I'm still not convinced. Anyway, I went over and sat next to Clipper. "'Lo, Larry. How's it?" he said. "Routine," I said. "Latest request for overseas duty turned down. I'll probably die in the Pentagon with my pencil still behind my ear." We talked of such things for several minutes. "Clipper," I said finally, "you're the GLE on this future science stuff."
"The what?"
"Greatest living expert. Latest Pentagonese. Tell me, what do you think of the possibility of ever being in touch with the future?"
"You mean time travel?"
"I guess that's what you'd call it."
"Time travel's nonsense," he said. "A logical absurdity. By definition, time is a series of infinitesimally small moments in succession. Once a point in time is established, it can't be changed any more than energy can be destroyed."
Well, I didn't say anything about changing anything. I was thinking about, well, talking with somebody in the future.
"Just as paradoxical,"
he said, shrugging and taking a huge bite of braised beef tongue.
"If you go into the future, or talk to the future affects the change through you. In other words, if you can't go back into the past, neither can people from the future. And it's inconceivable that such a thing wouldn't make changes. Maybe only small ones, but they'd multiply in time. Thou canst not change a flower without troubling of a star. That's Francis Thompson. You step on one spider today and you affect the evolution of spiders.
the ecology of all other things in the distant future. By a simple act like that, you could destroy or create a whole new species to come. Ah, my head swimmeth, I said. All I want to know is... He wasn't even listening to me. He enjoyed spouting this kind of thing. Of course, it's theoretically possible for you to witness events out of the past without being party to them. If, for instance, you could travel away from Earth at more than the speed of light, overtaking the light waves of an event, say, the Monitor and Merrimack fight. Or the Battle of Gettysburg, I said, loyal to the core. You could look back and see it happen. The future? I doubt it. Unless in some way time and space actually curve back upon themselves, as some think. Uh-huh, I said, and drank my coffee and finally left Clipper Moskowitz. After that, I did manage to forget about Zon 20 temporarily. It was a busy week. The draft quota had gone up, and personnel planning had worked out new criteria for classification, and I had to study these to apply them to analysis. This won't make sense to you unless you've worked in a military headquarters yourself. I worked. I had a dim idea that if I worked hard enough, somebody would favorably regard one of my requests to get sent overseas. I've got to explain something right here. I don't want anybody to get the idea I'm a hero type, a professional volunteer. But I'm a career officer, and overseas duty is the quickest way to tactical unit command, which is important on the record. The lack of it has kept many a perfectly good colonel from getting his first star and making that final big step. So I worked hard, and of course sent in another request for transfer, this time under the provisions of a different set of regulations, and I didn't think about Zon 20 again until about a week later one afternoon when the phone rang. Personnel analysis, Colonel Bach. He didn't even let me finish.
Wow, I found you again, the man from the past.
Oh, no, I said. Don't tell me, not Zon 20.
Yes, it's I, of course. Seems we've had another lucky accident and been connected again. I was despairing of it for a while. Now, for machine's sake, don't go away this time. I've got to talk to you.
It's your dime, I said.
Dime? He pounced on it. That was a monetary unit when you had money, wasn't it?
Look, mister...
You haven't guessed what's happened, have you? We have it pretty well analyzed at this end, but we didn't really suppose your technology would be equal to it back there.
Look, just who are you and where are you? I said.
My name is Zon 20, as I told you. I'm a historical technician in the Office of Ancient Research in Washington, the capital of the planet Earth. I'm an Earthman myself, of course. My job is to prepare studies of ancient civilizations such as yours.
Now, wait, what kind of a gag is this?
A gag? Oh, that's the ancient term for a joke. Good. I'll make note of that.
Come on, who is it? Did Clipper Moskowitz put you up to this?
Oh, dear,
said Zon 20, and I could hear his heavy sigh.
I was afraid you wouldn't be able to grasp the situation. I'm going to have to offer proof, I suppose. Look here, exactly what date is it where you are?
I told you, 1955.
I mean, what month and year?
It's August 23rd, 1955, and I think you know that as well as I do.
August 23rd. Just a minute. We'll make a quick tape on the side here. Yes, here we are. August 23rd. All right. The nearest date of significance is September 1st. On the date 21 of your so-called nations reached, or should I say will reach, a new trade and tariff agreement in the UN. And this will eventually lead directly to the Free Nation Federation in... I'm sorry, your time is up.
It was that blasted recorded voice of the mechanical operator again. Hey, don't cut us off, I said.
Hello? Are you still with me? Look here, I'll try to call you back. It's difficult, but I think I can, said Zon 20. I'm sorry, your time is up.
And again the click and silence. This time I didn't forget Zon 20, neither quickly nor easily. If it was a gag, it was a beauty. Crazy and elaborate, and the acting was superb. If it wasn't a gag, well, I couldn't yet quite believe that it wasn't a gag. A week streamed by in a sea of paperwork. My latest overseas transfer request came back disapproved. Then, on the morning of September 2nd, I opened the newspaper and saw the headline, 21 nations reach trade accord in UN. I read the story. It was essentially what Zahn had predicted, or remembered, or whatever you want to call it. I was confused now. That day I didn't work very well. I couldn't concentrate. I'm not a deep thinker, and have no illusions that I am. But one idea presented itself, starting as a kind of hypnotic little glow in the bottom of my mind, and this grew until I could scarcely think about anything else. Put it under the heading of temptation. Ask yourself if you would have been able to resist, or just forget all the moral and ethical implications and accept that I was tempted in this way. If I could be in touch with this Zahn character, if he really was from the future, and an historical expert at that, he could tell me all sorts of things that were going to happen. I could then either predict them or otherwise adjust my actions to fit them. I could go up so fast it would make Caesar's career look like a misfit reservist's. Then I started justifying and rationalizing. I could do my country all sorts of good. I thought along those lines for a while, and presently even managed to convince myself that my original purpose had been altruistic all along. Of course, I tried to get in touch with Zahn 20 again. Over and over again, I dialed the number I had dialed the first time I had become connected with him by apparent accident. I dialed random numbers. I listened to a long and boring dissertation on permutation of numbers by Clipper Moskowitz in an effort to devise a system of hitting all possible combinations. There were an awful lot of possible combinations. My phone rang again nearly 10 days later. It was Zahn. He said,
"Oh, there you are. I'd about given up. Look, the quantum inversion is swinging back to normal. This is the last time we'll be able to talk, so we've got to make every moment count."
"Sure," I said. "You bet, only I don't exactly get it. I don't understand just how all this happens. If you'd explain..."
"That's not important. Briefly, we use telepathic induction for message selection. That's why I was startled when you mentioned the ancient dial phone. And of course, we don't have armies anymore."
"Yes, but..."
"Listen, Colonel, what was your name? Never mind. You can be most valuable to me in my research. You can supply details about your time that simply don't exist anymore."
"Don't exist? Don't you have movies, recordings, magazines, all that stuff?"
"Of course not. They were all destroyed in the final war."
"The what?"
"The final war. You'll hear about it soon enough, if you survive, that is. Only 300,000 did out of the entire population. They were the seed of our present civilization."
"Hey now, wait a minute. What about this war? When was it? When's it gonna be, I mean?"
"There's no point in you asking," said Zahn. "You can't change it, you know. If you could change it, I wouldn't be here. My world as I know it wouldn't exist. The fact that my time does exist proves, therefore, that you never changed it. Now, if you'll just calm down..."
"Calm down?" I shouted it across the centuries at him. "How can I? How would you feel? Look, this final war, as you call it, is it going to be soon? You can at least tell me that, can't you?"
"All right. Soon, as all time is reckoned. In your lifetime, I would say. Now, I suggest that you adjust yourself emotionally and accept what is inevitable. The best thing you can do is answer a few questions I've prepared."
I took his advice. I calmed down. "Questions? Well, Mr. Zahn, or whatever your name is, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a bargain with you. I'll answer your questions if you'll answer mine. I'll tell you what's happening here, anything you want to know, if you look into that little file of yours and tell me what's going to happen in my time. A deal?" He was silent for a moment, and at first I thought we'd been cut off again. "Hello, Zahn? You still there?"
"Yes, I'm still here."
His voice had become oddly quiet.
"So it's the old Faust legend all over again, is that it?"
"I don't know what you're talking about," I said. I didn't, then. "You just answer my questions and I'll answer yours. Mine first."
"All right,"
he said.
"Very well."
And I started my barrage. When would the final war start? He told me. How would it start? He told me that. Who would be the belligerents, and what weapons and techniques would be used at first, and what new ones would be developed. He knew. Where would the major campaigns be fought? How many troops would be involved? I got the whole story. I scribbled furiously and put it on paper. Afterwards, he asked his questions. They were innocuous compared to mine. He wanted to know about taboos and marriage customs and slang expressions and education and eating habits and articles of clothing. I told him. I was in the midst of an explanation of the game of bingo of all things when there was a sudden whooshing and crackling in the earpiece of the telephone. Hello, Zon? Still with me?
Yes, but I think the signal's going out. This may be the inversion passing. We probably won't be able to talk again. Hello? Do you still hear?
I do. Look, one more thing before we go. You said this dictator, the one everybody hated so much, survived the final series of blasts? He and his staff? Where were they? Where were they when the blast came?
In a country at that time called Canada. A little place named Resolution on Great Slave Lake. They dug in there. A very elaborate underground installation.
And the date you gave me is correct.
As far as I know, you're determined to be in that place at that time, I suppose?
He seemed amused. You can say that again, I said. There were more rumblings of static on the line.
Well, since you're so determined, said Zon 20, one more word of advice. The dictator and all of his followers were afterwards imprisoned by what populace remained. A small wonder, since they were mainly responsible for all the carnage. It was a pretty horrible thing. They were slowly and most savagely tortured continuously for nearly 2 decades. So if you mean to be there at Great Slave Lake, I suggest you arrange to be on the right side.
Don't worry, I said. I'll arrange it somehow. Larry Boggs is going to live through this, if anybody is.
What's that? What's that you said?
I said I'm going to live through this.
No, the name. Boggs, is that your name?
Certainly that's my name, Colonel Lawrence E. Boggs, United States Army, and... He was laughing. He was laughing loudly, uproariously, and, I thought, hollowly. The background noise in the receiver had been steadily getting worse. Now it swelled like an angry sea, interference of some sort snarled and crackled. A sick feeling began to grow like fungus in my stomach. Suddenly his voice came through again. He was still laughing.
Generalissimo Lawrence E. Boggs survived all right, Colonel. He...
All the noise cut away suddenly. There was a pinpoint of silence. Then the mechanical operator.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
End of Your Time Is Up by Walter J. Sheldon.
Grandma's Lie Soap by Robert Abernathy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BarryHaworth. Grandma's Lie Soap by Robert Abernathy. Of course you'll believe this story. Everybody will. The funny thing is that it could be a lie. To make that point clearer, a little while ago I happened to be at a gathering of literary amateurs and critics, one of those sprawling, aimless affairs where people mill around with drinks in their hands, congealing in little clusters to talk or listen to somebody talk. I listened. I heard a serious, bespectacled young man discourse not unintelligently on Proust, and I heard a plump gentleman make some safe, sound comments on Faulkner. Nobody disagreed with them. Nobody argued. Nobody even said, but... I can remember when arguments were the order of the day. After I'd had a little more of it than I could stand, I spoke up. Say what you like about those scribblers, I declared firmly. None of them can hold a candle to Wolfe. Thomas? Someone asked. Not with the air of being about to contradict me, but merely as one sincerely, infuriatingly desiring instruction. No, howling, I retorted, with flamboyant irony. Do you mean to say you never heard of Howling Wolf, the genius of the North Woods, the greatest author of all time? The one writer who grasped the human soul in all its depth, breadth, and angular momentum, who painted life in its true colours on a canvas vast as all nature with a non-union brush, who sounded every note of emotional experience and rang all the bells in Bell's letters, who... I ran out of breath, paused, and added, "Of course, unfortunately, all of Wolfe's mighty works were written in his native language, which happened to be Chinook trade jargon, and they've never been translated. So, if you don't know the jargon..." At my age, I should have known better. Naturally, every word I uttered was gospel, but all I got back were earnest requests for more information about the great Wolfe. To explain that I'd just been kidding, that I say such things experimentally and to keep in practice as one of the few remaining liars in a truthful world, would have been worse than useless. It would have been cruelty to talking animals. I mumbled, "Pardon me," to all the nice, candid, inquisitive, credulous faces. I grabbed my hat and pulled it over my eyes and ducked out. Not that I imagined I'd get away from the consequences. I could already envisage how the ripples would spread. For a long while to come, I'd get inquiries in the mail from literary clubs, collectors, compilers of biographical dictionaries. Probably there'd be a Howling Wolf Commemoration Society organised, and if I told them that he was buried at the bottom of the Chicago drainage canal, they'd go and strew posies there. But this is not the story of Howling Wolf. It is the story of Grandma's lye soap. When I first remember Grandma, back when I was one of the numerous grandchildren, my brothers, sisters, and assorted cousins who overran the old hill country farm during vacations, she was already a dried-up little old lady who couldn't have weighed 90 pounds, with a brown, wrinkled face and intolerant black eyes. She ruled the farm with an iron hand, and my two taciturn uncles, who did the heavy work, moved silently about, tending to chores, crops, and stock in obedience to her orders. The farm thrived, too. Even in bad years, when other people's corn was stunted and wells ran dry, nothing of the sort befell Grandma. Sometimes, though I didn't know this until I was older, the neighbours muttered and insisted, obviously out of envy, that there was something queer about Grandma. Queerness they detected, I suppose, in her fondness for cats, which most of the country people tolerated without affection, and in her long walks in the woods by herself, gathering plants that she dried and kept in unlabelled jars. 2. A transition had it that back in England in the 17th century, one of her female ancestors had been accused of bewitching cattle by the celebrated witch-finder Mr. Samson Broadfolks, who fell ill shortly afterwards of an ailment believed to be foot-and-mouth disease. Be that as it may, the ancestor in question emigrated to America around that time. But we children, of course, saw nothing odd about our grandma. Childishly, we assumed that everybody had a grandmother who kept a piece of lye soap on the high shelf over the washstand. This was a chunk of strong brown soap, like all the rest of the boiled fat products that Grandma made in the old iron wash kettle after hog killing. But it wasn't ordinary soap. It was made separately and privately, from some of the herbs that Grandma had in her jars, from a recipe she kept in her head and nowhere else. Because, you see, another thing about Grandma was that she couldn't abide being lied to. Not, I'm sure, out of any abstract devotion to truth, but simply because the idea of anyone fooling her made her furious. If somebody tried it, and that somebody was one of her own grandchildren, she knew what to do. For instance, I can still vividly recall the time when my city cousin Richard first came visiting on the farm. This Richard was a pale, supercilious brat who lived in New York City. As soon as he made sure that no one else on the farm had been similarly blessed, he sized us up for yokels and set about overawing us with the marvels of the metropolis. Grandma, busy about the kitchen range, listened silently for a while. But we who knew her well could see the storm warnings going up, the tightening lips and the dangerous gleam in her eye. Richard didn't see anything, naturally. He finished describing the George Washington Bridge and went on to the skyscrapers. That did it. Grandma slammed a skillet down and fastened a harpy grip on Richard's collar. "Come along, young man," she said grimly. "You needn't think you can pull my leg." And she wagged him off to the washstand, the rest of us trailing along in delighted horror. "Oliver," Grandma addressed me, because I was already a gangling 13 then, "reach me down the lye soap." I did so, gingerly, and before the bawling Richard knew what was happening, he was spluttering through a haze of suds, his mouth thoroughly washed out with the strong soap. "Now," said Grandma briskly, releasing him and stepping back, "take a dipper of water and then answer me. Were you or weren't you exaggerating when you said there were buildings there 10 miles high?" Richard opened and closed his mouth. He grew red in the face with effort. He said, "Yes, ma'am, I was exaggerating." You could see that he was thunderstruck to find that he couldn't do anything but tell the truth. He had yet to learn what the rest of us knew and took for granted. Once anybody had his mouth washed out with Grandma's lye soap, he could never again in his life speak a falsehood, however much he might want to. A quarter of an hour later, Grandma had mollified Richard with bread and jam and encouraged him to talk some more. She listened with keen interest as he described the Holland Tunnel, nodding her head occasionally and exclaiming, My, who would have thought it?" Now, you see, she knew that every word was true. If I'd been smarter, but maybe I'm still not smart, except in hindsight, I might have seen the shape of things to come in that incident. But I wasn't, and I didn't. At one time or another, all of Grandma's grandchildren got their mouths washed with the lye soap. All but me. Why I was spared, I've often wondered. It wasn't for lack of provocation, that's certain. I've thought perhaps Grandma had an intuitive grasp of scientific method and kept me as a control. Or, well, so far as I know, Grandma was the only one in the family in her generation who possessed the secret of the lye soap, and she didn't pass it on to any of her children, who were all sober, truthful, financially unsuccessful citizens. But I'm pretty sure that Grandma herself never got the lye soap treatment as a child. I grew up, and summers on the farm receded into memory. I went to college, specialised in chemistry, and emerged with rosy visions of science remaking the world. I fell then, naturally, into a research job with Gawley and Gawley, who at that time were one of the bigger companies making chemicals, synthetics, cleansers, pharmaceuticals and the like. The laboratories which I shared with a number of other young and not-so-young research men were magnificent, their chrome and porcelain splendour making the university labs where we'd studied seem small and dingy by comparison. Here I had the facilities and, assigned work being light at the time, the spare time to follow up a project of which I'd been enamoured in school, a line on antibiotic synthesis. I almost lived in that lab for some weeks, at the end of which time I had sufficiently promising results to make up a summary of them, together with an urgent request for materials needed to carry the investigation through to a successful conclusion. I submitted this report to the coordinator, a fussy, harassed little man who nervously promised to call it to the attention of the front office, and assisted me to work on the problem of producing a red detergent powder that would not make pink suds. Time went by, and nothing happened. Naturally, I reminded the coordinator, but he assured me that the matter had merely slipped his mind. To make a sad story short, I finally found out how things worked. Communications between the research department and the front office, i.e. the sales department, went only one way. When the latter had decided just what sort of epoch-making miracle of modern science the buying public was ripe for, word would come down, and if we happened to have such a miracle on hand, well and good. Otherwise we could produce it, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, in time for the scheduled start of the advertising campaign. It was O'Brien who first explained this system in full to me. O'Brien was an assistant sales manager and an advertising man from way back, but he was also a human being. "Over there with your test tubes, kid," he said bluntly. "You're playing pin the tail on the donkey. Sometimes you hit, oftener you miss, but you're never quite sure in advance, right?" I had to admit that he had hit on a pretty fair description of scientific research in general. "But," said O'Brien, "by us in sales, it's hit, hit, hit all the time. We can't wait for you boys to get that tail pinned on straight. But sometimes you do, don't you?" He sighed. "God help us. Some of the characters I associate with don't even know that. They can't see any difference between having something to sell and having to sell something. So when you do hit, let me know, and I'll see what I can do at my end." He was as good as his word, too. A couple of times, when we'd fumbled around and come up with a product that people really needed, something to keep them from dying, for instance, or to make not dying worth their while, he went to bat for us in the sales department. I've described at length the situation at Gourley and Gourley. First, because it had a direct bearing on what happened later, and second, because it was typical of a way of life which is past, and which the younger generation nowadays has difficulty even in imagining. I'm referring, of course, to the middle of the 20th century, with its feverish atmosphere of compulsory progress, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, and of the glitter that was sometimes gold. It was the era of the false front, the false rear, and the questionable middle, of scandal, slander, and the hard sell. It was also the age of the big lie, as somebody called it. But it was even more the age of the little half-truth. During those years when I was growing up, a painful process then, though it doesn't seem to be so anymore, my education progressed along other lines as well. There was my baptism of politics. I joined with the enthusiasts working for nomination of a reformed slate of candidates against those of the city machine. We were too innocent to know that it was in an unpropitious time. For one thing, it wasn't a presidential year, and the vote was bound to be light, and for another, the last reform administration was still too fresh in public memory, and the machine was riding high. The opposition called us idealistic crackpots, conniving scoundrels, and dimwits who didn't know what it was all about. They had the money, and they spent it on a flood of lies from the platform, through the mail, and from sound trucks that rolled bellowing through the streets. Finally, our candidates were snowed under in the primaries, and not so much as a reformed dog catcher appeared on the ticket. That was another bruising experience for an easy bruiser such as I was. After the crescendo of activity, the speeches, the leaflets, the house-to-house canvasses, after the starry-eyed phrases about cleaning up local government as a first step toward cleaning up the country and the world, I took a freshly disillusioned look at that world. It was a world where the leaders of great nations daily pointed to one another as conspirators plotting to exterminate the human race, and where security and fear grew rankly intertwined as the ordinary man learned to swallow the idea that he couldn't be trusted with the truth about anything really important. It was a world where, consequently, the scaremongers, the inside scoopers, and the genuine conspirators throve mightily. And finally, there was Alice. Alice was in the bookkeeping department at Gourley and Gourley. She didn't have the kind of looks that made cover photographers and movie scouts drool and lunge. But she had something, a spontaneous allure, a magnetism that must surely have upset the IBM machines she worked with. I met Alice, was magnetized, polarized, and lost. Lost and happy. When I proposed to her, and she said yes, I felt that my good fortune was too good to be true. And it was. Some 3 weeks later she handed back the ring. She couldn't marry me. It had all been a mistake, and so on. 2 days afterward I encountered her by accident in a corridor at the plant. She wore another ring, with a bigger diamond. I stopped her and roughly demanded, "Who?" Stumblingly, she told me. He was a junior executive, a young man who would go far with family connections and stock in the company. Alice was a smart girl, and she'd simply bettered herself. I guess I said some rather bitter things on that subject. "No, Oliver," she insisted. "It's not like that at all. It's just that I don't love you. I never did." But she wouldn't meet my eyes. When I cooled down a bit, I realized that she was being honest with me, after a fashion. She was lying to me in just the same terms she was lying to herself. And at the same time, recalling little details of her behaviour, I realized why. Alice was afraid. Her people had been poor, and she knew what it meant. Anyway, who wasn't afraid in those days, except for the feeble-minded and some of the insane? So she was looking for security, a place to hide in that world of the 1950s where there wasn't any place to hide. But what was the use of telling her that? I did some serious drinking, enough to convince me that I wasn't cut out to make a career of it. It was during the sobering up process that I got the idea. I wonder how many of the thoughts that changed the world have been fathered by hangovers. I had some days' vacation with pay coming, so it was comparatively easy. I took a plane, a train, and a ramshackle bus. I then swung in on a grapevine, and there I was, walking up the familiar path to the old farmhouse door, where I hadn't been for a span of years that astonished me when I counted them. Grandma was out in the backyard, hanging out a wash of patched work shirts and faded blue overalls. She said, without surprise, "How do, Oliver?" and went right on finishing her task, while I watched with suppressed impatience. Finally, she picked up the empty clothes basket and led the way into the house. It was getting dusk, so she lit a kerosene lamp in the kitchen, where supper was simmering on the cast-iron range. "Grandma," I fumbled, "I came down here—" "I can see that," Grandma interrupted. "How do you like my new teeth, Oliver?" She grinned at me alarmingly. "Today's my birthday, 91st or 94th or something like that, I forget. So I went to town and got me my new teeth. Pretty, eh, boy? Figure they ought to do me another 10 or 12 years. "Yes, Grandma," I said, a little dazedly. She peered at me searchingly. "Well, Oliver, speak up. You've got troubles written all over you." I'd more or less rehearsed a persuasive speech, but sitting there in Grandma's lamp-lit kitchen, I felt as if the years had fallen away, and I was like a little boy who had run away from home and come back sorry. In considerable disorder, I poured out the story of how I'd gone out into the world and what I'd found it like. I covered all of it, my work and how little of it amounted to compared to what it could have meant to me, and my experience with the way people were governed, even Alice. Above all, I told her how at every turning I had been lied to, and had heard people lie to one another, and seen them lie to themselves. Grandma nodded once or twice as she listened, which encouraged me. I remembered a scrap from the arguments I'd meant to muster. Some philosopher once said that a lie is the original sin itself. Without it, all other crimes become impossible. "So," Grandma broke in, "you want the recipe for my lie soap?" Yes, that's right," I admitted. "It's the answer. Your ancestors and mine had no right to hold it back this long. Look, Grandma, the company I work for makes mouthwashes, toothpastes, and the like. Millions of people use their products, and if a new miracle ingredient were publicised the right way, other companies with more millions of customers would have to adopt it too. I was counting on O'Brien. I'd explain it to him squarely, and somehow we'd manage to put it over. Grandma got up to stir a kettle. She took her time while I held my breath. Finally she said, "I'm going to give you the recipe, Oliver." My heart leaped. "But not for 10 or 20 years yet. Not until you've learned a mite of caution. I was your age once myself, and I thought how nice it would be to make the world over tomorrow morning and sit down and admire it tomorrow afternoon. Now I know better, and so will you." I pleaded and argued, but it was no use. The old lady was adamant. Finally I fell glumly silent, while Grandma went about setting the table for supper. On the train coming down, I'd bought a newspaper out of sheer habit, and, preoccupied, hadn't even opened it. It lay now on the table, and Grandma picked it up to glance at the headlines. Suddenly I realised she'd been standing motionless, staring at the paper for a remarkably long time. There was a look I'd never seen before on her wrinkled face. I heard her whisper to herself, "The moon." But that didn't make any sense until I looked over her shoulder and read, "Air Force rocket lands on moon." Still, I didn't understand Grandma's agitation. I said banally, "Well, we've known for quite a while they were going to try it." "The moon," Grandma repeated. She went on wonderingly, "You know, that just reminds me of one night in a buggy." Her voice trailed off, and she brooded darkly, which was strange indeed in her. Then she let the paper fall and said briskly, "I've changed my mind, Oliver." "You mean—" "Yes, you can have the lye soap. I'll write the recipe out and give it to you for a birthday present." I said stupidly, "It's not my birthday, though." "No, it's mine." She cackled with the return of the old merriment. She found a stub of pencil, tore off a corner of newspaper, and began writing in a crabbed hand. As she wrote, she muttered, only half to me, "Evening of the day they dropped the bomb, your Uncle Henry told me, 'Ma, the time's come.' But I said, 'No,' I said, 'people may be crazy, but they're not crazy enough to blow the whole world up and them in it.' But now, if there's a man in the moon, and he's got a bomb in his hand, and all he's got to do is fling it, what's to stop him? Him! He's safe in the moon. There." She held out the scrap of paper. "Go on, boy. Do what you like with it, and I hope you like what you do. I held back. I never thought I'd live to see times like these. But there's some duties you just can't shirk, boy. I don't have to tell you that." Bill, Jerry, and I slipped into a booth at the tavern near the plant. Looking across the table at Jerry, I marvelled at how well he was keeping up the act, the casual off-hours good fellowship. As for me, I felt sure my tense nerves were showing. While Jerry called Bill's attention to the waitress's walk, I dropped a little, fast-dissolving white tablet into Bill's drink. He picked it up and sipped. I felt a qualm, which I ruthlessly stifled. This test had to be made. We, Jerry and I, since I'd taken him into my confidence as a man I could trust and a wizard at organic chemistry, had studied the lye soap formula backward and forward. We'd analysed samples of it I'd obtained from Grandma and isolated, or so we thought, the active ingredients. But we had to know, and we could hardly experiment on animals. Bill set down an empty glass. I grew tenser. Jerry inquired, "Another?" And when Bill shook his head, asked the $64,000 question. "So, you've decided to quit lushing around and get some work done for a change?" That was one of the trick questions we'd settled on, a variation of the old "have you stopped beating your wife" formula. If Bill had been quite normal, he'd have answered, "Hell no," or "Yeah, guess I'd better," or some answer as jocular and meaningless as the question. But if our elixir of lye soap worked, he'd answer, with a peculiar, embarrassed gulp of hesitation. "But I don't lush around, and I get a good deal of work done." Which was what he did say, because it was the truth, silly and pompous as it sounded there and then. I could see Jerry rallying himself to ask some more telling questions, and I knew he was feeling an emotion exactly like mine, exultation, curiously mixed with shame. Both of us realized at that moment, I guess, that it was going to mean no more friendly kidding over a couple of beers, no more harmless insults and bragging, no more fish stories. But of course there's always a price. I went to O'Brien. He heard me out without changing expression. When I'd laid all the cards on the table, he said slowly, "If this stuff it will really do what you say—" "It will," I assured him. "It has." "In that case, my young scientific friend, do you realize what you're asking me to do? I've spent 20 years in the advertising game. You might say I've devoted my life to it. Now you want me to help you with a scheme that'll wipe out advertising as we know it. Lock, stock, and barrel." I hadn't thought of it like that. "In other words," O'Brien went on, "you're offering me the fulfillment of my fondest dreams. Shake on it, kid." Then he settled back and grew thoughtful. "But it isn't going to be easy. I guess you still have trouble believing it, but I can't just walk into a sales conference and say, 'See here, I've got wind of a product that's the greatest boon to humanity since fire and the wheel,' and expect them to fall all over me. We need a good promotion angle. There's got to be some way. Keep your shirt on. I'll find one. I haven't been in the business for 20 years for nothing. But one thing anyway. Until this deal is swung, keep your witch's brew away from me." The convincer came, after all, from an idea I had. But it was O'Brien who saw the possibilities, and, by dint of massive doses of double talk and cajolery, arranged for a test survey of 100 volunteer subjects. These human guinea pigs were furnished gratis with a 30 days' supply of a new toothpaste, a standard base, plus Grandma's lye soap, and when the time was up, were quizzed as to their reactions to the experiment. Almost without exception, they professed themselves well pleased. Of course, that was what the sales department wanted to hear about satisfied customers. As to why our subjects felt better after trying a new dentifrice, they couldn't say because they didn't know. It was merely that their outlook on life seemed to have become sunnier, and their personal relations more agreeable, apart from a few unfortunate domestic upsets, about which, however, the victims themselves seemed remarkably cheerful. I thought I knew why. My pet theory was working out. Though I'm no psychologist, I've always been sure that a lot of people's mental difficulties and prevailing unhappiness was due solely to their inveterate habit of deceiving themselves. But these people who'd tried Grandma's lye soap couldn't even lie to themselves anymore. This outcome made our brave new world look braver in prospect, as well as likelier. A couple of days later, the company's directors made the decision to go into production, and it was rumoured that another of the biggest firms was already dickering for a look at the formula. We had no trouble with the Bureau of Standards. After all, we only had to satisfy them that the stuff was harmless. Presumably they tried it on mice. To celebrate the director's decision, I invited Alice and her new fiancé to dinner. I was rather vague about what we were celebrating, so that they left no wiser than when they came. But they were much more candid, since I had a supply of the little white tablets on hand. I gave the Levin most of the evening to work, and at 11 o'clock called Alice's apartment. I'd timed it correctly. She was in tears too, judging by her voice. "You and he must have said some pretty nasty things to each other," I remarked sympathetically. "Too bad about the engagement." "Oh, it was awful. He admitted that if it wasn't for my bosom, and I told him, oh, how could I say that? But, Oliver, how did you know?" "I saw it coming. And now you're home all alone and sort of wishing I was there to console you, aren't you?" There was one of those pauses I'd learned to recognise. Then she strangledly said, "Yes, I was. I am. But, Oliver, people don't—" "Sometimes they do," I said. "Hold on. I'll be right up." When a woman has once told the truth to a man, either everything is over between them or everything has just begun. From then on, the story is mostly history. Gawley & Gawley's new improved toothpaste with Verilyn began outselling all other brands. Other companies saw that the new ingredient, for reasons nobody quite understood, was becoming more indispensable than chlorophyll had been somewhat earlier, and paid through the nose for the right to use it. G&G added a Verilyn mouthwash to their line, and it also was a snowballing success. All the time, of course, Verilyn was really Grandma's lye soap. These products blanketed the country and went into the export market. They went all over civilization, if you define civilization as those regions of the earth where people use toothbrushes and seek to avoid halitosis. Or anyway, all over what was then called the free world by its inhabitants and the enslaved worlds by the publicists of the free world on the other side. The returns began coming in. A well-known radio news commentator paused for a refreshing gargle in the mid-break of his program, was unable to continue broadcasting, and resigned the same day. Various other commentators and newspaper columnists suffered more or less similar fates, while a good many newspapers and periodicals underwent violent shifts of editorial policy. Half a dozen magazines having the word "true" in their titles suspended publication. Quite a few authors, including some more than usually successful ones, abandoned their profession. Surprisingly, those who quit included some who had been praised by the critics for the stark realism of their work, and among those who did not quit were some whose writings were regarded as sheer imaginative flights. As for the critics, most of them took up useful trades. A number of university professors conscientiously resigned, stating that they could not teach facts which they did not know to be true. Several hitherto popular and, to their founders, profitable religious cults abruptly disintegrated. In one case there was a riot when the prophet of the luminous truth appeared in a mass meeting and told his followers some home truths about himself, his doctrines, and themselves. Most of the churches lost grievously in membership, though at the same time they enjoyed an accession of new converts. Those whose rites included confession complained that, somehow, the act appeared to be losing its deep significance. Psychoanalysts at first rejoiced over their sudden wholesale success in overcoming their patients' resistances, and a little later were appalled by their empty waiting rooms. The divorce rate skyrocketed, then plunged to a permanent record low. Conversely, the marriage rate at first fell off sharply, then climbed gradually back to normal. The birth rate was unaffected. Innumerable lawyers took down their shingles. Congressional investigating committees enjoyed a field day, but fell prey to an increasing nervous frustration as witness after witness refused to perjure himself. In Washington, D.C., a conservatively dressed gentleman checked into a hotel, came down to the lobby after brushing his teeth, and in response to a commercial traveller's casual question said, "My business? Well, I'm a secret agent for the Soviet Union. And you?" Police in scores of cities were swamped by confessions of offences ranging from multiple murder to double parking, and were bewildered by the absence of the expected percentage of false confessions. For the first time in modern history, the number of homicides exceeded the number of suicides. In general, crimes of stealth virtually ceased to occur, while crimes of violence continued at about their previous level, and reported cases of rape declined spectacularly. Numerous government officials admitted themselves guilty of percolation and malfeasance in office. The business bureaucracy was even harder hit. Among the casualties was a prominent board member of Gawley and Gawley. To my particular satisfaction, the mayor our local machine had elected made a public speech, apparently unaware that he was doing anything out of the way, in which he thanked by name the boys who had purchased the most votes for him in the last campaign, also those who had put in the strong-arm work. All the FBI agents doing undercover work in the Communist Party were exposed, and as a result the party went bankrupt for lack of dues-paying members. As O'Brien had predicted, the advertising business collapsed, burying many lesser enterprises under the ruins. But somehow no general financial panic took place. A man from Texas was heard to confess that he sometimes got tired of hearing about Texas, and even admitted it couldn't be twice as large as the rest of the United States. Events such as these were the convulsions, the death throes of an old world, and the birth pangs of a new. Their final phase was the breakdown of the international situation, which had continued for over a decade in a sort of deadly balance. The balance was destroyed when US and other Western diplomats adopted a new tack which provoked, in their Eastern Bloc opponents, reactions, first of suspicious alarm, then of bafflement, and finally of a dazed conviction that the spirit of Marxian history had at long last delivered the enemy into their hands, which last impression led directly to their undoing. Forgetting the chiseller's basic precept, "You can't cheat an honest man," they set about exploiting the situation by extracting from the West all the technical information they coveted, and which was now theirs for the asking. Along with plutonium refinement methods and guided missile designs, they obtained, naturally, the formula for Grandma's lye soap, alias Verilyn. The counterparts of Gawley and Gawley's sales department in their government-run industries were also shrewdly alive to the importance of having satisfied customers. Clearly, they reasoned, studying our records, this is a good thing. This is a valuable bit of cultura. From there on, developments followed pretty much the pattern already established in the West. There were some painful incidents, such as the Kiev massacre of former secret police agents, and the 3 days when Pravda shut down to retool. But on the whole, the reaction was more than anything else like that of a man who comes to the top and takes breath at last, after very nearly drowning. The Iron Curtain sagged, fell apart, and sank into oblivion. Grandma's lye soap had conquered the world. Since I've retired, I've been using my leisure in exploration and observation of this world which I did a good deal to create. This world which differs so much from the one I grew up in, and can remember better than most others, even of my own generation. They've had the treatment, and they've changed. But I still brush my teeth with a salt and soda mixture. In many ways, the present era answers to the visions that were called utopian when I was a boy, called that, usually, with a sneer. A lot of the social and political reforms we only dreamed about then have been carried out as a matter of course, which was inevitable once people stopped lying themselves and one another black in the face. Mental diseases, tangled lives, crime have all been swept away, not to mention the threat of war that was the great shadow overlying all the lesser shadows of the old world. An election campaign is carried on in an atmosphere of sobriety and statesmanship that would have given an old-time politician the creeps. None of the old bandstand circus stuff. Speaking of that, one thing I miss is the circus. I used to like to listen to the sideshow barkers, an extinct tribe. I know they still have circuses, or call them that, but P.T. Barnum would disown them. But people look one another in the eyes much more than they ever used to. They don't seem afraid. There's confidence, not the ballooning confidence that led to big economic booms and bigger busts, but a trust resting on solid foundations. Still, sometimes I wonder. Not long ago I ran into O'Brien for the first time in years in a bar. People don't drink as much as they did, but O'Brien had been drinking a good deal. "How are you?" I said automatically, the sight of such a long-remembered face making me forget that particular greeting wasn't used nowadays. He began a detailed description of his general state of health and present state of intoxication. "Oh," I said, "you've had it." "Yeah," said O'Brien. "I broke down and took the treatment. I got like everybody else. I couldn't stand the temptation anymore. You know what I mean?" I knew exactly what he meant. For him, with his background, it must have been much worse. "Maybe," said O'Brien thickly, "I could have been dictator of the world if I'd wanted, but this way's better." He signalled the waiter, then looked at me curiously. "You? Not yet?" "Not yet," I said. "Maybe never. I like to watch things." "Watch the sheep run," mumbled O'Brien. "All sheep." He was drunk, but he'd had Grandma's lye soap, and he spoke the truth. Perhaps there's too much confidence. Once in a while I yield a little to that temptation O'Brien mentioned, but always in harmless ways, merely for amusement or out of curiosity to see just how much people will swallow, like in that fabrication of Howling Wolf, the genius of the North Woods, which I told you about in the beginning. More and more I find they'll believe almost anything, especially the younger generation. Older people still have a residuum of skepticism. Now, it's plain, using hindsight, that we should easily have foreseen the secondary effect. But it developed very slowly. No physiological effect, this, but a psychological one, or simply logical. Once people stop lying, they'll also stop suspecting deceit. They'll believe as they expect to be believed. Little by little, particularly as the young ones who don't remember grow up, they'll become totally gullible, it used to be called. A while back, down south, there was an unwashed prophet who made converts right and left to a weird sect of his own devising, until somebody seduced him into heathenish ways, and he tried brushing his teeth. But incidents like that don't really disturb me. As the example shows, they all come out in the wash. Yet there is something that bothers me. Back before Grandma's lye soap, we used to get sporadic reports of mysterious airships, flying saucers, or similarly named equivalents for unexplained objects in the sky. We laughed them off, mostly, because people were always starting crazy rumours. After the Great Change, those reports might have been expected to stop coming. But they didn't. And more recently, there have been some queer phenomena noted by the space station and the bubbles on the moon. So suppose we're not alone in the universe, or even in the solar system, and suppose that whoever is out there, circling us, observing us with immense caution for so long, are beings like we used to be, fierce, wary, enormously suspicious as their behaviour suggests, capable of any falsehood, any treachery. Wolves circling the sheep. Perhaps it's all my imagination. I can't be sure. There's only one way I can be sure even of what I think myself. Pretty soon now, I'll go into the bathroom and wash my mouth with Grandma's lye soap. Then I'll look into the mirror and ask myself, face to face, with no possibility of deception, did I do right? What will my answer be? End of Grandma's Lye Soap by Robert Abernathy. Recording by BarryHaworth, Brisbane, Australia.
My Past is Mine by Gerda Rhodes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Past is Mine by Gerda Rhodes is read by Zoyander Street. Take one tiny memory out of a man's life, and the entire universe may turn topsy-turvy. The voice asked at Eddie Tomlinson's elbow, "Is this seat taken?" Eddie nodded, and hardly looking around, picked up his hat, which he had carelessly put on the seat at his side. A little impatiently, he placed it on the rack overhead. Then he went back to his contemplation of the wooded hills through which the train was threading its way. It was the first time he had been in the country since it happened, and perhaps he had allowed himself, against his better judgment, some unconscious hope. Possibly because it was autumn, the very best part of autumn for being in the country. Certainly he must have allowed himself to hope, otherwise he would not again be feeling the sharp despair, which in recent months had subsided into a bleak and monotonous resignation. "Dreary, isn't it?" said the voice of a stranger. Eddie turned sharply towards the man who had taken the seat next to him. Could it be? Could the same thing have happened to this man? In that case, the psychiatrist would have been proved wrong, and, well, nothing would be changed, really. But perhaps it meant some ray of hope. At least he would not be so alone. He would be able to talk to this man. They could talk about it together. He almost blurted out the question right away, but he'd had so many unpleasant experiences with it that he'd refrained from asking it for a long time, and now the habit of silence held him back. He looked at his neighbour more closely. The man's skin was freckled, he could tell that, and the hair rather light. There was something vaguely familiar about the eyes, about the whole face, but these days people tended to look rather alike, or anyway, more so than before. The man looked at him attentively. "Haven't we—" "No, it couldn't be," he suddenly said. Then he added softly, so that Eddie could barely hear him, "It's become so hard to recognize old friends." Eddie felt sure of it now. This man had sensed a kinship in him, and was in the same boat. But he was afraid to ask the question, so he was throwing out subtle hints, inviting Eddie to ask. Eddie took one more glance at the landscape, then looked steadily at the man. "I must ask you something," he said, forcing himself to speak slowly and calmly above the wave of excitement. Then he stopped, because he realized how the question would strike the stranger if he weren't what he seemed. "It's a strange question," Eddie continued haltingly. "Go ahead," said the man encouragingly, his face earnest. "I won't think you crazy." The fear left Eddie. "Do you, or did you ever, know colour?" he asked. "Colour?" The man seemed disappointed, but not shocked. "Yes, you know, red, green, blue, yellow, and all the others." Eddie's voice trailed off as his excitement faded. The stranger obviously didn't know, or there would have been an immediate response. All that showed on his face was disappointment, faintly tinged with curiosity. At least, though, there was no ridicule. What was that word again? Colour. Colour. Interesting. Would you tell me about it? Try to describe it. It can't be described, Eddie said, almost sharply. Then, relenting, he added, I've tried before. Many times. Just after it happened. After what happened? I wish you'd tell me. I'd like to know for personal reasons, which I may tell you afterwards. Of course, you may have related it so many times that it bores you. No, as a matter of fact, I haven't. I haven't told the whole story for months, and then only once. Eddie felt hope again. This man, though he didn't know colour, obviously knew something. What he knew might help more than the unlikely theories of doctors and psychiatrists. It happened a little over 6 months ago, on a rainy spring night, Eddie began. I tell you all the details about the rain and all, because who knows what counts and what doesn't. Go on, said the man. Don't leave anything out. That night I felt lonely and sort of depressed, and I decided to go to the movies. Nothing much was playing in my neighbourhood, so I went to look at the cheap revivals on 42nd Street. I wandered around for a long time in the rain, getting more and more depressed. I couldn't find anything good playing, and I didn't feel like going home again. And just then, I saw this garish poster of a bullfighter. Above it, the movie marquee said, Blood and Sand. I'd seen the movie before and didn't think it was anything so special. But I remembered the colour, real vivid and romantic, so I decided to go see it again. It was better than going back to the apartment. You said the word colour again, the stranger interrupted. You better try to explain that to me right now. Colour, I mean. I can't, Eddie answered sadly. If you've never seen it, I just can't. I told you I tried before. Anyway, that night there was still colour, that is, up until the time I walked into the movie house. I came in the middle of the film, during a scene which had impressed me a lot. The big bull ring with the golden yellow sand, and the bullfighters wearing blue and green and gold and many other colours. The words are probably new to you. And the bright red cape. I tell you, I remembered that scene so clearly because of the colours. And now, it was all black and white and grey. Those, at least, are words that you know. Black and white and grey. And you know what tone means. Well, colour has tone too, but there is so much more, such great differences. It can't be described, but everything had it. Of course, even in those days, they made many movies in just black and white, but this particular one had been in colour, as I said, and really fine colour. When I came in then, as I said, in the middle of the bullfight scene, and saw that it was all just black and white, the red cape and the blue sky and all, I thought at first that I'd gone crazy, that my memory was playing terribly inventive tricks on me. Then came other scenes of which I'd remembered the colour in great detail. I decided that I couldn't just have invented all that colour so precisely and believed that I'd really seen it. It occurred to me that maybe this was just a cheap black and white reprint of the original colour film. Well, I stayed till the end of the film because, as I said, I didn't feel like going home that night, and I got pretty much used to the black and white, though the film was certainly much poorer that way. I stayed till the bullfight scene came around again, and when I first got out into the lobby, I was too blinded by the sudden bright light to notice anything. It was out in the street that I got the shock. There was no colour out there at all. The posters, The neon signs, people's clothes, were just shades of grey, if they weren't black or white. I looked into a mirror on the side of a store window, and my own maroon tie was just a sort of darkish grey. It was as if everything, all life, had become a black and white movie. I was terribly frightened. I thought something had happened to my eyes or to my brain. I ran back to the movie house, but the ticket booth was already closed. I asked a man who was just coming out, "Was that movie in colour?" And he looked at me as if he thought me crazy and walked on without answering. Of course it was a silly question. And what difference did it make if that movie was in colour or not, if I couldn't see colour anywhere? So I walked towards the subway to go home. I told myself I was dreaming, or else I was overtired or something. It could have been quite a natural thing to happen to me if I had been overtired, because I'm a commercial artist and used to be always working with colour. Sort of an occupational disease, maybe. I told myself that if after a good night's sleep I still didn't see colour, I'd go to a doctor. That way, I calmed myself a bit, and I slept like a log all night. Next morning, I still didn't see any colour, so I called up the agency and said I wouldn't be in that day because I was sick. Then I went to see a doctor. I just went to a man who had an office down the street, because I'd never been sick since I got to New York, and hadn't any special doctor to go to. I had to wait a long time, and in the waiting room there was a copy of Holiday magazine, a magazine that was always full of colour pictures. And of course, they were all black and white now. I got so worried glancing through it that I put it away, and closed my eyes till my name should be called. The doctor listened to my whole story, and then he said, "What do you mean by colour?" He pronounced it as you did, like a foreign word. I tried to explain it to him. That was the first time I'd tried to explain colour, and I saw how impossible it was. Then I caught myself and thought, how obvious. This doctor is just trying to test me. Obviously, he knows what colour is, red and blue and all the rest, and here I'm trying to explain it to him, which is impossible. So I realised, or thought I realised, that the doctor was just trying to test me, to see if my mind was working logically. So I asked him for a dictionary. He gave me a standard college dictionary, and I looked up colour to show him the definition. But it wasn't there. The dictionary jumped from colloquintida to Colosseum. So I looked for spectrum, and for rainbow, and for all kinds of synonyms, and for the names of some of the colours themselves, and none of it was listed. When I looked up from the frantic search, the doctor had a strange expression on his face. "I'm afraid I'm not equipped to help you," he said, and wrote down the name and address of a psychiatrist for me. That's about all there is to the story, except that when I got home, I looked through all my books, poetry and prose, which had been full of descriptions in terms of colour. You know, red lips and blue sky and green trees and such, and it was all gone. No such words were in any of the books. I went to the library too and looked in all kinds of books. And for a while I went around asking people the question I asked you earlier. I tried a few times more to describe colour before I gave up. I soon gave up asking people because they thought me crazy or drunk, and I didn't want to end up in some institution. I felt terrible, of course, not only because life without colour is so barren, but also because it was all so confusing. I felt so alone. I walked around in a daze for a long time, not knowing any more what was true and what wasn't, and still hoping it was all a dream. But I dreamed at night, and I dreamed in colour, and then woke up to the colourless world. After a while, the colour went out of my dreams too. I went to see the psychiatrist finally. Not because I really expected any help or explanation from him, but just to be doing something. I told him the whole story. That was the last time I told it, and it was over 5 months ago. He made a diagnosis. He said that because of some insecurity in my emotional life, some happening in my childhood, no doubt, I had needed to construct a wholly individual world for myself. He said that kind of thing does happen, though usually not to such a complete and well worked out extent, that it usually passes during adolescence. But my insecurity, or whatever it was, had apparently been very pronounced, and my imagination fertile. He said there was no need now to analyse the causes any further, since the syndrome had vanished by itself, and I was apparently cured. Since then, I haven't told anyone. Until today, I haven't asked the question. I've got pretty used to the grey world, and I work in black and white and tone. But inside of me, I can't believe the psychiatrist, and I guess I don't want to. I guess I keep hoping all the time. And I was very sad just now, looking at the autumn trees. Eddie sat in silence for a while, until he realised with embarrassment that he had been fixedly staring at the man next to him. "What do you make of it?" he asked as lightly and casually as he could. "Well," said the stranger, slowly and carefully, "except for the details and the exact circumstances, it is very much like my story. No, with me it wasn't colour, though there is a word, or rather, there was a word, for that which was. The word is Povidel, and I can't describe or explain it any better than you can colour. But it was as much a part of my world as your colour. More so, in fact, because it wasn't just visual, but was perceptible to all the senses, and was also part of reasoning. It stopped more than 2 years ago, and like with your colour, the world became as though it had never existed. I had an extremely hard time adjusting. It was like coming to another planet, learning a new language. Well, I just can't describe it if you don't know Povidel. You can see now why I wanted to hear your story. There was another reason too. You see, people look so different now, but I have learned to a certain extent how to recognize the people I knew before Povidel went, and I feel pretty sure I knew you once. Did you ever go to the University of Virginia?" "Yes," Eddie said, surprised. "I did. Class of 34. He looked again at the stranger, remembering the first impression he had had of having known the fellow. He had a rather average Irish-type face, with a short nose and a generous mouth, and crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. He had freckles, too, and his hair, being rather light, might be red. He searched his memory for a redhead he had known at the university. "It seems very improbable," the man was saying now, interrupting his attempt to remember. "It doesn't seem possible that you could be he. But back at the university, there was a fellow I remember very well. He was a graduate student, and he was doing very interesting research on the pronding of Povidel. There was a great deal of talk about it when his thesis came out. I was just a junior then, but I remember it. I remember him, and you look like him. Of course, you look different, but you look as he would look without Povidil and 20 years older. His name was, let's see, what was his name? Eddie Tomlinson. That was it. Eddie started when he heard his name. He hadn't been listening to what the fellow was saying. He had been too busy trying to place him. Eddie Tomlinson? Why, that's my name, he cried now in surprise. How did you know it? I just told you. Oh, yes, Eddie said quickly, not wanting to admit that he hadn't heard. A face, a situation, a name were coming to the surface of his mind. Jerry Conlon, he exclaimed suddenly. You must be Jerry Conlon. Yes, said the man absently. Yes, that's my name. How very strange. He continued softly, that you should be Eddie Tomlinson, one of the most promising young Povidilomans of his time. And you've never heard of Povidil, or of Prondation, or Deg, or any of it. He went on mumbling to himself while Eddie remembered that day when, after an art class, he had gone to watch the light rehearsal of the drama club's newest production, and had been so impressed by the ingenious use of coloured light that he had sought out the student who had designed them. He had talked for quite a while to the fellow, who had been a redhead, named Jerry Conlon. So you're Jerry Conlon? Eddie interrupted his neighbour. And what do you do these days? Still stage design and lighting? Or is it something else? Stage design? Asked Conlon. Lighting? What's that? End of My Past Is Mine by Gerda Rhodes. Read by Zoyander Street.
The Way of a Dinosaur by Harley S. Aldinger. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marissa D. Six. The Way of a Dinosaur by Harley S. Aldinger. A mighty tree in that great primeval jungle of the Mesozoic age was pushed aside, as you or I might lightly push aside a willow bush, and the terrifying head of Cana, the Tyrannosaurus, king of the jungle, was thrust through. His little, red-rimmed, cold, reptilian eyes were blazing with hate and menace, for Cana was in another of his blood rampages that day. And woe betide the unlucky animals whom he encountered, no matter what their size and strength might be. It was a bloodlust of a fierceness and wantonness to which only Cana could attain. As the battle-scarred old warrior stepped out from behind the tree, he presented a frightful and menacing sight. He towered fully 40 feet high, with great jaws 4 feet in length set in his massive head, with fangs 6 or 7 inches long, and supported by his mighty hind limbs, which could send him forward with great leaps and bounds, at need, with the speed of an express train. He had a massive tail, fully 40 feet long, gigantic at the base, and tapering gradually to a small tip, a terrible engine of destruction. The Tyrannosaurus, in fact, is known as the most destructive living thing that ever existed. Cana's comparatively small forelegs were armed with rending claws. He strode through the giant trees with his body bent forward at an angle of about 45 degrees, with small eyes searching malevolently for some opponent, against whom to pit his mighty thews and destroying armament. His huge mouth was half open, and from time to time he emitted thunderous roars and screams of defiance. The other animals knew from these sounds that the mighty king was abroad and thirsting for blood, so everywhere he found all game departed from his path. Becoming more cunning, but no less fierce or relentless in his blood hunt, Cana ceased his roaring and screaming, and crept stealthily through the jungle, soft-footed as a cat. As he did so, he saw, not 100 feet away, a giant pterodactyl, a great, winged reptile with bat-like, featherless wings, having 4 legs, each terminating in 4 fingers, one of which was fastened to the wings. That is how they derived their name, wing-fingered. It had a short head and a beak filled with needle-sharp teeth. He saw it swoop down and seize a small mammal about the size of a sheep, and drawing the struggling animal into the air, plunge its mighty beak into the base of the neck. With a shrill cry, the mammal grew limp in the pterodactyl's wing fingers. Burdened by the heavy load, the reptile flew heavily, just clearing the treetops. He had gone about 100 feet when a mighty head was upreared over the treetops. Mighty jaws yawned cavernously, and the great bird lizard and its prey were crunched together in the grinding jaws of the flesh-eater. Having finished his repast, Cana set forth again to see what new adventure the day would bring him. He did not have to look far. Out into a small clearing stepped an animal which resembled a living Gibraltar. It traveled on all 4s, but its hind limbs were 4 times as long as the forelegs, so that its nose almost touched the ground. It stood 16 feet high at the thighs, was covered with hard, bony plates, except on the underbody, forming an impenetrable armor. From the base of the head, over the back, and halfway down its tail was a succession of bony plates in double columns, and varying in height from a couple of inches to 3 feet, each razor sharp at the edges, and coming to a sharp point at the top. The head was very small and triangular in shape, with small eyes and a mouth that cleft back past its eyes. Its monstrous tail was its one means of offense or defense. Enormous at the base, fully 10 feet in diameter, it tapered gradually for its whole length of 25 feet, and ended in a very blunt tip. Where the bony, fin-like plates had ended in the middle of the tail, a series of 4 pairs of extremely sharp, conical spikes of about 2 feet in length began. When the Stegosaurus lashed out with the spiked tail, it would produce the same result as if you hit a person with a board through which a series of nails had been driven. This, then, was the monster upon which the flesh-eating Tyrannosaurus looked. Ordinarily, in the presence of other and more easily conquered game, he would have passed the Stegosaurus by, for the plated lizard was regarded by the other dinosaurs in the same way as the present animals regard a porcupine. But Cana was in no mood to pass anything by with which he might do battle. So, with a mighty roar, he charged the armored dinosaur, lashing out at the other's head with one of his smaller forelegs. But the Stegosaurus had anticipated the movement and had drawn its head inside its armor, like a mud turtle, and the blow only scraped the impenetrable plates on its neck. Thus they jockeyed around for some moments, the Tyrannosaurus always being careful to keep at the other's head end, out of reach of the destroying tail, and the Stegosaurus endeavoring to wheel and strike a bone-crushing blow with his spiked appendage. But the old king had not survived many fierce battles by sheer luck. He resorted to strategy. Striking a slow, hesitating blow toward the other's concealed head, he induced the sluggish giant to strike at it. This it did, and when its head was fully out, the wily monarch lashed out, carrying away the right side and one eye of the plated dinosaur's face. Screaming in amazement, the great Stegosaurus reared up on its hind legs. It was the opening for which Cana had been waiting. Leaping forward, he seized the other's neck with both forepaws. Then, supporting himself with his tail, he swiftly disemboweled the other with his immense hind legs. The great tail of the Stegosaurus lashed convulsively for a few seconds, then was still, and the flesh-eater dined well. Having satisfied his hunger, but not his bloodlust, Cana went forth again until he arrived at a rather small plain. Nearby, alongside a great boulder, was a huge bull Triceratops, snorting and pawing the earth savagely. He was evidently an outcast from a vast herd which could be seen in the distance, stretching as far as eye could reach, countless thousands. The Triceratops was about 11 feet tall at the thigh, where, like the Stegosaurus, he was the tallest. However, his forelegs were not nearly so short, in comparison to the hind legs, as were the Stegosaurus's. He was, also like the Stegosaurus, covered with hard bony plates or knobs, which served him as armor. He also possessed a bony frill about his neck, which gave him the appearance of a Roman gladiator. He had, characteristic of a dinosaur, a great tail, enormous at the base and tapering gradually. 3 horns and a parrot-like beak completes his description. 1 horn over the nose was about 1.5 feet in length, and the other 2, 1 over each eye, 4 or 5 feet in length, and all 3 were of needle-like sharpness. A monster worthy of the gigantic Cana's best efforts. Charging, with a roar, out into the open, the Tyrannosaurus leaped upon the 3 horns back, endeavoring to sink his giant fangs through the impenetrable armor, but his efforts were unavailing. The Triceratops, with an impatient shake of its mighty frame, hurled the Tyrannosaurus from its insecure hold up against the great boulder. Then, whirling rapidly, it sank its shorter nose horn its full length into the Tyrannosaurus. The old monarch, in desperation, seized the other 2 great horns of the Triceratops in his smaller forepaws, and, forcing the great head down, thus originated a hold which rendered the other helpless. The Triceratops, bellowing insanely, continued to gore and slit the Tyrannosaurus's flesh to ribbons, with his nose horn and parrot-like beak, but was unable to inflict a fatal wound. But in spite of his terrible punishment, the Tyrannosaurus continued to force the great head downward, and finally it touched the ground. Then, screaming in triumph, he sank his great fangs into the now unprotected neck, crunching it until he severed the spinal column, and the horned giant fell dead at his feet. But the old king had not escaped unscathed, and he was bleeding from a score of wounds. So, no sooner was his adversary dead than he hurried away to a little pool he knew of, to lick and bathe his wounds. He was chastened in body, but not in spirit, and his 2 previous battles had only caused the flame of his bloodlust to burn more brightly. After perhaps an hour of bathing and licking his wounds, Cana ventured forth once more, coming finally to a pebbled beach by the great sea water. He found a gigantic brontosaurus basking at full length upon it. Of all the colossal dinosaurs, there were none so huge as the brontosaurus, excepting the Diplodocus, a creature greatly resembling him. A great monster, about 75 feet long, standing 16 feet at the thigh, where, a characteristic of a dinosaur, it stood the tallest, and weighing nearly 40 tons. It had no system of offense or defense, except the great tail, 8 feet in diameter at the base, and trailing out behind for 60 or 70 feet. It had an abnormally long neck, with a head at the end so small that it looked like a mere continuation of the neck. This, then, was the creature upon which Cana charged forth, and leaping upon the mountainous back, buried his great fangs in the thick rolls of flesh at the base of the neck, and ground steadily downward in a search for the spinal column. The monster, at the first attack, had leaped, screaming shrilly, into the air, for all its great weight. It bit, ineffectually, at the Tyrannosaurus's heavy hide with its small, frail teeth, and lashed at it with its heavy tail. The last, however, was not entirely ineffectual. The whip-like tip cut the Tyrannosaurus's back to ribbons, but the great saurian was unable to reach the other with the heavier part of its tail, or Caina's story would now be over. In desperation, the monster finally charged out into the sea, where it was infinitely more agile than on land. Charging out swiftly, he reached deep water and started to roll over on the Tyrannosaurus. But it was never accomplished, for at that moment, Caina's 6-inch fangs ground home, and the Brontosaurus rolled over on its back, dead. The hideously mangled but victorious king, after having assured himself that his adversary was dead, began to swim slowly toward the shore. But he never reached it. For at that moment, an ichthyosaurus, a 30-foot, saw-tooth-jawed sea dinosaur, swept up from below and buried half its saw-like jaw into the Tyrannosaurus. Whipping frenziedly about, the great saurian bit the ichthyosaurus's head entirely off, in his rage, but at that moment, an entire school of the bloodthirsty fish lizards swept up, and the Tyrannosaurus disappeared in a boiling, bloody inferno. And thus, Caina, the king, went the way of a dinosaur, meeting the fate of all the bloodthirsty breed, sooner or later. End of The Way of a Dinosaur by Harley S. Aldinger.
Against Tetrarch by A.A.O. Gilmore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachael Lind. Against Tetrarch by A.A.O. Gilmore. On that evil planet, broken men who had once trod Earth knew only two things for sure. 1. They were all dying at 25. 2. Lovely Mona Darlanen was a dirty traitor. Rod Harrow pawed futilely at the whirling sands in the Grixon mines on Tetrarch 4. Dimly, as through a dark mist, he could see the line of bobbing lamps that etched the tunnel outlines. He raised his pick for another weary stroke when he noticed the slave next to him. The poor devil's face was ghastly under a close-fitting helmet. It was deeply lined, worn, and old. Rod saw his twisted grin when the man crumpled against the rocky abutment. A despairing cackle pierced his audiophones. "I was 25 yesterday. I'll be glad to die." Rod eased him as he slid to the tunnel floor. He watched in bitter helplessness while the stricken fingers worked their way toward glazing eyes. Dribbles of foam spattered the inside of the man's helmet. Pity and a driving desire for vengeance struggled in Rod's mind when the slave's feeble shout died away. The doomed man's feet beat a weak tattoo on the sandy floor. The beat quickened spasmodically and stopped. Smoke issued from the inert nostrils. It clouded the froth-filled helmet. Hazily, the dead face took on a greenish glow. It glimmered like a crucified Satan for a moment, then fell away to dry embers. An eerie glow flashed. Rod knew, after only a day in the mines, that the Tetrarchian guards were now on their way. Black-browed and huge, with their curiously similar features, they came to drag away the corpse. A sniveling slave on Rod's left stopped to watch them. A guard turned and raised his weapon suggestively. The sniveler bent to his digging with renewed vigor. When the Tetrarchs had gone, another slave slipped in to take the place left vacant by the dead man. Rod winced in the act of lifting his pick. The gash he had taken in his arm before he was captured on Earth was far from healed. He saw then that the new slave was a woman. She was young and slender. Her hair was glowing gold in the dim-lit tunnel. Under her broad forehead, her eyes were an unfathomable gray. "Mona Darlanen," he breathed in wonderment. Even in the mines, in the serfdom of Tetrarch, her beauty caught him. This was the girl who would always make him uncomfortable, as it had back in the old days, when Earth was free. She had gone on the stage. He had buried himself in a science laboratory. They had lost touch. When the Tetrarchs overran Earth, he had lost all knowledge of her. Besides, he'd been busy on the most important project of Earth's 30th century AD. How long have you been here? He asked. He felt awkward. This was not the way he had pictured their meeting. I've been in the mines longer than you have. Her face was quiet, almost submissive. Don't talk, or the guards will be back. Besides, I want to change places with you. Why? Does it make any difference? Yes. She brushed him aside impatiently and turned to the sniveling youth at his side. Are you all right? She asked anxiously. They almost killed me. The whimpering slave was trembling. Oh, Jerry. I hope we win them over. I know now that's the only way. The girl looked about furtively. I've been talking to Latham Kohler. Rod swung his pick with a vicious twist and unearthed a red cloud of mercury oxide. His reaction boiled like the crimson dust as it mingled with the swirling sand in the tunnel. When he'd gotten control of himself, he spoke flatly. A man just died here, he said. Don't taint his death with a traitor's name. Latham Kohler's not a traitor, the girl flashed. At least he has enough influence to get some of us out of the mines. Rod eyed her angrily. The memory of the Human Torch ripped words from him. We're humans, remember? From Earth. There was a time when a human from Earth would prefer dying to licking a conqueror's boots. Mona shrugged her shoulders. She swung a pick on a Grixin outcropping. That may be, she said briefly, but we're slaves now, and we die within a day or so of our 25th birthday. If Latham Kohler can get Jerry out of the mines, Mona indicated the youth by her side, I'll mention his name. I'll do anything, if Jerry can be saved. Jerry patted her shoulder. He'll help us. I know, he soothed. Rod Harrow bent to whisk sandy ice from a blob of red oxide. He put the crimson dust in his pocket. You'll be in the slave compartment tonight? He asked. The girl turned to her work. There's no place else except the sleeping cubicles. I suppose I'll be there. When will you be 25? She asked abruptly. 1 month from today. I don't see why. Mona's voice died away as the guards worked their way down the tunnel. They were herding the humans back to the slave compartment for the night. Rod Harrow entered the compartment for the first time. He was one of the last on Earth to be captured and sent on the slave ship to Tetrarch 4. His eyes were narrow, waiting for the first sign of inevitable recognition. He had divested himself of his tight, transparent spacesuit. Heated spacesuits were necessary on Tetrarch 4, except in the compartments assigned to human slaves. In them, there was air and heat. The planet itself was bitterly cold. Its only atmosphere was inert krypton, which the Tetrarchians breathed. Through this, dead gas-activated sand coursed in eternal swirls. Slaves were pouring through the doors in droves. There were no oldsters in this crowd, none over 25. Earth's 200-year lifespan had been considerably reduced. A hard-thewed, ice-eyed youngster recognized him first. Steel fingers closed on Rod's wrist. Rod Harrow, he whispered. I'm Don Richter. I thought you were holding out on Earth. Rod kept his eyes on a card game that had started. I left our hideaway in the Rockies when I found out how I could help up here. There was no way of getting here except by the slave route. He paused thoughtfully. We haven't been idle on Earth, the few of us that are left. But, man, Richter was dubious. We're trapped here. Right now those devils are watching us. We can't even talk, but that they know about it. Sometimes even before we say anything. I swear, they can read our thoughts. It's not quite as bad as that. How about getting some of our old gang together for a game of cards? Just as you say, Rod, but it won't do any good to talk business. Rod grinned. Remember the game we played when we were kids? He emphasized his remark with a quick gesture. Richter's answering grin was a sufficient response. I remember, he said. There's a gray-eyed girl around here. Name's Mona. Oh, Mona Darlanen. She's hipped on getting that adopted brother of hers out of the mines. Lord knows why. He's a cowardly little wretch. Better keep her from kibitzing if you can. She might have played the same game, and I don't think she can be trusted. The first hand had hardly been dealt when Rod threw his cards down and called for a new deck. He emphasized his dissatisfaction by shaking his hand with index finger outstretched, middle finger and thumb conjoined. Then he clenched his fist and shook it at the intent players first with the thumb down and then with the thumb up, his fingers stretched heavenward, except for the index finger, when he swore the deck they were using was too dirty. Don Richter looked up in mock disgust. The icy glint in his eyes deepened. Rod centered his displeasure on him. After a slight pause, Richter argued back. His own gestures were just as aggressive. Soon all of them joined in. The chatter continued, hand after hand, but the real discussion remained in the deaf and dumb sign language, the game all of them had played on Earth before Earth succumbed to the Tetrarchs. I let myself get caught, Rod commenced, because of a note smuggled through to me on the Tetrarchian spaceship. Sounds like a trap. Richter was succinct. We couldn't get a message out from here. I don't think it came from here. Rod was equally terse. I think it may be from survivors of the hunt. What? Richter almost forgot to use his hands. There can't be any survivors. But there are, Rod insisted. They've learned how to live on Tetrarch 4, even when the oxygen in their spacesuits is exhausted. At this point, a rustling was heard among gathered kibitzers. The crowd was drawing back in sullen anger while a tall, black-robed, cadaverous personage forced his way through. I'm Latham Kohler, he announced. I understand Rod Harrow is here. Rod pushed his chair back. Silence settled over the crowd. It was broken suddenly by a scuffle in the far corner of the compartment. A golden-haired girl struggled in the arms of a slave who tried vainly to clamp his hand over her mouth. He's here, all right. Mona Darlanan's disheveled hair fell over her shoulders. She pushed the slave from her and struck him sharply. Her clear voice shattered the quiet. He's here, and he's plotting rebellion. I just realized they've been talking to each other in sign language. The walls of the slave compartment seemed to glow with thousands of almost microscopic specks of violet light. A scant moment later, the door to the compartment burst open and the guards entered. They marched with beautiful precision, calmly, impassively. Rod watched them as he rose from his chair. He took quick note of the mask they wore to protect themselves from the air, and then he launched himself head first. His skull landed with a satisfying plunk in the middle of the first guard's stomach. His reaching arms clasped the Tetrarchian's legs just below the knees, and the Tetrarchian landed on the floor, hard. He slipped the guard's blaster from its holster on the way down, knocked the Tetrarchian mask loose, and rolled to meet the next attacker. His turn was just in time to miss a pair of boots, lead-heeled, that were jamming down on his head. As he twisted, Rod saw another boot. It was coming toward him in the full arc of a fast kick. Rod caught it and twisted. He was slightly surprised when the ankle turned a full 360 degrees. The guard fell heavily. He'd gotten to his feet, blaster in hand, when they rushed him. With a savage grin, Rod let go. It was good to put electronic slugs in the advancing guards, a small return payment for the slave who had glowed to his death. Rod wasn't sure, but what his eyes were playing tricks on him. He swore the guard was still coming at him. The one with the hole in him. Only the unmasked Tetrarch was inert on the floor. He aimed carefully and let go again. The guard was still coming. The lights went out entirely. Rod blasted 4 times in quick succession, then jumped and twisted sideways to the floor. As a feint, it did him little good. The guards were up, on him, including the one with 5 holes in his carcass. Rod was held in a vice-like grip while they kicked the blaster out of his hand and zipped a spacesuit over his frame. As he was hustled out of the compartment, he heard Richter's voice. I'm sorry, Rod, but I guess it's useless. And I couldn't have helped you. I'll be 25 next month. I'll be 25 myself, Rod yelled back. We'll have a swell birthday party. The last sound he heard was Mona's hysterical laughter. The heavy door closed softly, and Rod found himself in the stinging sand of outside Tetrarch, but only for a moment. The guards took off their masks with obvious relief, and guided him to a small building some 50 yards from the slave compartment. He was thrust through a circular aperture and turned to see himself viewed by an elderly Tetrarch. It spoke with the peculiar sibilance with which the Tetrarchians handled human speech. "You are a rash young mans, Ross Harros. However, there is something I must say to you, with no one else of my race present." A door back of the Tetrarch opened silently. Latham Kohler slid noiselessly through the opening. Rod scowled into the quisling's peering owl eyes. It was an effort to resist the impulse to cover both of them with a left jab before crossing his right on the bony chin. "I'm sorry our helmets keep me from spitting in your face," he remarked. The Tetrarch motioned Kohler forward. "You are not as mature as I expected." Kohler's voice rustled like his dark garments. "And your wits need more exercise. You'd be query for the hunt at this moment if I hadn't interceded on your behalf." "Query?" Rod's eyebrows raised. "Yes. Every so often one of the hotheads decides to escape. The Tetrarchs love it. Sometimes they deliberately give them the chance." He pointed to the oxygen canisters attached to the back of Rod's spacesuit. "The cylinders in our human spacesuits supply enough air to last for 8 hours. When the air is exhausted, it seems to be a natural reaction to rip the suit open." "Imagine breathing this stuff." Kohler grasped a handful of the sand swirling about them. "That's the climax of the hunt. They allow about an hour's head start and then stalk the quarry. The idea is to catch him just as he rips his suit, and to get him to the operating chamber just before he dies. The Tetrarchs are brilliant technicians, even if they are weak on theory, so I've helped them. We are anxious to find out why humans exposed to Gryon die on their 25th birthday. They think research on still living humans will give them the answer." The Tetrarch waved his arm. "He is a good scientist," he commented. Kohler's rustling voice paused while the owl eyes continued to peer. "But that's of minor interest. I've persuaded them to save you." "Why?" "You have influence." Latham Kohler's voice rustled while the Tetrarch nodded approvingly. "We are well aware you were president of the Terran Science Association, and that you served in the Terran army with distinction in the fruitless fight against the Tetrarchs, and we know that you have thousands of devoted followers." Kohler paused. He peered with bloodshot eyes to see if his remarks were taking effect. "The Tetrarchs are anxious to expand their conquests. They need those that are spending their time guarding the humans now. If you will throw in with the rest of us, the rest will follow. As slaves, with time hanging a glowing torch over our heads. Try another tack, Kohler." The bitter anguish in Rod's voice tightened the skin on the traitor's cadaverous skull. Unconsciously, he stepped back before Rod's overwhelming fury. "Someday, we'll rid ourselves of the Tetrarchs. The time will come when Earth again will be free. When it comes, Kohler, kill yourself. At least you'll have the choice of the various kinds of death." Kohler peered doubtfully at the Tetrarch, who nodded and walked to the aperture. A guard stood at attention. "Bring the slave, Mona Darlanen," the Tetrarch commanded. When she entered, Rod faced her impassively. "You've turned traitor too, I see." The girl faced him. She looked remote and submissive, but somehow untouched. Her hand sought unconsciously to brush back the heavy golden hair under the confines of her helmet. "I have a brother," she said simply. "The baby of our family. We're all that's left. My parents adopted him to look after him. I've taken over." "Slave Darlanen," the Tetrarch interrupted. "We wish you to convince Ross Harros of the stupidity of further resistance." "If you do," Kohler's voice rustled, "perhaps Jerry, your brother, can be put to work in the compartment instead of the mines. Mona turned her breathtaking beauty on Rod. Her eyes glowed with passionate conviction. "Don't you see?" she said softly. "We only make things worse by resisting. The Tetrarchs want more slaves. Let them get them. From other planets, other galaxies. If we help them, perhaps they will send us back to Earth. You've got to understand." Before her, his reason was powerless. Unconsciously, his arms encircled her waist. He couldn't bring himself to fight her. She dropped her head on his chest. Then she raised her eyes. "You will help. With you and Latham Kohler in the confidence of the Tetrarchs." The spell was destroyed. Rod stiffened. Not Kohler. He grasped her by the wrists and thrust her away. "Kohler." His voice deepened in contempt. "We knew him on Earth before these slave makers lulled us into a false sense of security with their friendship and their gadgets. Kohler never amounted to anything then. He was always on the fringe of things. Here, he's venting his spite on the few of us that are left, and he's gotten that opportunity by toadying these lousy so-called powers." "Not so fast." The Tetrarch put out a restraining arm. "We are simply following the destiny by enslaving you. Our race is to be the overlords of the galaxies. You can have a share if you wish." "I can see your point, though." Rod ignored the Tetrarch to face Mona. "But don't you see there are some things more important than your brother, that in spite of him, you can't turn traitor? Do you remember, Mona, how the Tetrarchs first came to Earth, how friendly they were, and how they loaded us with those amazing, labor-eliminating gadgets? Press a button and everything was done. Power for our gyros, heat for our buildings, force for our machines, anything and everything. With all our work eliminated, we lost our watchfulness. They never let us know what powered the gadgets. We never knew about the Grixen power until the Tetrarchs took over. We found out about Grixen then, in the mines. Once it's sheathed by radium and the radium sheathed with lead, it's harmless. But when human life is used to handle the raw ore..." The vibrant timbre of Rod's voice seemed to die away to death's whisper. "Well, we all expect to die when we were 25, and time's passing. Try weighing what you might loosely call the human race against one brother. And as for you..." Rod stepped forward quickly and slammed his fist against the air tank attached to Kohler's spacesuit. He wrenched it loose and threw it away. Not waiting to see the result, he stepped out of the aperture and gave the guard the same treatment. He raced through the city, wondering why he was not pursued. Then it came to him. There would be a hunt. As he ran across rocky ground, he wondered how Kohler was taking to a silica diet. His course was hazily sketched in his mind. The smuggled note that had started him from Earth had not been too specific. It couldn't have been. There was too much chance of it being intercepted. But he had a good working knowledge of Tetrarch's surface. The problem was going to be the survivors, those who had somehow escaped the Grixen mines and escaped the hunting Tetrarchians, and in getting to them he had to throw his pursuers off the trail. There was a test in this, he was sure. He thought he had certain clues to that. Why, for instance, did a Tetrarch with a slug in him keep on fighting? Why did the unearthly glow precede the coming of the guards? He felt he ought to be glad about the eerie flash. It was a warning, something like a rattlesnake's. His course led him to rocky foothills. He had skirted them when another gnawing thought came. When did Mona adopt a brother? He'd never known of one. He shrugged the thought aside. He was coming to a broad pass. He kept his course straight, for it was still dark. When dawn came, he would seek cover. Or did darkness mean anything to Tetrarchians? It probably didn't. He covered the pass and worked his way up the far right of 3 towering mountains. It was cold, colder even than the bitter keenness of the level lands. He notched the heating element in his suit to the top position and continued his climb. In the deep darkness that preceded dawn, he felt his way along the edge of narrow, jagged ravines. The swirling sands made sight impossible. His progress became slower. He had reached almost to the top when dawn glimmered over the horizon. Far down over the rocky crags, intermittent flashes glowed. Rod sat back on his haunches and watched their approach. In the dawn's half-light, the glowing lights dimmed, but he was able to mark their progress. Assuming their current speed and allowing for lost trails in going off course, they would overtake him in about 2 hours, if he continued at his past speed. They had established a nice calculation, precisely balanced to catch him at the moment his air supply hit 0. He would soon be fair bait for the operating room. He watched the flaring lights more intently. As they swarmed over the foothills, they seemed to lose some of their capacity for glimmering. Rod nodded comprehension and turned to clamber up the almost vertical slope. It was hard going, and he was in plain view by the time he reached the top. Up here the shifting sand was finer. There was less of it, and it hugged the ground more closely than in the lowlands. Another hour passed before the flames sensed him. They were working toward him, but more slowly. They had lost all semblance of glimmer and had taken on aspects of a solid sheet of flame. Rod glanced back and noted there was no sign of any figure following the flashes. He nodded decisively. The facts had fallen into a definite pattern. Before him stretched a plateau, rock-strewn and sand-swept. Beyond it, the topmost peak of the range towered to challenge the pale Tetrarchian sun. Rod checked his air supply. There was just enough to get him across the plateau. He examined the heating element in his suit more carefully and probed an exploratory finger across the pocket over his short ribs. The package was still there. The gash under his arm was bothering him again. Well and good. Maybe there would be a chance for it to heal properly if he ever won through. He started across the plateau at a fast trot. He glanced back at first, but after an hour's steady progress there was no need to. He knew the flames were gaining on him. His breathing was thick and labored. The air gauge in his suit was oscillating at 0. As he slowed, the pursuing flame speeded forward. One shot ahead of the rest and circled over him like a gleaming buzzard. It watched him stagger while it poised, motionless. Then it swooped. It darted toward him. He paused and swung an almost drunken punch at it. His fist went through it, and he recoiled, stricken at the terrific shock that traveled along his arm. The flame retreated sullenly to continue circling. He drew a deep breath and held it. The peak wavered before him. It was close now. His head throbbed, and the gash in his arm had opened. Warm blood was seeping through his sleeve. His leaden feet refused to go any farther. He fell to his knees and crawled toward the base of the peak. Sobbing, each breath a burning hell, he worked his way over the last few yards. He reached the rocky slope and scrambled up crabwise until he collapsed. The hovering flames paused. They reached glowing tentacles toward him while he gripped frantically at his cloying, confining spacesuit. He rolled over on his back when the fastenings gave way. The flames huddled closer in the intense cold of the upper slope when Rod shorted the heating element. It glowed white while he ripped his pocket in a search for the red dust, red oxide from the Grixen mines. His face was blue when he dropped the dust on the white-hot heat coil. The red dust changed to gleaming droplets of mercury. Oxygen, rich, pure oxygen, was released in the change. He breathed the life-giving fumes through pinched nostrils. When strength came pouring back into his air-starved system, he advanced on the weakening flames. They hugged the rocks, inert in the savage cold of the mountain. Some of them had changed to glowing liquid. One, higher on the slope than the rest, had frozen to an opalescent solid. When the newly generated oxygen flowed over them, they exploded harmlessly to gray powder. As the last one disappeared, Rod turned to face a grinning, space-clad figure. "Nice work, Rod," the figure called. "I see you answer your mail." "Bill Williamson," Rod grinned his relief. "Oblige me, pal, by not writing any more notes." Williamson was beside him. He slipped a fresh canister of air into place on Rod's spacesuit and supported him while they clambered further up the mountainside. "That oxygen trick," he exulted. That's a nice wrinkle. They sounded like popcorn going off. Williamson led him to a cave entrance buried deep in a gorge. The concealed opening was covered with a heavy wind-proofed canvas. They entered through the double fold. Oxygen-equipped. Rod stared at his surprise. We have our creature comforts. Williamson unlatched his helmet. Crude, but effective. We've been heating mercury oxide. There's lots of it around. Sit a while I call the gang. They'll be glad to see you. When the handshaking was over, Rod faced the hard-bitten, sand-burned survivors. These were the men who, like himself, had come through the testing. They had found the way to live on this planet, in the teeth of the conquerors of Earth. Now they needed him, needed his genius to guide them along the path to freedom, to conquest over the hated Tetrarchs. Rod looked at the intent faces about him. First, he said, I want the answers to some questions. I figured part of it out myself. Check me if I go wrong. The Tetrarchs are not human in shape. They're really flame-like gobs of energy, probably phosphorescent in nature. For some reason, they fashioned plastic bodies which resembled human figures. They have always used these bodies in their dealings with humans, unless they're hunting. Williamson nodded approvingly. Yeah, we stole a few of those imitation bodies. They're all pretty much the same except for the masks. The ones they use on Earth are built in. Here in Tetrarch, they're removable. They fashioned them to conceal their real structure after they investigated Earth. We humans never knew of them until they made their appearance in camouflage. They studied us first, devised the body, and then established relations. Yeah, a survivor interrupted. When they took us in, they took us over, but good. They couldn't have done it any other way with their one lousy town on a 2-bit planet. Under normal temperature conditions, Rod continued, they're gaseous. As it gets colder, they become less active, and then they turn to liquid. That's right, Chief. And when it gets really cold, another survivor added, they turn to solid. When we win this fight, I'm gonna get me a Tetrarch, freeze it, and use it for a light on my fishing lodge. Oh, no, you're not, a barrel-chested Earthman, incongruously named Bunny, informed him. You're going to contribute it to help spell Mona Darlanen's name in lights on Broadway. What's that again? Rod's tone had sharpened. Mona Darlanen, boss. She's the greatest actress of them all, bar none. Bunny grinned disarmingly. Bet you didn't know you was her messenger boy. That's right, Rod. Bill Williamson picked up Rod's discarded spacesuit. Here. He suppressed a smile with difficulty. She's put a note on your helmet latching. It's in code, and says she expects to get called in to start you on your way. There was no stopping Williamson's laughter. Look, it says here she's known you a long time, and you're an old sober-sides. She expects to hug you before you start out, and she hopes you'll like it. Nice going, Chief. She didn't hug me. Bunny was glum on this point. Wait a minute, guys. Rod silenced the laughter. You're all wrong. That girl betrayed me. She's gone over to the Tetrarchs. Lock, stock, and barrel. Let's hear about it, Rod. Williamson was intent. Rod recounted briefly what had happened when Mona Darlanen had read his sign language. When he was through, Bill Williamson was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke slowly. Rod, you're the only one who ever arrived on Tetrarch knowing of our existence. As a matter of fact, Mona was responsible for smuggling that note aboard the spaceship, the one that brought you here. You came close to giving the whole show away with your sign language gag. Mona Darlanen was smart enough to realize that, and she took the one sure way to get you on your way to us. I don't catch. Rod Harrow's face was a study in bewilderment. I'm not surprised. Williamson was half smiling. Mona does that to guys. We first got in touch with her when one of the boys, he's gone the glowing way now, used one of our captured humanoid suits and made like a guard. We selected Mona as our contact because she's completely and utterly loyal, and she's probably the finest actress there is. To get herself solid with the Tetrarchs, she adopted that little jerk, Jerry Wilson. That was to convince them that she was sincere. Rod listened intently, nodded. He understood the why of that gnawing thought back in the lowlands now. She kept us informed of what the Tetrarchs are planning, and she's got them hoodwinked, particularly that rat, Latham Kohler. Guys are always trying to escape from the mines. Sometimes they survive. When they do, there's always some message from her. When they go, she tells them how to get to us, but they have to promise to destroy the note if it looks as though they won't get through. She didn't say anything like that to me, Rod flared. She had faith in you, Williamson said shortly. Besides, she knew you knew. If you say so, Bill. I admit I missed the boat. Rod's thoughts were veering crazily. But to get back to business, Rod, Bill Williamson said, I don't know how long we're going to be safe here. Our one lucky string is the Tetrarch's principle of the hunt. I was going to ask you about that. Rod was now alert. Why don't the Tetrarchs account for every human that escaped? Well, boss, the barrel-chested bunny spoke. They figure, how can they lose? All of us are due for the torch parade once we hit 25. Further, Williamson added, from the info I've gotten from Mona, the Tetrarchs use the hunt to test themselves. For each quarry caught without aid of any kind, a Tetrarchian guard gets promoted. If the guard himself is overcome, on his home field, so to speak, the idea is they're well rid of him. That means a constant process of self-selection, and it leaves us facing highly dangerous adversaries. The canvas covering the cave entrance rippled, and a survivor entered. Look alive, pals, he said. There's another guy looks like he's going to get through to us. Hope he makes it. The barrel-chested bunny rose. It's my turn to put out the welcome mat. What does he plan to do? Rod turned toward Bill Williamson. About the same thing I did for you. If the fellow gets far enough along, the Tetrarchs will retreat or freeze, and the big fellow will bring him in. Why don't we help the guy? What do you mean? What can we do? You said we had plenty of oxygen, didn't you? Yeah. We got it stored in tanks we stole from the Tetrarchs. Well, come on, Bill, let's explode a few or four. Lord Lume, Tetrarch popcorn. What all do we need, Rod? About 8 men. 2 teams, 2 each, for diversion, and 4 men for the push. We'll try at small scale for size. The oxygen tanks were quickly distributed. Rod gave 8 survivors rapid instructions. I'll give you 10 minutes to get in position, he finished. Williamson and I will watch from the top heights. By the time Rod and Williamson had taken their positions high on the mountainside, the staggering human had won to within 100 yards of the final slope. The flames were circling, darting forward, retreating, only to renew the attack. They were so intent on their prey, they missed the helpless second figure, until he set up a hoarse scream for help. When the flames realized there was a second quarry, they hesitated, but not for long. If anything, the second man was farther gone than the one who was now scrambling up the slope. The new quarry was bent over a cylinder of some sort. His legs kicked feebly. His arms were jerking spasmodically as he tried to tear his suit fastenings. Almost half the flames raced to him. Tentacles outstretched, they swooped into the oblivion of hissing oxygen. A few tried to escape. Another human stepped from behind a concealing boulder. Rod watched him play an oxygen stream over them like a pest sprayer. The flames which had remained behind reacted instinctively. They retreated. Their vanguard exploded before 2 more humans who rose from the sand-misted shadows of a narrow gorge in the plateau. They broke then. They fled in wild disorder in the only direction open. Now, 4 men rose from concealed positions to bar their way. The annihilation was complete. On the heights above, Williamson was dancing a war jig. "We wowed 'em, Rod," he screeched. "We wowed 'em! Look at that gray powder! Look at it! Them's dead Tetrarchs, me boy." He pounded Rod on the back in complete forgetfulness of the glowing doom. "When we get back to Earth, I'm gonna marry me a nice girl. I'm gonna throw popcorn parties every night in the week. And I'm gonna invite all the neighbors. And when the kernels go pop, I'm gonna say, that's what we did to the Tetrarchs." He was still pounding Rod's back when Bunny came puffing up. "You better come in a hurry, boss," he said. "That guy down there wants to talk to you, and he ain't got much time left." Rod frowned. "Let's go," he said briefly. He ran down the slope to the inert figure that lay like a blade of mown grass at the base. When the others arrived, he was kneeling by the fallen slave, supporting him by the head and shoulders. There was no mistaking the ghastly pallor spreading over the waxen face. His breathing was jerky, almost spasmodic as he whispered, "And then they worked on Richter. They had grown suspicious when things started to disappear, when more slaves escaped and never got caught." His breathing paused. The skin on the man's forehead lost its waxy pallor. It became dry, harsh, yellow-tinged. Rod braced him more firmly. The tortured chest heaved again. "When they found out about the survivors, they decided to finish us. They had been working to find out about a cure for the Grixen burn. Kohler worked with them and discovered how to make it work faster. Said it was a catalyst. Forced us to eat it, one by one." "Mona?" Rod asked gently. "They've saved her and a few more. Going to experiment. Operate. Say humans no use as slaves. Too stiff-necked. Make better guinea pigs. We're finished." The slave tried to speak again, but his chest was rigid, fixed. His eyes filmed. He ceased the struggle. Rod laid him down, still gently, and straightened him, crossing his hands over his chest. Smoke came in the fine haze from the flaring nostrils. Bloody froth flew from between the drawn lips. The satanic grin came with the onslaught of the greenish glow. And then there were ashes. "We're ready, boss." Bunny's voice was quiet. "Yes." Williamson's voice was equally low. "We've got time until we're 25 to exterminate every Tetrarch on the planet. The best we can hope for is a dead draw. Shall we get started, Rod? There's little time left to us." "We'll have the advantage of surprise," Rod agreed, "unless we walk into a trap. But I think we can outmaneuver them." He turned quickly. "Anyone here within a week of their 25th birthday?" "I don't think so, Rod." "Anyone within a month of their 25th birthday who is also from the Mediterranean section of Earth?" He paused. Their silence gave him his answer. "Good," he said. "In this game, we've still got our whole card. Now remember this one thing. Our objective is the science building. They operate there, and that's where they'll store the catalyst. Anything else is secondary. We'll try a feint on the slave compartment. We'll drive in force on all communication centers. I'll make a map showing their locations. I made it my job to get that info before I left Earth. And we've got to kill every Tetrarchian spaceship crew either at the same time or immediately after we destroy communications. We've none too much oxygen for a job of this size. That's our main weapon. So make it count. We'll use what blasters we have. And if you run into any Tetrarchians with spacesuits on, aim for the mask. That's all you need to do before you give him the explosion treatment. Is everything clear?" "All we need to know is who's going to lead who where," Bunny said. "I'll have plans drawn up at headquarters in half an hour," Rod promised. "Meantime, leave a 20% reserve of oxygen here and break the rest down from tanks to all the canisters you can get your hands on." Rod walked rapidly up the hill, outlining details of the battle plan to Williamson as they entered the cave. The slave compartment faint party left first. Communications destroyers left in 4 groups. Space hangar attack parties followed. Under Bunny's direction, they had managed to rig up a fairly credible camouflage. There was an argument about command of the main force against the science building. Rod had assumed it without second thought. Williamson was obdurate. "I don't care who handles it, Rod," he said, "but you can't. If anything goes wrong, there'll be no one left to carry the fight. You've got to stay here until we control the lowlands." "I'll be 25 next month," Rod said briefly, "so it can't matter much one way or another." "Sorry, Rod. I forgot about that. I've only got 6 weeks to go myself. One of the youngsters will have to take over the reserve. Then you and I will take a whack at this together." Williamson draped 2 canisters of oxygen about his waist. "Let's go," he said. Their pace down the mountain was swift, but unhurried. On the plateau, Williamson scuffled Tetrarchian ashes wherever he found them. They were fast disappearing in the swirling sand. They scattered their force when they left the foothills. There was an occasional Tetrarch flame to draw the men's fire. They encountered their first resistance within blaster range of the mines. From the roof of the slave compartment, purple blaster arcs rained down. The fire was scattered at first, but it increased in volume when the main body of survivors surged into view. The Tetrarchs were no mean marksmen. The stench of burning, smoking flesh tainted the atmosphere. As the men broke for cover, Rod demonstrated countermeasures. He took position behind a corner wall and fired 3 times. Each shot punctured a Tetrarchian mask. When the enemy huddled to replace them, he lobbed an oxygen canister over the roof and blasted it as it poised at the height of its arc. The hissing gas struck quickly. He saw one of the unprotected Tetrarchs collapse. Its imitation body toppled over the parapet to the ground. A survivor wiggled toward it and snatched a blaster from its limp hand. He accounted for 3 more on the roof before they killed him. His sacrifice gave his fellows an opportunity. While he had engaged the Tetrarchs, 2 survivors wedged themselves in the corner of a supporting abutment. One had clambered on the other's shoulders. The men scrambled up this living ladder and over the parapet. In the midst of a wild melee, support came. Through the roof. The fainting force that had attacked earlier had taken the interior of the slave compartment. They cut through the roof when they heard the scuffling. Oxygen roared through the opening in Tetrarch's dead atmosphere. The struggle was brief, and without quarter to the Tetrarchs. Rod, meanwhile, had reorganized his forces and directed them to proceed to the science building and surround it. His survivors were better equipped now. They had gained blasters. The feint on the slave compartment had won them oxygen-making equipment. It had diverted the enemy from Rod's main objective, and the men of the feint party now stood ready to reinforce him. A courier dashed to him. Bunny was reporting that all spaceship hangars had been immobilized. He had then turned to assist in the communications cleanup. He wanted further orders. The orders were brief: to explode all Tetrarchians encountered while proceeding to the science building. His own men waited in silence. They waited before a quiet, ominous building. It stood, a squat, sullen pile, a citadel of science perverted, of infamous torture. And from it, through a door quickly opened and quickly shut, a human emerged. A human who limped and snuffled as he crossed the clearing towards the survivors. "Harrow," he called. "I'm an emissary to Rod Harrow. I want to speak to Rod Harrow." "All right. What is it?" Rod strode forward despite Williamson's restraining hand. The whimpering slave gathered himself together and spoke as if he had memorized his piece. "The Tetrarchs say, if you'll surrender yourself, they'll spare the rest of the humans." "Bluff. Ha! A miserable bluff." Williamson had come forward blazing with indignation. His contempt at the servile gestures of the slave was mounting. "We'll kill every Tetrarch on the planet, and you with them, if you're not careful. You can sniffle on back there and tell them that their position is hopeless." "But don't you see?" The coward was almost in tears. "They've got the catalyst." The tears, no longer denied, streaked down his face. At first it would work in 8 hours, no matter what our age. Now, Latham Kohler's got it so it can work in 5 minutes. Oh! I've been hit. Rod caught a brief glimpse of Latham Kohler's saturnine grin. He appeared at the building opening for a moment and fired. Rod couldn't see the weapon he had used, but its results were plain. A tiny dart had pierced the coward's helmet. It protruded from the back of his neck. Williamson plucked the dart and held it in his hand. "It doesn't look dangerous," he said, but Jerry had collapsed. Rod pointed to the fallen coward. A familiar pallor was spreading over his features. "The glow! Rod! Look at it! It's working already!" "It's a stepped-up catalyst, all right." Rod was thoughtful. "That dart is really a hypo needle. Let's get to cover and see what we can do about it." When Rod outlined his plan, Williamson was adamant. They couldn't go through with it. He, Williamson, wasn't going to permit it. But Rod had his way. They picked the best marksmen arbitrarily. There were volunteers in plenty to storm the building if the ruse worked. It took a little time to stuff their clothes with sand. Williamson checked them personally to make sure that the layer under their clothes was at least 3 inches thick. When everything was ready, Rod strode forward like Achilles taunting the Trojans. He exhausted his vocabulary. All the vituperative terms he could remember, and a few that came to him extempore, were hauled out to describe the Tetrarchs. He told them they would be frozen to provide lights for their own minds, that the humans would break them into small chunks to make jewels for Earth's women. It worked. It was more than Tetrarch nature could take. Doors opened for a fleeting second. The vengeful flames showered him with darts. In that brief interval, they were met with withering blasts from the marksmen. The humans had brought the oxygen machinery up from the slave compartment. It streamed toward the building like water from a pressure hose. At the same instant, the volunteers rushed. For an instant, the fighting teetered in the balance, and then they were in. Rod bristled with the sand-blunted darts as he battered his way through the honeycombed building, searching for the operating chamber. He burst through the entrance, to face Mona Darlanen. They hadn't had time to work on her, but they'd done their best. They'd tied her to a vertical platform first. The dart in her breast had drawn blood. Latham Kohler squirmed from behind the platform. His cadaverous face was transfixed with the grin of a skeleton skull. He aimed a blaster point-blank at Rod and fired. The streaming arc buried itself harmlessly in the 3-inch sand layer over Rod's chest, and he was on Kohler like a berserker. He broke the traitor's helmet first, and forced fingers and thumb around his windpipe. When the peering eyes protruded and the thin-lipped mouth hung agape, Rod lifted the dart gently from Mona Darlanen's body. He jammed it down Kohler's throat. Williamson came pounding in. "We've got them all, Rod. Tetrarch 4 is in our hands." Rod was frantically tearing at his sleeves. "Get me a knife," he ordered. "Quickly." He ripped the sleeve off. As more and more survivors came piling into the room, he ordered liters of distilled water. Meanwhile, he was busily plying the scalpel Williamson brought him. The gash on his arm had never quite healed, was getting probed. Rod dug with the scalpel as though he were going after a bullet. The small platinum capsule he forced from the cut in his arm was not unlike one. He glanced anxiously at Mona's face. The pallor had gone. A harshening of her exquisite skin had taken its place. The contents of the capsule dissolved in 5 liters of water in a matter of seconds. Rod picked an unfilled dart from a litter on a table. He filled it with his newly made solution and injected it in the girl's arm. They waited. "Will it do any good, Rod?" Williamson was solemn in the quiet room. "I don't know. We developed it on Earth in our lab in the Rockies. There was plenty of Grixon in our machines. Volunteers exposed themselves to it. That capsule bill was purchased at the price of martyrdom. If it works, our race is saved." That's how they felt about it. We found that raw Grixon was instant death to humans over 25. Those under 25 were immune unless they came from stock that matured early, as the Mediterranean peoples. They succumbed before 25. That was what really gave us our answer. We knew that ankylosis, joining of certain spinal vertebrae, occurred early in humans that matured earlier, and that age 25 was the time for the joinder to occur. So we turned to the serums that had increased human lifespans by retarding ankylosis and developed this one. They studied Mona's face again. Was it possible that the yellow tinge was stayed, was turned to waxen ivory? The girl's breast rose and fell, ever so gently. I concealed our serum, Rod went on slowly, from the Tetrarchs by burying it in my arm. I had to get a hypo needle before I could use it here. Have I had a fever, Rod? Mona's gray eyes were open. Or is this delirium? Rod Harrow crossed to her swiftly. He cradled her head in his arms. She was smiling again, relaxed. Then he turned to Williamson. Line him up, Bill. With 5 liters, we can inoculate every human on Tetrarch 4. There'll never be a Grixin glow again. And as soon as a company has had all men injected, send them to the cave to bring back the reserves. We'll need their help. To celebrate? Williamson wanted to know. Not particularly. Rod was impatient. We'll have to do some planet cleaning. Planet cleaning. Right. We're getting ready to wipe the Tetrarchs off our Earth. End of Against Tetrarch by A.A.O. Gilmore. Recording by Rachael Lynn.
The Valley of Spiders by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are of the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Valley of Spiders. Narrated by Draeke Godoon. Towards midday, the 3 pursuers came abruptly round a bend in a torrent bed upon the site of a very broad and spacious valley. The difficult and winding trenches of pebbles along which they had tracked the fugitives for so long expanded into a broad slope. And with a common impulse, the 3 men left the trail and rode to a little eminence set with olive-dun trees, and there halted the 2 others as became them, a little behind the man with the silver-studded bridle. For a space, they scanned the great expanse below them with eager eyes. It spread remoter and remoter, with only a few clusters of sere-thorn bushes here and there, and the dim suggestion of some now waterless ravine to break its desolation of yellow grass. Its purple distances melted at last into the bluish slopes of the further hills. Hills, it might be of a greener kind, and above them, invisibly supported, and seeming indeed to hang in the blue where the snow-clad summits of mountains, that grew larger and bolder to the northwestward as the sides of the valley drew together. And westward, the valley opened until a distant darkness under the sky told where the forest began. But the 3 men looked neither east nor west, but only steadfastly across the valley. The gaunt man with a scarred lip was the first to speak. "Nowhere," he said, with a sigh of disappointment in his voice. "But after all, they had a full day's start." "They don't know we are after them," said the little man on the white horse. "She would know," said the leader, bitterly, as if speaking to himself. "Even then, they can't go fast. They got no beast but the mule, and all today the girl's foot has been bleeding." The man with the silver bridle flashed a quick intensity of rage on him. "Do you think I haven't seen that?" he snarled. "It helps anyhow," whispered the little man to himself. The gaunt man with the scarred lip stared impassively. "They can't be over the valley," he said. "If we ride hard—" He glanced at the white horse and paused. "Curse all white horses," said the man with the silver bridle, and turned to scan the beast, his curse included. The little man looked down between the melancholy ears of his steed.
I did my best,
he said. The two others stared again across the valley for a space. The gaunt man passed the back of his hand across the scarred lip. "Come up," said the man who owned the silver bridle, suddenly. The little man started and jerked his rein, and the horse hooves of the three made a multitudinous faint pattering upon the withered grass as they turned back towards the trail. They rode cautiously down the long slope before them, and so came through a waste of prickly twisted bushes and strange dry shapes of thorny branches that grew amongst the rocks into the levels below. And there the trail grew faint, for the soil was scanty, and the only herbage was this scorched dead straw that lay upon the ground. Still, by hard scanning, by leaning beside the horses' necks and pausing ever and again, even these white men could contrive to follow after their prey. There were trodden places, bent and broken blades of coarse grass, and ever and again the sufficient intimation of footwork, and once the leader saw a brown smear of blood where the half-caste girl may have trod, and at that, under his breath, he cursed her for a fool. The gaunt man checked his leader's tracking, and the little man on the white horse rode behind, a man lost in a dream. They rode one after another. The man with the silver bridle led the way, and they spoke never a word. After a time, it came to the little man on the white horse that the world was very still. He started out of his dream. Besides the little noises of their horses and equipment, the whole great valley kept the brooding quiet of a painted scene. Before him went his master and his fellow, each intently leaning forward to the left, each impassively moving with the paces of his horse. Their shadows went before them, still, noiseless, tapering attendants, and nearer a crouched cool shape was his own. He looked about him. What was it had gone? Then he remembered the reverberation from the banks of the gorge, and the perpetual accompaniment of shifting, jostling pebbles. And moreover, there was no breeze. That was it. What a vast, still place it was, a monotonous afternoon slumber. And the sky open and blank, except for a somber veil of haze that had gathered in the upper valley. He straightened his back, fretted his bridle, puckered his lips to a whistle, and simply sighed. He turned in his saddle for a time and stared at the throat of the mountain gorge out of which they had come. Blank slopes on either side, with never a sign of a decent beast or tree, much less a man. What a land it was! What a wilderness! He dropped again into his former pose. It filled him with a momentary pleasure to see a wry stick of purple-black flash out into the form of a snake, and vanish amidst the brown. After all, the infernal valley was alive, and then, to rejoice him still more, came a little breath across his face, a whisper that came and went, the faintest inclination of a stiff black antlered bush upon a little crest, the first intimation of a possible breeze. Idly he wetted his finger and held it up. He pulled up sharply to avoid a collision with the gaunt man. He had stopped at fault upon the trail, just as the guilty moment he caught his master's eye looking towards him. For a time he forced an interest in the tracking. Then, as they rode on again, he studied his master's shadow and hat and shoulder, appearing and disappearing behind the gaunt man's nearer contours. They had ridden 4 days out of the very limits of the world into this desolate place, short of water, with nothing but a trip of dried meat under their saddles, over rocks and mountains where surely none but these fugitives had ever been before. For that. And all this was for a girl, a mere willful child. And the man had whole cityfuls of people to do his basest bidding. Girls, women.
Why, in the name of passionate folly, this one in particular?
Asked the little man, and scowled at the world, and licked his perched lips with a blackened tongue. It was the way of the master, and that was all he knew, just because she sought to evade him. His eye caught a whole row of high-plumed canes bending in unison, and then the tails of the silk that hung before his neck flapped and fell. The breeze was growing stronger. Somehow it took the stiff stillness out of things, and that was well.
"Hello?"
said the gaunt man. All three stopped abruptly.
What?
asked the master.
What?
"Over there,"
said the gaunt man, pointing up the valley.
What?
"Something coming toward us."
And as he spoke, a yellow animal crested a rise and came bearing down upon them. It was a big, wild dog, coming before the wind, tongue out at a steady pace, and running with such an intensity of purpose that he did not seem to see the horseman he approached. He ran with his nose up, following. It was plain, neither scent nor quarry. As he drew nearer, the little man felt for his sword.
"He's mad,"
said the gaunt rider.
"Shout,"
said the little man, and shouted. The dog came on. Then, when the little man's blade was already out, it swerved aside and went panting by them and passed. The eyes of the little man followed its flight.
"There was no foam,"
he said. For a space, the man with the silver-studded bridle stared up at the valley.
"Oh, come on,"
he cried at last.
"What does it matter?"
And jerked his horse into movement again. The little man left the insoluble mystery of the dog that fled from nothing but the wind, and lapsed into profound musings of human character.
"Come on," he whispered to himself. "Why should it be given one man to say come on, with that stupendous violence of effect? Always, all his life, the man with the silver bridle has been saying that. If I said it,"
thought the little man. But people marveled when the master was disobeyed, even in the wildest things. This half-caste girl seemed to everyone, mad, blasphemous almost. The little man, by way of comparison, reflected on the gaunt rider with the scarred lip, as stalwart as his master, as brave, and indeed, perhaps, braver. And yet, for him there was obedience. Nothing but to give obedience duly and stoutly. Certain sensations of the hand and knees called this little man back to more immediate things. He became aware of something. He rode up beside his gaunt fellow.
"Do you notice the horses?"
he said in an undertone. The gaunt face looked interrogation.
"They don't like this wind,"
said the little man, and dropped behind as the man with the silver bridle turned upon him.
"It's all right,"
said the gaunt-faced man. They rode on again for a space in silence. The foremost two rode downcast upon the trail. The hindmost man watched the haze that crept down from the vastness of the valley, nearer and nearer, and noted the wind grew in strength moment by moment. Far away on the left he saw a line of dark bulks, wild hog, perhaps, galloping down the valley, but of that he said nothing, nor did he remark again upon the uneasiness of the horse. And then he saw the first one, and then a second great white ball, a great shining white ball like a gigantic head of thistledown, that drove before the wind athwart the path. These balls soared high in the air, and dropped and rose again, and caught for a moment, and hurried on and passed. But at the sight of them, the restlessness of the horses increased. Then, presently, he saw that more of these drifting globes, and then soon very many more, were hurrying across towards him down the valley. They became aware of a squealing, athwart the path a huge boar rushed, turning his head but for one instant to glance at them, and then hurling on down the valley again. And at that, all three stopped and sat in their saddles, staring into the thickening haze that was coming up on them.
"If it were not for this thistledown," began the leader.
But now a big globe came drifting past within a score of yards of them. It was really not even a sphere at all, but a vast, soft, ragged, filmy thing, a sheet gathered by the corners, an aerial jellyfish, as it were, but rolling over and over as it advanced, and trailing long cobwebby threads and streamers that floated in its wake.
"It isn't thistledown,"
said the little man.
I don't like the stuff,
said the gaunt man. And they looked at one another.
"Curse it," cried the leader. "The air's full of lit up there. If it keeps on at this pace long, it will stop us altogether."
An instinctive feeling, such as lines out of a herd of deer at the approach of some ambiguous thing, prompted them to turn their horses to the wind, ride forward for a few paces, and stare at the advancing multitude of floating masses. They came on before the wind with a sort of smooth swiftness, rising and falling noiselessly, sinking to the earth, rebounding high, soaring, all with perfect unanimity, with a still, deliberate assurance. Right and left of the horsemen, the pioneers of this strange army passed. At one they rolled along the ground, breaking shapelessly and trailing out reluctantly into long grappling ribbons and bands. All three horses began to shy and dance. The master was seized with a sudden, unreasonable impatience. He cursed the drifting globes roundly.
"Get on!" he cried. "Get on! What do these things matter? How can they matter? Back to the trail!"
He fell, swearing at his horse, and sawed the bit across its mouth. He shouted aloud with rage.
"I will follow the trail, I tell you," he cried. "Where is the trail?"
He gripped the bridle of his prancing horse and searched amidst the grass. A long and clinging thread fell across his face. A gray streamer dropped about his bridle arm. Some big, active thing with many legs ran down the back of his head. He looked up to discover one of those gray masses anchored, as it were, above him by these things and flapping out ends as a sail flaps when a boat comes about, but noiselessly. He had an impression of many eyes, of a dense crew of squat bodies, of long, many-jointed limbs hauling at their mooring ropes to bring the thing down upon him. For a space he stared up, reining in his prancing horse with the instinct born of years of horsemanship. Then the flat of the sword smote his back, and the blade smashed overhead and cut the drifting balloon of spiderweb free, and the whole mass lifted softly and drove clear and away.
"Spiders!"
cried the voice of the gaunt man.
"The things are full of big spiders. Look, my lord."
The man with the silver bridle still followed the mass that drove away.
"Look, my lord."
The master found himself staring down at a red smashed thing on the ground. In spite of partial obliteration, could still wriggle unavailing legs. Then, when the gaunt man pointed to another mass that bore down upon them, he drew his sword hastily. Up the valley now, it was like a fog bank torn to rags. He tried to grasp the situation.
"Ride for it," the little man was shouting. "Ride for it down the valley."
What happened then was like the confusion of battle. The man with the silver bridle saw the little man go past him, slashing furiously at imaginary cobwebs, saw him cannon into the horse of the gaunt man and hurl it and its rider to the earth. His own horse went a dozen paces before he could rein it in. Then he looked up to avoid imaginary dangers, and then back again to see a horse rolling on the ground, the gaunt man standing and slashing over it at a rent and fluttering mass of gray that streamed and wrapped about them both, and thick and fast as thistledown on wasteland on a windy day in July, the cobweb masses were coming on. The little man had dismounted, but he dared not release his horse. He was endeavoring to lug the struggling brute back up with the strength of one arm, while with the other hand he slashed aimlessly. The tentacles of the second gray mass had entangled themselves with the struggle, and this second gray mass came into its moorings and slowly sank. The master set his teeth, gripped his bridle, lowered his head, and spurred his horse forward. The horse on the ground rolled over. There was blood and moving shapes upon the flanks, and the gaunt man, suddenly leaving it, ran towards his master, perhaps 10 paces. His legs were swathed and encumbered with gray. He made ineffectual movements with his sword. Gray streamers waved from him. There was a thin veil of gray across his face. With his left hand he beat at something on his body, and suddenly he stumbled and fell. He struggled to rise and fell again, and suddenly, horribly, began to howl. "Oh, oh, oh!" The master could see the great spiders upon him, and others upon the ground. As he strove to force his horse nearer to the gesticulating, screaming gray object that struggled up and down, there came a clatter of hoofs, and the little man, in act of mounting, swordless, balanced on his belly athwart the horse, and clutching its mane, whirled past. And again a clinging thread of gray gossamer swept across the master's face, all about him and over him. It seemed this drifting, noiseless cobweb circled and drew nearer to him. To the day of his death, he never knew just how the event of that moment happened. Did he indeed turn his horse, or did it really of its own accord stampede after its fellow? Suffice it that in another second he was galloping full tilt down the valley with his sword whirling furiously overhead, and all about him, on the quickening breeze, the spiders' airships, their air bundles and air sheets, seemed to him to hurry in a conscious pursuit. Clatter, clatter, thud, thud. The man with the silver bridle rode, heedless of his direction, with his fearful face looking up, now right, now left, and his sword arm ready to slash. And a few hundred yards ahead of him, with a tail of torn cobweb trailing behind him, rode the little man on the white horse, still but imperfectly in the saddle. The reeds bent before them, the wind blew fresh and strong. Over his shoulder the master could see the webs hurrying to overtake. He was so intent to escape the spider's web that only as his horse gathered together for a leap did he realize the ravine ahead. And then he realized it only to misunderstand and interfere. He was leaning forward on his horse's neck and sat up and back all too late. But if in his excitement he had failed to leap, at any rate he had not forgotten how to fall. He was a horseman again in mid-air. He came off clear with a mere bruise upon his shoulder, and his horse rolled, kicking spasmodic legs, and lay still. The master's sword drove its point into the hard soil and snapped clean across, as though chance refused him any longer as her knight, and the splintered end missed his face by an inch or so. He was on his feet in a moment, breathlessly scanning the onrushing spiderwebs. For a moment he was minded to run, and then thought of the ravine, and turned back. He ran aside once to dodge one drifting terror, and then he was swiftly clambering down the precipitous sides and out of touch of the gale. There, under the lee of a dry torrent's steeper banks, he might crouch and watch these strange gray masses pass, and pass in safety till the wind fell, and it became possible to escape. And there, for a long time he crouched, watching the strange, gray, ragged masses trail their streamers across his narrowed sky. Once, a stray spider fell into the ravine close beside him. A full foot it measured from leg to leg, and its own body was half a man's hand. And after he had watched its monstrous alacrity of search and escape for a little while and tempted it to bite his broken sword, he lifted up his iron-heeled boot and smashed it into a pulp. He swore as he did so, and for a time sought up and down for another. Then, presently, when he was sure the spider swarm could not drop into the ravine, he found a place where he could sit down, and sat and fell into a deep thought and began, after his manner, to gnaw his knuckles and bite his nails. And from this he was moved by the coming of the man with the white horse. He heard him long before he saw him, as a clattering of hooves, stumbling footsteps, and a reassuring voice. Then the little man appeared, a rueful figure, still with a tail of white cobweb trailing behind him. They approached each other without speaking, without a salutation. The little man was fatigued and shamed to the pitch of hopeless bitterness, and came to a stop at last, face to face with his seated master. The latter winced a little under his dependent's eye. "Well," he said at last, with no pretense of authority.
"You left him."
"My horse was bolted."
"I know. So did mine."
He laughed at his master mirthlessly.
"I say, my horse bolted,"
said the man who once had a silver-studded bridle.
"Cowards, both,"
said the little man. The other gnawed his knuckle through some meditative moments with his eyes on his inferior.
"Don't call me a coward,"
he said at length.
"You are a coward, like myself."
"A coward? Possibly. There's a limit beyond which every man must fear. That I have learnt at last, but not like yours. That is where the difference comes from."
"I never could have dreamt you would have left him. He saved your life 2 minutes before. Why are you our lord?"
The master gnawed his knuckle again, and his countenance was dark.
"No man calls me coward,"
he said.
"No, a broken sword is better than none. One spavined white horse cannot expect to carry 2 men a 4 days' journey. I hate white horses, but this time it cannot be helped. You begin to understand me. I perceive that you are minded, on the strength of what you've seen and fancy, to taint my reputation. It is men of your sort who unmake kings, besides which I never liked you."
"My lord," said the little man.
"No,"
said the master.
"No."
He stood up sharply as the little man moved. For a minute, perhaps, they faced one another. Overhead, the spider balls went driving. There was a quick movement among the pebbles, a running of feet, a cry of despair, and a gasp and a blow. Towards nightfall, the wind fell. The sun set in a calm serenity, and the man who had once possessed the silver bridle came at last very cautiously and by an easy slope out of the ravine. But now he led the white horse that once belonged to the little man. He would have gone back to his horse to get his silver-mounted bridle again, but he feared night, and a quickening breeze might still find him in the valley. And besides, he disliked greatly to think he might discover his horse all swathed in cobwebs and perhaps unpleasantly eaten. And as he thought of those cobwebs, and of all the dangers he had been through, and the manner in which he had been preserved that day, his hand sought a little reliquary that hung about his neck, and he clasped it for a moment with heartfelt gratitude. As he did so, his eyes went across the valley.
"I was hot with passion,"
he said,
"and now she has met her reward. They also, no doubt."
And behold, far away out of the wooded slopes across the valley, but in the clearness of sunset, distinct and unmistakable, he saw a little spire of smoke. At this, his expression of serene resignation changed to an amazed anger. Smoke! He turned the head of the white horse about and hesitated, and as he did so, a little rustle of air went through the grass about him. Far away upon some reeds swayed a tattered sheet of gray. He looked at the cobwebs. He looked at the smoke. "Perhaps, after all, it is not them," he said at last. But he knew better. After he had stared at the smoke for some time, he mounted the white horse. As he rode, he picked his way amidst the stranded masses of web. For some reason, there were many dead spiders on the ground, and those that lived feasted guiltily on their fellows. At the sound of his horse's hooves, they fled. Their time had passed. From the ground, without either a wind to carry them or winding sheet ready, these things, for all their poison, could do him little evil. He flicked with his belt at those who fancied to come near. Once, where the number ran together over a bare place, he was minded to dismount and trample them with his boots, but this impulse he overcame. Ever and again he turned in with his saddle and looked back at the smoke. "Spiders," he muttered over and over again. "Spiders, well, well. The next time I must spin a web." End of story. The Valley of Spiders by H.G. Wells.